You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard. You keep calling the phone. 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 I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna lay that up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard.
Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. You're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not. In my darkest hour, the fleeting seconds before the storm, drained of all my power. Waves beneath against the shore, slipping through your fingers when I'm losing track of time. You're my solace, you're my rescue, sifting through the sands of my mind. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. In this constant chaos, the fleeting seconds before the calm pull me deeper under until I'm falling into your arms, slipping through your fingers when I'm losing track of time. You're my
Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? We all doing well? Let me see. Now, normally I don't start this early, though sometimes I do. But let me make sure everyone actually knows what the fuck is happening here. So I'm gonna send a message over on Discord, make sure everyone knows. Since I think we only have 2 people over in the Twitch right now, don't we? That's okay though. Let me see here. Twitch. I'm live. There we go. Make sure everyone knows. I am starting stream. Come join. Come join. There we go. Okay. Yes, Abdul won. Egyptians all over the world are up. Yes. That is fantastic. It is great news, guys. So we have actually a lot of good news today, folks. We're going to talk about some very, very, very depressing stuff, but then we have very good news to talk about. So, just warning you there. Okay, so we're going to talk. I'm hoping that we can start talking about the Einsatzgruppen and the T4 program, Action T4 in Germany, which are pretty dark topics. I'm going to warn you, which is why there's a content warning in the fucking title of today's stream. But then I promise we have really good news, which is the stuff about Abdul Sayed. The establishment is absolutely panicking. They're is absolutely panicking at the idea of the left winning all over the place. So we're going to talk about that. There are actually a bunch of corpo Dems who are claiming they're going to leave the Democratic Party now and saying we're going to leave the Democratic Party if they keep succumbing to the radical left and blah 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 blah. People like Carville and Bill Mayer, he's like, bye, I don't give a fuck, goodbye. You can leave the Democratic Party. There's other ones too who are screaming their asses off in fear. What's the other one's name? John Fetterman. Okay, so like, isn't that fun? So, but that's a good sign that they're all massively panicking at the victory of Abdul Al Sayed. Okay, so we will talk about that. So there's some very good news in that way. So let me say hello to the folks that are here. Hello, AMA Gaming. How are you, AMA Gaming? How are you, AMA Gaming? Such a lovely day, AMA Gaming. So glad you're here. Okay, inshallah, we will Abdul will end up winning the general election. We do hope that. Okay. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams? So glad you're here, everyone. Jay Williams is a great artist. Please go check out Jay Williams' work. If you go to our Discord, which I actually forgot to link in the chat, maybe I'll do that right now. If you open up the Discord, if you join the Discord, find Jay William Art's profile, open it up. There are links to his Instagram and his Twitter account. You can see the kind of art he does, and he takes commissions. Great artist there. Let me see here. Let me fix this real fast. Let's hope that works, because I don't know why it sometimes doesn't work. It is working. Okay, good. So there it is. I just posted it in the YouTube to join our Discord, and then I will now post it in the Twitch. In Twitch. All right, paste. Think. Okay, so there we go. All right, there we go. So please join that if you want to see Jay Williams art. Hello, Jay also got a job. Congratulations, Jay Williams. I know you were volunteering there for a while. Unfortunately, it's often who you know, not what you know. So great job doing, the work of capitalism, having to navigate our goddamn stupid system of employment and shit. Jay Williams. Okay. Hello, Chairman Bart. How are you doing, Chairman Bart? Yes, we're going to be yucking it up. We're going to be yucking it up, Bart. I'm so glad about it. I'm so glad that we're going to be yucking it up. How are you doing, Bart? Always so glad to see you here, as always. Hello, Doug. Also called Antifa U. How are you doing, Antifa U / Doug? How are you doing? Doing well out there? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Hello. LeQuabois says Jester Maxing. Oh, I'm not today, unfortunately, but I am. But yes, I'm always Jester Maxing, even if I'm not dressed up like a jester. So yes, hello, LeQuabois. Hope you're doing well. As always, love LeQuabois. Hello, Resident Union Thug. Now, Resident Union Thug. I'm glad you're here because I'm thinking I'm going to tell people stuff today. So I'll tell everyone the announcement today since you're here. Is that okay with you? Hello, Doug. How are you? I already said hello to Doug. Hello, AMA. Hello, Matt Sci Guy. Hello, Matt Sci Guy. How are you doing, Matt Sci Guy? As always, Matt Sci Guy. Okay. Matt Sci Guy, how's your new job been, etc.? I hope everything's going well. Sam, say that we will have a great show for you today. We have a great show for you today, Matt Sci Guy. How about that? Okay. Though it's going to be kind of depressing. But we'll get to some positive stuff after the dark stuff. Okay. All right. So hello, John. I almost called you John Pecker. What's wrong with me? Hello, Ox Pecker. What the fuck is wrong with me? Because you said John Fetterman. That's why. Okay. Hello, Ox Pecker. John Fetterman in his disguise name. Yeah. He's a fucking lunatic. I hate him. Okay. Anyway, hello, Ox Pecker. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Hello, Dubois. Hello, Dubois. I'm so glad you're here, Dubois. As always, Dubois has been here since practically the beginning of the streams. So very glad you're here, Dubois. As always, that's Loon Gaming, for those who don't know. What was the mistake you made, Laquaba? What was the mistake you made, Laquaba? Okay. Hello, Outer Signal, and Outer Signal's here. Everyone, Outer Signal also is a content creator. Go out and check out his content over on YouTube. You can look up Outer Signal Media to find his content. How are you doing, Outer Signal? Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Hello, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy, a 225 stream streak. Jesus Christ, Dolly Boy. Holy fuck. Hello, Dolly Boy. I hope you're doing well. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, how are you doing, Dolly Boy? Okay. So glad you're here. I can't believe I've streamed 225 times, but amazing you've gotten to those many of them. Okay. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? Have I really put out that much information or like talked about that many topics? I mean, I don't always do a presentation, but Jesus Christ. Okay. Ugh. All right, Alyssa. Good morning, Alyssa. How are you? Hope you're doing well. LaQuabwa, I will be doing a lunch with the chief public defender in 2 hours, but I will hang out until then. Perfect, LaQuabwa. Hopefully that means you will be here for the educational last part of it. I think that's probably your favorite part, maybe, but maybe not. But that's I think good. If you'll be here for the educational part. Hello, Jay Williams. You're doing the background check right now for HR. Amazing. All right. Let's see here. Dubois says, I voted in my state's primary for governor. I do not want Amy Klobuchar to be the next. Oh, well, I don't blame you. Minnesota, and someone who I thought was at least progressive was about a Republican. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, LaQuabwa. Not LaQuabwa, excuse me. Dubois. Jesus Christ. Okay. Ugh, no good. Okay. Hello, JMac. How are you doing? How are you doing, JMac? JMac, I haven't said anything perverted yet. It's you that's thinking that way. How are you doing, JMac? JMac's been around forever too. Hello, Parkours. Everyone check out Parkour's channel over on Twitch. Gotta love Parkours. We all love Parkours. All right. It's a weird thing we say. Yes, it says, let me see. Did I miss anyone? Matt Saigai, job is going okay. Sam, pretty hectic. I hate the constant emailing that I have to do. Oh my God, Matt Saigai, I know, right? So fucking annoying. But anyway, I'm glad that it's going okay, Matt Saigai. Sorry you have to deal with the fucking emailing. As a former teacher, I totally understand that. Okay. Hello, Dodongo. How are you doing, Dodongo? Morning, Patriots. Hope you all got a load of Ron Paul talking to Dr. Anthony Fauci. No, I don't watch it. Anthony Fauci made some mistakes, but he doesn't deserve the kind of shit he's getting. And it's really fucking annoying that the Republicans are still trying to distract by going after Anthony Fauci. Anyway, okay, I just can't stand it. Okay, so anyway, you missed my 11-month resub, but it's good. How are you doing? I'm doing okay, Dolly Boy. Yes, 11-month resub. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Hope you're doing well, Dolly Boy. All right. Okay, guys. Okay, so we are. I care about resubs. They don't pop up in my multi-chat, so I have to look over to see them, and sometimes I forget. Forgive me. That is true, Dodongo. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do, guys. First thing, I have an announcement. My dear sister is here, resident union thug, and my family's very excited because my sister is pregnant, and I'm gonna be an uncle. Yay! I'm gonna be an uncle. So I'm very excited about that. I can do some left-wing indoctrination. I'm gonna do some left-wing indoctrination for this child almost immediately. She, I haven't asked her, but I'm sure she'll be fine. Anyway, so we're gonna completely indoctrinate that child. I'm just kidding. The child will make its own decisions. I'm just being an asshole. But Resident Union Thug, I'm very excited. It's very exciting. Okay, of course I'm fucking okay. So yes, a future Union Thug. So, my sister is pregnant. When are you expecting again, my dear sister? All right. I'm just curious. When will the non-binary gender reveal? Yes, I told her we need to have a gender reveal party where we accidentally burn down the neighborhood. She suggested we release a bunch of snakes with whatever the color, the pink or the blue. That I can't stand gender reveal parties. This is a joke, by the way. we're not gonna do a gender reveal, at least I don't think we are, because, I can't stand that shit, but, I mean, I don't know if she can, maybe she does, but, like, wouldn't that be funny if we released a bunch of invasive snake species as, like, a anyway. So, hello, Resident Union Thug, yes, Resident Union Thug, February 18th, Resident Union Thug, February 18th, fantastic, okay, so we'll have a little revolter, okay. Definitely release of non-native snakes in Ohio, right? That'd be kind of fun. She made a joke about how it would deal with the local feral cat problem. But anyway, all right. So that's all. Just wanted to announce that. Okay, that's why we announced that. Exactly, Alyssa. I don't really like. I shouldn't be talking about this because my sister can do whatever the fuck she wants. I will support her, whatever she wants. But I don't like gender reveal parties. I think they are bizarre and kind of forces the kid. You assume the gender of the kid too, which, maybe the kid is non-binary, you don't know. But anyway, but okay. So I thought you agree with me there, Resident Union Thug. Okay. So yes, straight culture. That's why you need to do a non-bi. That's true, parkours, but maybe the baby isn't non-binary. You know what I mean? So it's like we don't know. We can only hope that the baby is non-binary and trans because that's the superior. That's the superior way of the superior gender expression. Anyway, just kidding, just kidding. Okay, I don't care. All right. So, let's go on here. Let's go on. And ADHD, probably ADHD too. Let's be honest with ourselves. That'll probably be passed down. Okay. All right, guys. So let's continue. Now, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're first gonna talk about. Oh, there's two chipmunks playing outside my window. First, neutral reveal. It's a baby of a non-specified gender. That would be funny, LaQual. Okay, so guys, this is what we're gonna do. We are going to first. I'm gonna do the educational segment first. Why? Because it's very depressing. And I even did a content warning on today's stream title because now that the war has begun in our history of the Third Reich, fascism, etc., the Nazis really pick up the evil, I guess you could say. Not that they weren't evil before this, but it gets worse. If that's possible, it gets worse. So we're going to talk about sort of the beginnings of that. I was hoping to actually finish the presentation on the Nazis today, but that was a stupid thing to hope that I'd be able to do because there's just too much to talk about. So I'll try to get through as much as I can today. I want to get up. You'll see. We'll get through some of that today, and then we have a whole bunch of very happy stuff to talk about. So I don't want you. That's why we're going to do the happy stuff next after that to cheer you all up after the really horrific stuff. Okay. So we do have good news because Abdul al-Sayed won his election and the establishment is panicking, and there's a bunch of other fun stuff to look at. Okay. So exactly, J-Mac. Okay. So let's get into it. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right. So, by the way, there's just a lot of writing on these pages because I tried to get through a lot. So I kind of just threw up a bunch of words up here so that I wouldn't take hours making a presentation because if I did, I wouldn't have been able to get through as much. Okay. So, yeah, so did Donovan McKinney. So did Lawrence, I think his name was. A lot of folks won. All right. Where's my face? Okay, guys. So the last time we talked, last time we did the educational segment here, anyone remember the date that the Nazis invaded Poland? Anyone remember the date when the Nazis invaded Poland? I was the one date I asked you guys to remember if you possibly could. The date that the Nazis invaded Poland, if anyone remembers it. Yeah, September 1st, 1939, which sort of, correct, Dolly Boy, which sort of officially launched the World War II. 2 days later, France and Britain declared war on Germany. This was the beginning of World War II, all right? And of course, all right. So it took about a month or 2 months. It didn't take that long. It didn't. I don't know why I can't remember the exact number of months. I think it was about a month that it took for the Nazis to conquer Poland. It did not take long. It did not take long at all. Hello, elevator lady. How are you doing? Okay. And as we have talked about previously, what was sort of the first goal of the Nazis when they entered a country, when they invaded a new country? This is something you should remember because this will be a trend, okay? After they invade a place and they take it over, exactly, Jonas, dismantle the state, okay? Dismantle the state. And what was sort of the reason here for dismantling the state? According to Nazi ideology, to their notion of what's good and right, etc., which is not good and right, but in their notion is good and right. Why did they seek to dismantle the state everywhere they went initially? Okay, because it was seen as a Jewish idea. Yes, yes, but I should say think deeper about that, Dolly Boy. There you go. Yeah, but you're right, Dolly Boy, because they were Jewish inventions that were made to allow the natural racial that prevented the natural racial struggle. Okay, so yeah, you're basically right, Dolly Boy. Okay, I didn't ask you very well. So yes, they would go after things they viewed as Jewish. They also, including communists, Jews, intelligentsia, anyone that was yeah, you're right. You're right, Dolly Boy. I wasn't very specific. They would go after bureaucrats, leaders of the government, anyone that they thought might be a resistor. Okay, they would destroy those people or imprison them. And then in some cases, they would then recreate the state in order to annex the territory to Germany. But there were some places where Hitler wanted to carry out his something called General Plan Ost. Here, I will actually write this down because I don't think I included it. So remember, Hitler's whole idea here is that why does he want to conquer Eastern Europe? General Plan Ost. Why does he want to conquer Eastern Europe? It is, Dodongo. It's absolutely a cop out, and it's not true because clearly it isn't a quote unquote natural racial struggle if you're armed and disarming people. Yes. Okay. There you go. Dolly Boy and Sir Bart, you're both right. The idea here is that Eastern Europe should be should be Germany's Wild West. Hitler wanted to conquer it, kill or enslave the inhabitants, and then settle it with Germans so that Germany would be able to produce enough food to feed itself to gain autarky so that it could better wage a natural way, the Germans could better wage their natural racial struggle, okay, which he thought was the only moral good. So the conquest of the East that Hitler kind of the general plan he had for Eastern Europe was called General Plan Ost. Or yeah, exactly, Lacroix. Manifest destiny. Wait, I mean Lebensraum, right? Or Zionism, whatever you want to call it, Lacroix, it's fine. Any of three of those work, okay? So General Plan East was sort of his plan for the East. And the general idea here that they planned out was they were going to, what I just said, conquer it, destroy the states out there, displace or enslave native populations, and typically if you enslave those populations, they will eventually be killed, but they might at first, until the German population is high enough for Germans only to work for themselves. That was the idea here. And in the meantime, some Slavs would be put to work as slaves. The Eastern Europe was full of Slavic peoples who were viewed as racially inferior. And of course, mixed in with this idea of conquest, enslavement, colonization was also a fear of communism. So, which was also linked up in the German mind with Judaism. So they also would go when we're going to destroy any communists, okay, to prevent what they called Bolshevism or Judeo-Bolshevism. All right. Yeah, he was Jay Williams. Hitler was a picky racist, and he typically so he would basically, there were certain groups that his view of their racial status changed depending on the political circumstances. Okay. So like there were some Slavs he was more okay with than others because they were like, for example, like Romanians, or there were other groups that he was kind of okay with because they were allies of Germany because it's all made up. It's all fucking made up. Yeah, Croatians. Okay, it's all fucking made up. Now, he held a special, yes, Ustashi, absolutely, Jay Williams. And like he held a special place in his heart of hatred for the Poles and Russians. But it was all made up. So, okay. But this general plan of what he wanted to do was called General Plan. Oh, settle the East, destroy the Soviet Union, dismantle those states, settle it with Germans, etc. Okay. Anyway, so after the conquest let's take a step. First of all, okay, let's take a step back. So Poland has now been conquered. The war has started. One of the things that is quite worrisome about fascism, if there's lots of things worrisome about fascism, is that as the noose tightens around a fascist regime's neck in terms of the stress builds, and especially if there's a major war, typically fascist regimes do one of two things. They collapse or they massively radicalize and become massively genocidal and violent. And the Nazis were probably the best example of the radicalization. Okay. That's not to say they wouldn't have been radical before, but typically with a fascist regime, like big wars or massive crises will result in either extreme radicalization or collapse. That is at least historically. That doesn't mean something else won't happen in the future that we haven't seen yet, because the nature of fascism is a bit different these days, perhaps. But the Nazis, after the war started, this kind of put them on crisis footing because now they were waging a war against multiple enemies. And this was generally viewed as a war for survival and a war for, you know, to achieve all the Nazis' goals. So it was deeply important to the Nazis. So the fact that the war had started allowing the Nazis to justify a lot more horrible things. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 5 gifted subs. Really. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 5 gifted subs. You're the best. You're the best, Matt Saigai, as always. Okay. Thank you so much. Resident Union Thug got one. ASAX, thank you. Thank you, Matt Saigai. All right. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Dodongo. Dodongo, Israel is an example. Dodongo, you stole my thunder, but in a good way. Israel is an example of this. The United States could be viewed as an example of this. Okay. Now, I don't know. We could debate whether Israel is a fascist regime. I am getting more closer to calling them fascist. They perhaps are fascist. A lot of historians would disagree because they're not a direct dictatorship, but I don't really give a shit. I don't necessarily think fascism needs a dictator, but this is complicated. But yeah, with the war, they've radicalized. Okay. Not that they weren't that bad before. Not that they weren't really bad before. But anyway, okay. So let's take a step back. So now Poland has been invaded. You're going to start seeing the Nazis radicalized, but let's take a step back and go back to 1933 just briefly, because there's a program that I wanted to talk about that I didn't talk about for the sake of time, etc., but I was going to at some point. All right. And then this evolves and gets worse. All right. And that is Action T4, the Action T4 program. Now, the T4 program stands for the Tiergarten, which was this building where physicians were recruited for this program. But this was the Nazi program of euthanizing handicapped people, people with severe inheritable disabilities, people with psychiatric issues, killing them. Now, we've already talked about what were the Nazis already doing to many thousands of people with what they called serious inheritable disabilities. What were they already doing with them? Okay, someone tell me here. We already talked about this. The law for hereditary sterilization. Correct, Adongo. They were sterilizing vast numbers of people involuntarily. You would be brought before a hereditary court. The court would determine whether you should be allowed to reproduce. If they determined you weren't, you could appeal, but practically no appeals were accepted. And then you'd be forcibly sterilized. And there were a number of people that they would do this to, people with inheritable disabilities, people with psychiatric issues, alcoholics, a bunch of different groups. Now, this was not what the Nazis wanted to do, though, okay, to be clear. The Nazis, so as early as when the Nazis came to power, Hitler had made comments to the people around him that he really wanted to murder the incurably ill, as he put it. Yeah, that's true, Jay Williams. Homosexuals, too, were also sterilized, okay? But that was viewed as a mental illness. So it was that's a fair point. It was lumped in with those things. People with non-conforming gender norms, all right, were oftentimes also lumped in, okay? So Hitler, as early as 1933, wanted to murder the incurably ill, but he was concerned about public backlash. All right. So, okay. And we actually have tons of documents about this. The physicians around him privately would talk about how he really wanted to start killing who he called the incurably ill, so people with psychiatric issues, but he really couldn't do that. The best he could do was sterilization, okay, in 1933. So Hermann von Mueller, who was the director, uh, and this wasn't only him, Hermann von Mueller, director of the Elgfing Har Mental Hospital near Munich, had already been, there were lots of institutions that did this, had been conducting tours of his institution since 1933 to show the SS and other visitors those patients who he considered to be life unworthy of life, which is literally the phrase that they used, that there were certain patients he believed needed to be killed. And he did this because he was upset that the Nazis weren't already going to be killing these people. And so he started being like, "Hey, look, this person should be killed," and like really dark, disgusting stuff. There were actually lots of doctors around the country who started doing this. Some of them were Nazis, some of them were not. Now, this was a part of a larger trend of eugenics and euthanasia and other things, but pretty gross. Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that most doctors were into this, but there were some already promoting this. Um, Yeah, I think we would all be on we would, Dion. We absolutely would. Okay, I can guarantee that because all of us are lefties. Okay. So anyway, so this there was already yes, they did crawl, and I'm going to explain that. You're going to see it's pretty awful. All right. So in 1935, okay, Hitler told the leader of Reich doctors, Gerhard Wagner, that euthanasia would be easier to deal with during wartime. This is before the war started. And that he intended in the event, this is a quote, in the event of war, to radically to solve the problem of mental asylums. So he even knew that the war, this beginning of the war would give him sort of an excuse and a distraction to be able to start euthanizing people in mental asylums, as they were called at the time, and things like that. Okay. This is okay, guys. Again, content warning. I know these are very dark topics. Okay, and I warned everyone in the title of the stream, but we're gonna get into some depressing stuff. If this wasn't already, okay. So here we go. So on July 25th, 1939, this was right before the war started, and this was timed. And to this day, I suspect that this was coordinated with the Nazis. Okay, some historians say that this happened coincidentally and Hitler took advantage of it. I don't know. I just don't believe it. It's too coincidental, but I have no evidence of that. Anyway, so in 1935, Hitler told the leader of Reich doctors, Gerhard Wagner, that euthanasia. Oh, I already told you that. Okay, so on the 25th of July, 1939, Brandt, who was Hitler's like personal SS physician, who was in charge of a lot of medical stuff in the Reich, authorized the first euthanization of the Nazis' eugenics program. So what had happened, guys, is that two parents, the parents of a 5-month-old German boy, these two parents sent, and this is how the story goes, a letter to Hitler begging him to end their child's life. Their child was had multiple disabilities, was blind, had some cognitive impairments, it had a lot of issues. Okay. And they sent a letter to Hitler demanding that Hitler do a mercy killing of their own child. Now, I'm trying not to cry when we're talking about this. Okay. This, uh, so, and Hitler received this letter and he sent Brandt to go examine this child to ensure that what the parents are saying was true. He already planned probably to kill this kid, okay? Brandt examined the child and ruled that yes, in fact, this okay, let me just read this next part. What began as a single okay, well, Brandt ruled that the child could die. And within a few weeks after that, the child was taken to what was called a children's ward, which was now going to be set up all over the Reich. These children's wards where children would be taken for special care, but in fact, they were being euthanized, and the child was given a lethal injection and killed. Okay, this 5-month-old child, And this would begin, what began as a single parental appeal for a disabled infant's death evolved into the first official Nazi euthanasia directive. So in 1939, Hitler referred the case. We already did that. Following Brandt's approval, the infant was executed in July 1939. This case served as a blueprint, and as Hitler immediately commanded Brandt to replicate the process for every similar situation going forward. So this began a mass campaign of euthanasia of children, specifically children. Okay. At right now, it's specifically children. All right. The child euthanasia program. Wait, why did they ask the kid? Yes, they thought the kid was suffering. That's what the parents say. I suspect they were also sociopaths who didn't want to have to deal with raising the kid. Okay. The Nazis at least use this as propaganda. So we, to this day, we're not really sure the circumstances because we don't know where the Nazi propaganda ends and the truth begins. I suspect these parents were just fucking monsters. But in any case, because you're going to see, guys, there were other parents who resisted and it worked. Kind of. You'll see what I mean. All right. So, the child euthanasia program was formally institutionalized when Brandt and Philip Bohler, who was the head of the Fuhrer's chancellery, set up the Reich Committee for the scientific registering of hereditary and congenital illnesses. So they set up this whole other department. Okay, yeah, Dodongo. And it was supposed to be a medical body. It was a front. Wasn't actually what it was. It wasn't a medical body. It was just like it was sort of a PR move to call it the Office for the Scientific Registering of. It was basically just for executing people. Okay, yeah, under fascism, Lacroix, they don't need that shit. Okay, and they would give the illusion of doing a lot of evidence, Lacroix, like Hitler sent his personal physician, but that's not how it worked. So on 18th of August, this committee mandated the registration of all infants up to 3 years old, who had specific disabilities. Although the centralized system's first officially recorded child killing in a specialized ward did not occur until 1940, okay, euthanasia had already begun informally in institutions beforehand. To be clear, guys, by the end of this we'll get to that. Okay. So they started this program of registering all children under the age of 3 with what they called severe disabilities. And now let me read to you how this would go. I wrote this so that I could get it correct for you guys. Okay. Beginning in August 1939, the Interior Ministry initiated a registration process for disabled children, mandating that doctors and midwives report every case of severe disability in newborns. Although the requirement for parental or guardian consent was initially a part of the procedure, so at first they had to get parental consent. It was soon abandoned. They quickly stopped getting parental consent. The criteria first, because by the way, they got too much pushback. So they're like, okay, well, we're just going to do it without asking the parents. The criteria for selection explicitly targeted all children under 3 years of age in whom any of the following quote unquote serious hereditary diseases were suspected. So you didn't even have to prove they had it. They had to be suspected of having it, which, what do you think that ends up causing, guys? Like, come on, that's going to cause a bunch of folks who you can just be a little bit strange and they'll execute you. Okay. All right. And here are the things that they said. Any of the following serious hereditary, exactly, JMac, serious hereditary diseases were suspected. Idiocy, Down syndrome, especially when Down syndrome was accompanied by being blind or deaf. Okay. Microcephaly, which is where you have a smaller brain. Okay. Hydrocephaly, when you have water and liquid inside your skull. Malformations of all kinds. Folks, there were people who were intersex who were euthanized. Okay. malformations of all kinds, particularly of the limbs, head, and spinal column. If you had a bit too much of a deformed spinal column and everything else was fine, you might get euthanized, right? Paralysis was another one, and including spasmodic conditions. So people with children that had epilepsy. And as the war went on, folks, the number of people included in this execution list went up and went up. So later on, you're going to see people with psychiatric conditions being murdered. Manic depressives, schizophrenics, things like that. So anyway, how would they decide then who to euthanize without parental consent? Because this is only children so far, below age 3. The reports were assessed by a panel of medical experts who weren't actually medical experts, of whom 3 were required to give their approval. Okay, yeah, and they did euthanize people for having scoliosis. All right. The first of the they were required to give their approval before a child could be transferred to a special children's ward. Yep, this is all below age 3, Dolly Boy. Before extermination. So they even had this euphemistic name called a special children's ward, where they would take kids for increased care, they said, and then they would secretly euthanize them. Okay. The first of these wards was established in the summer of 1940. Eventually, 30 were established in various hospitals throughout the Reich. So there were 30 special children's wards where these euthanizations took place. Hello, Oz. Okay. And guys, all right. So again, they got a lot of pushback from parents at the beginning, of course. So they stopped telling parents. So what do you think ends up happening? A lot of these parents love their kids. A lot of these kids were already institutionalized because they had severe illnesses. These parents would oftentimes visit their children. Well, something started happening. I remember reading a couple documents that were really depressing. One of the reasons I never completed my degree was because it was so depressing to read all these documents, is that these parents went to go visit their child, and they were brushed off and told, "Oh, well, they are in the special children's unit. They're ill. They come back later." And then they would call the children's unit, and the children's unit would say, "Sorry, that they're off in a procedure. Come back later." And then maybe later they would get a phone call saying, "Yeah, I'm sorry, elevator lady, really." They might get a phone call saying, "Well, by the way, your child died of pneumonia." And that was a lie. I'll read this next part. They often would lie to parents. I'm going to cry. Sorry, forgive me if I start crying. The ministry employed deception when communicating with parents or guardians, particularly in the Catholic regions of the country. So, which part of Germany, folks, is the Catholic region? There's a reason I told you about the difference between the North and the South, the Protestant versus the Catholic region. Which part of the country was more Catholic? The South. And in defense of Catholic Germany, they found this repulsive. Protestant Germany, not so much. Not so much. And there's ideological reasons for that I'll maybe explain. So the southern Germany, especially in the Catholic regions, families were extremely resistant to cooperation. It was a fundamentally held religious belief amongst many of them that, all human life is valuable. Okay, all human life is valuable, and especially you're not going to be killing kids. I mean, come on. Obviously. So in the South, they started getting major resistance to this. But authorities would inform parents that their children would be transferred to special sections where special children's wards, right, where they would receive enhanced care. Once admitted, children were held for a brief assessment for a few weeks before being killed via lethal injection of toxic chemicals, typically phenol. Okay. And then the deaths would be recorded as deaths from pneumonia. And one of the hardest things to look at, guys, were lists of dead of lists of like deaths in these hospitals. They would publish lists of patients who had passed away. And going down this list, it's very strange. Pneumonia, 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 pneumonia. All kids under age 3 dying of pneumonia. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So, autopsies were routinely performed, and this guy. Sorry, I know. We're almost done with this part. Okay. They didn't end there though, folks. After they would kill the kids, they would remove their brains and put them into jars to study them. And a lot of accounts from the time of people who were carrying out these executions would say that this helped them explain away what they were doing. That, oh, well, it's for scientific purposes. We're getting research material because now we have these children's brains that we can study after they've been executed. So that's disgusting. Okay. Um, these post-mortem examinations seemingly provided moral reassurance for many of the perpetrators, fostering the illusion that the killing served a legitimate medical purpose, which they didn't. Okay, they didn't. That's not how that works. By the way, and something that infuriates me is I believe it was up until 2020, uh, what is it? 20, oh, sorry, 2002, up until like 2002, these brains were still being kept in Germany for medical purposes. And I'm sorry. Now they're not anymore. I think the German government finally decided to not allow that to be the case. But what the fuck? How do you okay, bury them. Okay, Jesus Christ. These things were kept up until okay. Regardless, that happened. And ultimately, as far as we know, at the beginning, so when it was just children being killed, and the conservative estimate was 5,000 children were executed in this way. 5,000. It can go up to high as 10,000 because they tried to hide some of these things. And this was only when it was children under the age of 3. So it gets worse when they start doing it to adults because they do. Many more get killed. So again, guys, we're talking about Nazis. It's going to have to get dark at some point, right? So, okay. When the war started, after the war started, and like especially in 1940, 1941, I don't know, LaCroix, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, okay. Authorities intensified pressure on parents to consent to their children's removal. Many families started to grow suspicious and started withholding permission, even you know, because the Nazis still gave parents the appearance that their permission mattered. Okay, they didn't. And especially it started to become very clear to a lot of parents. They would go to visit their children and they wouldn't be there, and there'd be a lot of empty beds in these facilities. And the parents would be like, "Why are all these beds empty? This ward used to be full of children. Where are all the kids?" It started to become very clear to a lot of these parents when they would go to visit their loved ones that there was something happening. Okay. And because I know, I'm sorry, Elvia, I promise we'll get through it. We're almost done. Okay. When the Nazis at the same time started threatening parents. Okay. In response, officials warned parents that they risked losing custody of all their children if they didn't give permission to do euthanasia and if they kept harassing officials about the location of their children. Okay. So they started threatening parents and saying, well, we'll take all your kids unless you let us kill this one child, or at least if you let us take this one child. If the threat proved insufficient, parents were often threatened with compulsory labor duty. So basically being thrown into a concentration camp. Now, most parents didn't give in to this. Okay, some did under threat and for fear of their children. I think everyone's a victim in this case, even the parents who gave in. I mean, what are you going to do? If you have, and I'm not saying that like the first parents who were actually voluntarily doing it are guilty, but the Nazis are to blame here. Okay. All right. Now, guys, here is the interesting point of this that I want you to very much remember, because Nazism and fascism thrives on mass public support. The T4 program ended up becoming very, very unpopular, especially in southern Germany. There were a bunch of Catholic priests coming out giving sermons, screaming at the evil of the Nazis' disappearance of children and things like that. There were some very famous martyrs, Catholic martyrs, who came out and then were put into concentration camps for fighting back against the T4 program. There were parents who fought back against it. And for perhaps the first time during the Nazis' reign, there were mass protests. There were vast numbers of parents and relatives of children going into the streets protesting the T4 program. The Nazi propaganda was so good at hiding this that we don't have any pictures of these. Okay? We don't have any pictures of these protests, but we know they happened because of internal documents from the Nazis and from the accounts of surviving parents and people who saw them. And guess what happened? This pushback forced Hitler to terminate the program in 1941. He ended it in 1941. On the surface, he ended it. Okay. Now they continued it in secret, but they were not able to do it as on widespread a scale as previously. And at that point, they mainly did it over in other countries that they were conquering. All right. So even in the case of mass protests, the Nazis, if enough people rise up, and this was about like the southern part of the country, if enough people resist, the fascists can't really they can't monitor everyone and beat everyone into a pulp. Okay. So, and they require people to be working in factories for the war. So they can't have mass resistance. So Hitler ended the program because of the pushback. But there was still death going on behind the scenes. And later on, guys, they started mass killing people all across Poland, Russia, Eastern Europe, France, etc., in mental institutions, and they started doing it to adults. All right. They also started killing people who were mixed race, who they would find excuses to kill. They would oftentimes excuse the killing of Jews by claiming that the Jewish children were disabled in some way. Gay people, children who had non-standard gender expressions or alternative gender expressions would be killed and called to have deformities. And until the end of the war, it is thought that somewhere between 275,000 and 300,000 people, adults and children, were killed in psychiatric hospitals, were euthanized. Sometimes with bullets, sometimes with gas, sometimes with lethal injections. And we will, yeah, okay. So they ended up doing it to adults too. According to Nazi ideology, folks, why, especially during the midst of a war, would you want to exterminate people with hereditary disabilities, people with other kinds of disabilities and things like that? People with deformities, whatever you may see here. Yeah, it's a waste of resources, LaCroix. That's how they viewed it. A waste of resources. And to be clear, I get very scared being in the United States and hearing some of the rhetoric that comes especially from the Republican Party about welfare recipients and the notion that they're a burden on society, and that, there is, guys, in America, a sense of social Darwinism that runs very deep. This idea that, like, well, if you can't work, if you're not working, then maybe you shouldn't have food stamps, or maybe you shouldn't have health care. Maybe you should just be allowed to die. I don't feel like there's that many more steps between that idea and the notion of killing anyone who's viewed as a burden to welfare. Okay, a burden to the state. Oh, I know, elevator lady. Okay, elevator lady, the fact there's deniers of this today is really sick. Yeah. There's a reason why, guys, remember that Nazis are the enemy. Okay, they are the epitome of the enemy. They are the worst of the worst of the worst. There's a reason why you should all feel a deep sense of hatred for these monsters, okay? And why we need to prevent anything that looks like this ever happening again, okay? Like, I'm feeling this hatred well up inside me just reading this. Um, so anyway, okay? So that is only one small. Yeah, you're right, Matt Saiga. In the UK, welfare recipients are looked down upon too. Okay. All right. In a lot of places, they are. Okay. So that is the T4 program. I might ask you about it later on a future Kahoot. Action T4 was the name of that program. By the way, this guy is Carl Brandt. This is him wearing his prison uniform. He ended up, I forget if he got, I don't know how much he got punished during the Nuremberg trials, but he was put on trial on the Nuremberg trials, and he was found guilty. I can't quite remember what his punishment was, but this is him, a horrific human being. Here you have a document that I read that I actually saw, where this was September 1st, 1939. This is Hitler sending a message to Brandt, basically telling him, literally saying, I'm okaying you to do mercy killings from this point on of those who are suffering from serious ailments. So this was signed by Adolf Hitler. So anyone who says Hitler didn't know about this shit, well, then how do you explain his signature on a document authorizing the mass killing of people? Okay. And notice the date on here, guys, 1st of September, 1939, because this was part of the Nazis' war effort. You want to strengthen the race and the nation to win the war. Okay. All right. All right. Le Quabois, the dehumanizing of most vulnerable of our society is what scares me the most of anything currently, because I know a lot of people would be fine if they just starved to death. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Lacroix. And then we also have a society that's always saying, well, just do charity. We don't need these programs. Just let people rely on their local churches and charities and things like that. Okay, well, good luck, I guess. Not everyone has access to that. Strength of the nation to win the war. It is delusional, Dodongo. Le Quabois, Republicans have been dehumanizing welfare recipients since before Trump, too. This isn't a Trump thing. Oh, absolutely, Le Quabois. This has been happening for years in the United States, okay? He was executed by the... Okay, thank you. Yeah, he was executed and after the Nuremberg trials. It's not enough, in my opinion. He should have suffered. Jay Williams, the Germans called this social death, in which they are... Yes, exactly. They're doing this to trans folks, people, and this could get worse because... Okay. It is, Sir Bart. Let's go on here, guys. So I just wanted to talk about that program because I didn't talk about it. So now that we've talked about that, we have to go back to, let's go back to the war. And specifically, again, this is going to get dark again, but just work with me, okay? When we talk about the Holocaust, okay, and it depends, different people define the Holocaust differently. I define the Holocaust as essentially all the mass killing that was done by the Nazis of civilians, on purpose. Okay, all the mass killing they did on purpose of civilians for ideological reasons, for military reasons, whatever it may be. Mick Jin, thank you so much for the donation. Really, Mick Jin, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I 5 gifted subs. Excuse me. I deeply appreciate you, Mick Jin. I love having you here, by the way. Okay, historians typically divide the Holocaust into three parts. Okay, the first part is the Holocaust of bullets, which we're about to talk about. In 1941, they switched over to gas vans, where they would, we'll get to that, okay? And then lastly was the death camps. All right, that was 1942. Thank you, Mick. And I needed that. This is depressing, okay? So we're going to start by talking about how this worked. Now, if there's one thing I want you guys to take away from the Nazis is I want you to remember that a lot of the Holocaust was viewed as state dismantling, okay? Dismantling of the state and carrying out violent racial struggle. So this is a very important term to know. I know it's a big term, but this is a very important term to know. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for gifting McGinn a sub. Really, okay. The Einsatzgruppen. Einsatzgruppen. As I know, I can't hear all of you, but repeat after me. Einsatzgruppen. Einsatzgruppen. Okay. I Einsatzgruppen means task forces. And these were the Einsatzgruppen when when the Nazis occupied Austria, because remember they took over Austria in what was called the Anschluss, as we talked about last time. Basically, without firing a shot, they took over Austria. Uh, this guy right here, one of the most evil and despicable people in all of Germany, is Reinhard Heydrich. Reinhard Heydrich, okay, who was later would be called the Butcher of Prague, and he was sort of Himmler's second-hand man. Absolute sociopath. Uh, he was the head of the Einsatzgruppen, was one of the major architects of the Holocaust. Later, he met his just desserts when he was assassinated by Czech partisans in Prague, which maybe I'll talk about. So he was assassinated, luckily, by the Czechs before the end of the war. That being said, um, yes, exactly, Chairman Bart. This is the guy that is talked about. Good shot, Jay Williams. This is the guy who was talked about in Inglorious Bastards, who was ended up being killed by Czech partisans in a brilliant operation that the Czech partisans did. Okay, great hit there, Jay Williams. So when the Nazis entered Austria, the first goal, great hit, Dolly Boy, great, cover him and shit. Okay, the first thing that they sought to do was dismantle the state, and that is something you're going to see. Now, obviously, guys, this isn't like real state dismantling, and that the Nazis are the state. Okay, so but it's still a great way to conceptualize this is that they viewed it as state dismantling, even though they represented an aspect of the state. Does that make sense? So it was essentially was to destroy the state that was there, dismantle the rule of law, which gives you a window in order to do horrific things before rebuilding up the law later. Okay. So he started forming these groups called the Commandos, whose job they were all from the SS. So these were the most ideologically committed Nazis. A lot of them folks were highly educated. These were not dumb people. These were people with master's degrees, PhDs, tons of education. We get this idea in our heads that these were a bunch of grunts and like working class people that weren't highly educated, okay? And I'm not diminishing working class people. These were educated. The SS were a lot of them were very educated, especially the Einsatzgruppen. They were highly educated, many of them. Okay, that's why they were selected for these units because they were viewed as these were the like front line of what Hitler viewed the natural racial struggle. Okay, so they wanted like the best of the best. So he sets up these Einsatzkommando, and during the Anschluss of Austria, they immediately start going into government buildings, seizing documents, dismantling the state, arresting and interrogating bureaucrats, police, destroying books of law. Okay, these were the frontline troopers responsible for the destruction of states when the Nazis would invade. Okay, they also immediately started rounding up in Austria about 30,000 communists, and either executed them or sent them to concentration camps. They started rounding up Jews. They started rounding up Austrian intellectuals who were viewed as antithetical to the Nazi project. Okay, they were the front line of this progress, and they followed the German military into Austria, and they kind of carried out this dismantling of the state. That is the role of the Einsatzgruppen. Okay, they are the dismantlers of the state. They are the ones who do the racial struggle for Hitler. They were directly loyal to Hitler, and they could kind of operate independently of other structures. All right, and this guy was the head of them. Before the invasion of Poland, these groups were reorganized into Einsatzgruppen, or task forces, as opposed to Einsatzkommando. And At the beginning of the war, there were about 2,700 of them sent into Poland. By the end, there were 4,250. And they follow what they did, guys, and this happened everywhere. This happened in Poland, this mainly in Eastern Europe. There was some of it in Western, in like France, but not nearly as much because the Nazis were all about Lebensraum and General Plan Ost in the East. So they would literally follow the military into Poland. So you can imagine the army invades, secures it, and then in come the Einsatzgruppen to dismantle the state. Okay, so let me explain how this played out in Poland at the beginning of the war. And this was the Holocaust of bullets. The Einsatzgruppen were the ones who did the Holocaust of bullets, and I'll explain what that means. All right. So we have to talk about Operation Tannenberg. So before the Nazis invaded Poland, they planned from 1936 to 1939. Himmler, Heydrich, Hitler prepared a book called the Special Prosecution Book, which had a list of 61,000 names of the Polish elite and government officials that needed to be killed or imprisoned in order to complete the destruction of the Polish state. Okay. And that included activists, intellectuals, academics, actors, former military officers, members of the Polish nobility, Catholic clergy. A lot of Catholic priests were killed, by the way, university professors, teachers, physicians, legal professionals. Legal professionals was a big one because they don't want there to be Polish law anymore. They want to destroy the rule of law. So you destroy the law books, you kill the lawyers, you make sure there's no one who can enforce Polish law anymore or even knows that it existed to begin with. All right. They even, in what can only be called an act of like, really, what's the term? I don't know, a pathetic act of like insecurity on this on the side of the Nazis. They even went after Olympic athletes because they who had competed in the Berlin Olympics in 1936 because Hitler had felt embarrassed by how well the Polish athletes had done, and he can't have any Polish athletes making his views of race look incorrect. So they even put the names of Olympic athletes on this list to kill them. Okay. So all right. So this was Jesse Owens had majorly embarrassed Hitler, who was a black American man who had won, what was it? The I forget which the event, the run. It was a track and field, it was running, beat the German and the Japanese people. Yeah, okay. So the 100-meter dash, thank you. Hitler was enraged by that, by the way. Okay, as stated by Hitler, this is literally a quote from Hitler, there must be no Polish leaders. Okay, where Polish leaders exist, they must be killed, however harsh that sounds. He openly said that. He openly said it. So by the end of 1939, folks, remember, they invaded Poland in 1939 in September, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's about 4 months. Okay. In a period of 4 months, the Einsatzgruppen swept into Poland, and murdered around 65,000 civilians by shooting them. Okay. By a Holocaust of bullets. In addition to the leaders of Polish society, they murdered Jews, prostitutes, sex workers, okay, Romani, so Romani people, the mentally ill. So they went into the hospitals. They were the ones who enacted the T4 program in Poland, were the Einsatzgruppen, okay, mentally ill. Psychiatric patients in Poland were murdered initially by shooting, by the way, and then later they were packed into gas vans and gassed alive. So that's, okay. The Einsatzgruppen's work in Poland ended up, the initial plan here, folks. Yep, they did. Jay Williams, they would throw babies out of windows. I wasn't going to mention it, but now that you have Jay Williams, I might as well say it. I've already told you horrible things anyway. Things like tossing babies out windows, et cetera, et cetera. Yes. So the Einsatzgruppen work in Poland ended with they wanted to the plan here, guys. Now that there were a lot of Jews in this new German Empire, they were planning to deport. At first, they were planning to deport the Jews from Poland, mass deport them into the Soviet Union. Okay, they had not come up with the mass extermination yet. Right now, the goal was mass deportation, and obviously, they're killing a lot of them in the meantime. So it's not like there wasn't some extermination going on, especially of Jews who were viewed as a threat to the state or who disobedient. Okay, so they started the process in Poland of rounding up all the Jews of Poland and packing them into ghettos, which uh, you guys probably know about. There was a big ghetto in Lodz, Lodz in Polish. Lodz, you pronounce L's as V's in Polish. Okay, Lodz. The Lodz ghetto, the Warsaw ghetto. There were a bunch of ghettos created where Jewish folks were forced to stay in very dirty, tightly packed conditions, walled off from and they weren't allowed to leave. Okay. So they they started packing Jews into ghettos and then forcing them to stay there. I might do a presentation where I go more into depth about the ghettos. These were horrific places where there was rampant sexual abuse, where there was a lot of disease, starvation, killing, things like that. But the reason they started, I know, don't worry, Sir Bart, we have positive things to talk about after this. All of these locations, um, thank you, Lacroix. Okay. All of these locations were set up near transport hubs. Okay. So they purposely, this was all very planned. They set these up near transport hubs, these ghettos, so that they would be quickly able to put these Jews onto trains in order to deport them into the Soviet Union later. Okay, not to send them into death camps. That was not the plan yet, but to literally forcibly deport them into the Soviet Union. And many of them were forcibly deported and pushed into the Soviet Union. And there was some planning, by the way, guys, early on to send Jews to Palestine, to basically work with Jewish leaders to mass deport Jews to Palestine. Now, this was not, there were some Jewish leaders who supported this, others were forced to support it because of the Nazis, but they didn't end up doing that, to be clear. They didn't end up doing mass deportations to Palestine. There were some migration. They promoted migration to Palestine in order to get rid of the Jews. They promoted migration of Jews elsewhere. Okay, they would want Jews to leave. They would typically take all their property and then kick them out. There was a plan early on to relocate all the Jews to Madagascar, which was essentially mass death because there would have been diseases and stuff there. Okay, but at this point, they did. Yep, then guys, it is true. The Nazis worked with Zionists. The Nazis absolutely worked with Zionists. If you want me to be even worse about this, within some of the ghettos, there were Jewish Zionist leaders, and I'm not joking, they were Zionists because the Nazis would often put pro Palestine deportation Jews in positions of power inside these ghettos. Now, not all of them were, there were some. And they often would take advantage of their positions to rape their fellow inmates and people in the ghettos. One of my favorite books is a book called, I know, I'm not trying to listen. No one likes talking about this because it sounds like victim blaming, but I think you're particularly gross if you're raping the people that have been trapped in in a ghetto with you. Anyway, and you're collaborating with the Nazis. Now, admittedly, they were often kind of forced. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. Okay. There's a very good book. I hope we read it in book club sometime. It's pretty short. It's not that long. I'm doing a little plug for this book because I want all of us to read it. Called From Ashes to Life, and it is a Jewish girl's account of her experience in the Holocaust. Most people think of Anne Frank. I'm not a big fan of Anne Frank's book. It's not that it isn't good. It's just that it's an unusual experience that she had. And you don't get to actually see a lot of the horrible stuff that happened. Um, it's honestly, it's kind of watered down. And the Anne Frank's diary, a lot of people can read it because it's not that disturbing. But if you anyway, it is Weird Amorphous Blob. So we can talk about there's another book I think is better, and it's called From Ashes to Life. And this woman, while she was in the Vod's ghetto, was repeatedly sexually assaulted by some of the Zionist bosses of the ghetto. Okay. Anyway, so we could yeah, it's a good entry point for young people, Outer Signal. Yeah, Mouse, Argentical. I used to have my students read Mouse because that is very dark, but very good. Okay. And they can get through it because there's pictures and stuff. I would once, of course, I got a parent who gave feed who didn't like I read that book because it's too real. It's too real. I'm like, that's the fucking point. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, so I don't want to talk about the Zionists and stuff right now, but that is a part of this. Okay. But to be clear, in their defense, I'm not defending Zionists. I'm defending the Jews in these camps who did do crimes and stuff. They were oftentimes between a rock and a hard place. Oftentimes, the Jewish leaders of these camps, were had to do whatever the Nazis said. Otherwise, worse would happen. This is complicated. Maybe we'll talk about it sometime. JMac, did any of the Zionists who hurt? No, JMac, they didn't. No. And by the way, there were some non-Zionist Jews that also did these things, but I always remember hearing about a few of the Zionist Jews. But anyway, going on here. Oh, excellent elevator lady. Let's go on. So so again, the Einsatzgruppen set up these camps, which were then guarded by members of the SS Einsatzgruppen, the Totenkopfverbande, they were called. The Totenkopfverbande, or the Death's Heads Brigades, which were the SS responsible for guarding the ghettos and the concentration camps. Okay. They would guard these places, and the Jews were being collected in these places before being deported. Okay. That was the goal initially. We're going to see that changes. All right. Okay. The plan was to rid Germany. Yeah, he had the Totenkopf, which he had the Totenkopf. I'm sorry, the Totenkopf. Graham Plattner did. Okay. The plan was to rid Poland of its Jewish population entirely, though at this point the regime still hadn't decided where they would ultimately be sent. Okay. At the same time, the Wehrmacht, which was the regular German army, and the Einsatzgruppen were pushing tens of thousands more Jews eastward, forcing them into territory now held by the Soviets. So they actually sought to try and push as many Jews into the Soviet Union as possible, which is bizarre. It makes sense ideologically because the Nazis thought that the Soviet Union was overrun by Jews to begin with, and that it was a Jewish state because it was Bolshevik. Okay, they viewed it as like the Bolshevik menace, and oftentimes, guys, it is not an exaggeration that in a lot of Einsatzgruppen documents, they interchange Jewish with Bolshevik. Okay. A lot of times they would say we need to eliminate the Bolshevik threat, and that meant killing the Jews. But anyway, so there was also a thought that like Bolshevism, communism, and stuff were Jewish plots, and that, this is an effort to end Bolshevism. Anyway, did they actually think that? I thought that was more of propaganda than an actual belief. Which part, Lacroix? You mean the fact that they thought that Jews were Bolsheviks? It is both, Lacroix. They hated Jews, okay? But in a lot of their minds, Bolsheviks were a Jewish thing, okay? So it was kind of used as propaganda because there was a lot of fear of the Soviet Union to claim that the Jews were that they're eliminating the Bolshevik threat. But it is true that a lot of the Einsatzgruppen believed that, partially. Okay. Yeah, then the Jews were actually it's not true. The Jews were not actually in charge of the Soviet Union, of course. Okay. That's like that is, yeah. Okay. They were not in charge of the Soviet Union. Let's put it that way. But they pushed a lot of Jews into the Soviet Union, thinking that the Soviet Union was like They believe that the Soviet Union was like a small cabal of Jews controlling a mass number of Slavs and manipulating a mass number of inferior Slav. It's really fucked up. So they did push some Jews into the Soviet Union, which is odd because they were planning to attack the Soviet Union. And then all the Jews that they had pushed in the Soviet Union, they'd find themselves back in the Nazi Empire. Okay. All right. So, Doug, so it's like Haitians eating the dogs and eating the cats. Yep, it is, Doug. It is. All right. By the way, you also heard lots of accusations of blood libel, which Zionists today love using incorrectly, where the Nazis would claim that Jews had been killing and eating Christian children and all the other nonsense. Okay. Here, guys, again, content warning. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid, Weird Amorphous Blob. You can even see people now claiming every Bolshevik leader was Jewish. So fucking stupid. All right. To be clear, guys, there was also still some anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. It's not that easy to get rid of anti-Semitism just like that. The Russian Empire had been massively anti-Semitic, so yeah, there was still some anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. It wasn't nearly as bad as under the Tsars, but there were some mass movement of Jews to certain territories in the Soviet Union and stuff. So to claim that the Soviet Union was run by Jews and was a Jewish state was fucking stupid. Okay. Anyway, how many of those people that were pushed in the USSR ended up fighting for the USSR? I'm honestly not sure, JMEC. It's a good question. I'd have to look up the number. Good question, though. That's an interesting question. Dolly Boy, and pair that with the whole communism was created by a German Jewish man. Yeah, Dolly Boy. All right. Okay. So I wanted to show you some pictures. I just two, because I don't want to over traumatize you guys. It's still pretty bad. Yeah, not that I'm aware of, LaCroix. I mean, let's put it this way. Uh, yeah, it was Weird Morris Blob, correct. Anti-Semitism was formally an enemy of the state, but there was still anti-Semitism. It wasn't like mainly on like it was mainly on a local level and like an oblast or not an oblast, a Soviet level or a what were they called the territories level. There would be some anti-Semitism, but officially it was not. They were not anti-Semitic. Yes. Okay. So Lacroix says there wasn't even an outsized amount of Jewish people that were Bolsheviks. Not that I'm aware of. It's possible, but let's say if there was Lacroix, it doesn't fucking matter. I know you know that, but like that they didn't have a Jewish ideology, right? They were communists. That was the last thing they were thinking about was Judaism. But yes. Okay. So here we have an image of this is sad, but these are the Nazis documented a lot of these crimes, okay, which is interesting because they made sure, yeah, exactly, Lacroix. And I know you know that. I wasn't trying to make it sound like I was critiquing you. But yes, it's just unfounded. Here you have the yeah, there you go, Weimer. So there was a slight overrepresentation, but that's true of most socialist movements because Jews were mistreated in a lot of places in Europe, which made them more radicalized. Okay. We have here a image of the Nazis took lots of pictures. Okay. Yeah, they literally did, JMac. I cannot believe. Yeah, I wonder, Weird Well, I cannot believe that there are people that deny the Holocaust happened when the Nazis kept records of every fucking thing they did. And then they barely destroyed any of the records afterwards. There are entire warehouses full of Nazi documents that still haven't been examined by historians. I'm not even fucking joking. Like, there are so many Nazi documents that there is no way that anyone in their lifetime could possibly read all of them. And some of them have been less analyzed than others. It might be that by today, most of them have been looked at, but there are so many fucking documents. The Nazis took photographs of what they did. They did extensive, exhaustive documentation because they were obsessed with like order and also making sure they did find every Jewish person because they hated them and they wanted them all dead. So here you have a picture of Einsatzgruppen commandos taking Jewish women to be executed. Okay. Taking Jewish women to be executed. I mean, Polish women. I don't want to say Jewish women. And I I hesitate to go into too much detail here, guys, but one of the things I had to read about was how Nazi methods of execution changed over the war. They got more and more efficient at it. At the beginning, they would do things like you see here. They would just kind of either take people
take them off into the woods, put them up against a wall and shoot them, and then bury the bodies or burn them in a giant pyre. So these women were shot and then probably burned or buried. Content warning, but here's another image. Okay. Here you have Einsatzgruppen lining people up against a wall to be shot. And you can see them lining up their weapons to execute these people during the, this was during the mass execution of Polish intellectuals and stuff. So these are people just getting killed, put up against a wall and shot. And they later, when they entered the Soviet Union, which I don't know, we're not going to get to today. This is a small scale. This is small scale, what they did in Poland. I mean, it was hundreds of thousands of people. It wasn't small scale. But they perfected this disgusting thing, these disgusting things when they got to the Soviet Union and started killing millions, which they would end up doing inside Poland too. I'll show you one picture here. All right. Just be careful. If you do search these things, guys, you're going to get some really disturbing pictures because the Nazis kept accounts. Oh, here's a very famous picture, by the way, which we'll talk about later, perhaps, of a mother holding her child before she's shot in the head. Here's another famous picture. I'll try to go through these quickly. But I want you guys to see it. You need to see it. I'm sorry. You notice these are all people. So the Nazis ended up developing during the Holocaust of bullets, which is only the first phase of the Holocaust, they did something called sardine packing, where they would have people dig their own grave. So they would have people dig a giant ditch or a hole in the ground. They would make the people go into that hole in the ground, lay down, and then the Nazis would go around and shoot every person with one bullet in the head or neck. And trying to do it in an efficient way, as they were already laying down. Then they started having issues. Save us, El Presidente. Can you guys hear me? There we go. Now you guys can hear me, can't you? Can you guys see me now? Can you guys see me now? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened. It looks like I don't know what happened. I think that I don't know. OBS disconnected suddenly. I don't know what happened. It was OBS. It just stopped working briefly, and now it's back on. I don't know where it went. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It just stopped. Okay. And so it's back on. Can you guys hear me now? Forgive me, folks. It should be okay now. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know why it suddenly dropped out. But it did. All right. So we're back. You can hear me. Good. We're all good now. All right. I'm like, who the heck's trying to censor me? It's good now? Okay, forgive me, folks. I really don't know what happened. All right. So one second. Give me a second. I'm going to sit down. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm back, of course. So let's continue. I know we're almost done with this, I promise, and then we'll move on to happier stuff because I know this is really hard to talk about for an extended period. Okay, so they would practice again, have people go into these ditches, shoot them in the ditches. They would occasionally, by the way, when they did these killings inside of ditches, by the way, when they would again have people lay down, they would often strip them naked and make them bring all their. They would tell them that they're being relocated, or they would tell them that they were being, that they were being. They would lie to them, and they would tell them to bring all their jewelry and luggage and things like that, so that they could loot them after they had killed them. Everyone can hear me, right? Can I get some? Can I get some verification here in chat just to make sure everyone can hear me? I think everyone should, if you can, refresh your page. You can hear me? Excellent. Refresh your pages if you can't, if for some reason, I don't know why that happened, but it did. Okay, excellent. So then what would happen, guys, is that they would literally bring in after after people had laid down and been executed, they would bring in the next group of people. They would bring in the next group of people, have them lay down on top of the prior corpses, literally, and then kill them. This is because they were lazy. They didn't want to have to move around these bodies themselves. They rather had the people put themselves in the right positions before they killed them. And then the next group would lay on top of that group in what was called sardine packing. And when these mass graves have been uncovered in the past, and the bodies have been exhumed, they're still packed in these tight sardine formations. I think I mentioned that I think it's in Schindler's List, this would actually happen. The Nazis would often not like wasting bullets, so they would line up several people in a line and then take a high-powered rifle and shoot the first person through the head. The bullet would go through several people and kill several people so that they would have to use fewer bullets. The Nazis were absolutely horrific, and how they talk about, like, they would always obsess about efficiency. What's the most efficient way to kill? How do we save the most bullets? Okay. Yeah, Lacroix, that must have been the scary. And if you want me, I'll tell you guys a story real fast. One of the most disturbing stories that I always have stuck in my head is the story of this Jewish girl and her aunt, who were taken to, this I think was in the Soviet Union. We'll talk about this later. It might have been Poland. I can't remember. It might have been the Soviet Union. Her and her aunt were taken to one of these pits, and they were stripped naked. And this little girl who was about, I think, 10 or 11 at the time, stripped naked with her aunt. Her aunt was a very big woman, like large. Okay. Her aunt held the little girl close to her body. And as the Nazis were executing them, the aunt purposely pulled the girl underneath her and fell on top of her, thus protecting the girl from the bullet and taking all the bullets herself. And the aunt fell on top of the little girl. And the Nazis did not know that the little girl hadn't been killed. And the aunt, sacrificing herself, had saved her niece's life. And the little girl, after she stopped hearing the shovels piling dirt on top of her and her aunt, crawled up through 2 to 3 layers of corpses and up out of the ground to safety. So there were people who survived these things, and so we know exactly what happened, because when you're killing thousands of people, folks, you're gonna miss some. Okay. Anyway, that is. I can tell you other stories. I will spare you now. But my point, to conclude, folks, this is the first part of the Holocaust of bullets. I haven't talked about what happened in the Soviet Union. There were massive massacres that happened in the same way in the Soviet Union, okay? I do want to mention one thing, okay? This is not me humanizing Nazis as much as showing you how horrible they were, but this became a problem. These mass executions by bullets, it was intimate. It was very intimate. You got to see the people you were shooting. If you were an Einsatzgruppen, yeah, Lacroix, this stuff is like some of the, like, stories about the Nazis are like real life horror. They are some of the worst stories you will ever hear ever on planet Earth. I'm like not exaggerating. This is one of the reasons why I studied them, because I just cannot comprehend people that do this. I just cannot. It's like, it almost sounds like a fucking fictional thing. How the fuck does this happen? Now you can imagine, I know like the Rwandan genocide, there's very similar stories from there. So that's pretty comparable, but like, all right. There was a lot of trauma that these Nazis were experiencing from these mass executions. Am I excusing them? No. You're going to see that they took this the wrong way. Let me explain. So I want to be clear. It was so traumatic for many of these Einsatzgruppen that they would be excused from doing executions if they felt that they needed a break. So there was zero excuse for claim. So at the end of the war, a lot of times these soldiers would say, "We had to do it." No, they didn't. We actually have multiple documents that show that the Nazis were lenient on these soldiers and allowed them to stop what they were doing if it was too hard on them. So you could say no. But, there were always someone who would be willing to say yes. So, on top of that, it was so stressful that some of the top German commanders would literally advise their troops to drink afterwards. Go home, go to a bar, get drunk. That'll be how you can cope with the mass death you're doing. It got to a point where Heinrich Himmler actually went to go visit Poland and actually went. Yeah. Yep. Jay Williams, very few Nazis did defect. And if they did, they did not face draconian consequences. Okay. Hitler actually complained about this. He famously said, that, it's a sign of the superiority of the German that he is so empathetic of his fellow human. But it is also his greatest weakness, which, okay. Anyway, so Heinrich Himmler decided to go witness one of these executions for himself. And after witnessing it, a little bit of brain matter from someone who had been shot kind of shot up and hit him on his uniform, and he got sick. All the people there said he turned green in the face. He started gagging. He walked away. It was absolutely shocking for him to witness this mass execution. And when he was finally able to speak, he turned around and said, "This is terrible. This is terrible. Uh, you know, this is, this is really bad for our soldiers." Okay. Not that it's terrible that they're doing it. He was upset that this is probably traumatizing for the soldiers. Okay. And that he says, we need a better way of doing this so that we won't traumatize our soldiers too much. Right. And also, we're wasting too many bullets. So, and that is why they started thinking of ways to do this in a way that would be less traumatizing to the German soldiers. Okay, less face to face, and easier to carry out. That would not waste bullets. And the next stage they moved to, which we'll get in, I just wanted to briefly talk about this stage, and then we won't talk about it again, is they started bringing in these buses, these vehicles, and they would pack people in the back of these vehicles, and then they would siphon the exhaust of the vehicle back into the vehicle, and they would gas the people in the back of the vehicle to death. So they had these mobile gas chambers, vehicles that they would go to various cities. The Einsatzgruppen would put people in the back of these vans, execute them, gas them, and then repack them with more people, gas them. This was not that efficient, and I'm not saying this because I'm gross. I'm saying it. This is what the Nazis said. Okay, this is we can't. This isn't fast enough. There's not enough space in the back of these vehicles. We're not able to kill people fast enough. And more so, you had to figure out how to deal with the bodies. Okay. Is it why they had prisoners move the bodies after they were executed in the gas chambers so the Germans didn't have to deal with the burn? Yep, Lacroix, 100%. And that was the other problem here, Lacroix, is that they still had to deal with the bodies after they were killed in these mobile gassing vans. And that was a bit much. And that is where later you're going to see, guys, they ended up turning towards death camps, where you actually have set gas chambers with crematoriums so you can mass burn the bodies after you've executed these people. I remember, I get flashbacks when I talk about this stuff, folks, so forgive me. I remember reading a document once of a Einsatzgruppen soldier. I can close my eyes and I can see it as clear as day. I have trauma because of it. Where he was describing, it was still disturbing to do the gas vans, and he was describing how they packed all these folks into one of these gassing vans, and it was disturbing because he heard screaming on the inside, and the gas van was kind of shaking a bit as people were trying to escape. And he noted that when they completed the execution and they opened the back of the gas van, he kept repeating in his journal how pink the bodies were. That he made a comment about how, like, they're as pink as newborn babies. The bodies look pink, their eyes are bloodshot. And for some reason, he would like this stuck in his head, this notion of like these pink bloated bodies. And later on in his journal, he would bring that up. But he never felt sympathy for it. What he did feel was that we need to do this in a different way so that I don't have to see the bodies afterwards. Anyway, so we will talk more about this later, guys, but we'll stop there for now, okay? So the fucking Nazis, okay, are some of the worst people in human history. All right. So that is what they started to do in Poland, was the implementation of this program of murder, mass murder, starting with the Holocaust of bullets. And by the way, they also did Holocaust of bullets in the Soviet Union. We just haven't talked about it yet. It's the same thing, though. Holocaust of bullets. Then they brought in gas vans. And then you're going to see that they end up doing concentration camps, death camps, which becomes the final phase of the Holocaust. But that happens later. Okay. All right. So we'll stop there, guys. Okay. And I promise we'll talk about something happier now. We had to talk about this at some point. We got through some of the worst stuff. Okay. So, and I'm trying not to go into too much detail so that you guys don't, I don't want to over traumatize people yet. Okay. Dolly Boy, I remember crying when we watched The Boy in the Striped Pajamas in school and kind of got made fun of for it, especially since I knew the ending from my brother who had watched it before. And then that made me never want to show emotions again. I don't blame you, Dolly Boy. I don't blame you. I really don't. Jay Williams, The Final Solution. Yes. Which is where they, which is where they they decided to finally just kill every Jewish person. All right. Flo Banga, unsure if 100% true. Tried to Google what, Flo Banga? Tried to Google what? Would you try to Google Flu Banga? Welcome. All right. Hitler and the Nazis, evil on trial. It is Argentico. We might watch this sometime as a community. That'd be kind of nice to watch. All right. So, okay. So we'll stop there for now. So what the main things I want you to take away from this, guys? Okay. Flu Banga, I was told that Nazi officers went to the early Soviet Union to learn how to do mass executions more efficiently. No, I don't think that's true, Flu Banga. I'm pretty certain that's not true. Okay. There was no way that the Nazis would be that the Soviets would be allowing Nazi soldiers into the fucking Soviet Union. Okay. Now, the Nazis and the Soviets did do military drills together. Well, the Germans and the Soviets did do military drills together before. Yeah, that sounds very like unironic anti-communist propaganda. The Soviets did do military drills and train with the German military before the Nazis got into power in secret. They actually helped the Germans develop the Blitzkrieg. They also did training with the German Air Force and stuff in secret. They developed submarines with the German military. But that was before the Nazis. And then they, when the Nazis took over, they canceled all that. But anyway. Okay. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy, that happened to you, really. But okay, let's go on here. So the main things I want you to know about are the Einsatzgruppen. Okay, so try to remember the phrase Einsatzgruppen. Remember what they did. Okay, remember Action T4, the T4 program, the mass execution, euthanasia of disabled people, etc. And Operation Tannenberg, which was the death of all the the killing of all the intellectuals, etc. in Poland. And then General Plan Ost, which was the general plan of resettlement and extermination in the East. Okay. All right. We'll stop there. Okay, guys. All right. For the sake of all of your sanity, we're done with this today. Yay, guys. Let's talk about something fun now. Yay. Hee hee hee. Nothing to be sad about. Maybe that's badly timed. I'm just trying to cheer everyone up. Okay. Why do you think I couldn't finish my PhD? Okay. All right.
God damn it, Dolly Boy. God damn it, Dolly Boy. Yes, so Redmond Berry, they were not allies. The Nazis in the USSR were not allies. That is not true. They were, yeah, let's all go to the K. I'm sorry, Jay Williams. Okay, they had a non-aggression pact. That's not the same as being allies. There were talks held, I will say, and I guess for the sake of being fair, there were talks held between the Soviets and the Germans for the Germans to be for the Soviet Union to join the Axis. As far as we can tell, the Nazis never intended to carry through on that, and we have less evidence that the Soviets never intended to carry through on that, but it's likely they also never intended to carry through on that. Um, but they did not have like an alliance. Let's put it that way. You're absolutely right, Rivenberry, and I mentioned that. I mentioned that yesterday. The Soviet Union was not blameless during the invasion of Poland. Okay, they were absolutely not blameless during the invasion of Poland. They had during the non-aggression pact. The Soviets had a secret treaty with the Nazis that divided up Europe, but Eastern Europe between the Soviets and the Nazis. So in exchange for half of Poland, the Soviets got Estonia, Latvia, Finland, or at least they were told that they would be able to take those. Bessarabia and Romania and half of Poland. Absolutely not innocent. But I just wanted to clarify they didn't have like a set alliance. Okay. The Nazis did not assist them in taking that other half of Poland. I mean, apart from invading at the same time, or attacking Finland or anything else. Okay. But yeah, the Soviets, it's one of the things that really pissed me off about the Soviet Union was how they took advantage of, so Stalin took advantage of this to seize a bunch of territory. Piece of shit. Okay. Anyway, and then was shocked. And guys, listen, you guys know I have critiques of the Soviet Union. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but of course, Weird Amorphous Blob, they were doing the aggression too, though. The Soviets were invading, Poland and then attacking Finland. Okay. Yeah, but I want to point out too that something that really bothers me, that, there are people that will defend the Soviet Union in these ways. I don't understand that. But also, how can you, I also get annoyed that, there is what's the term here? The Nazis would, I'm sorry, I'm having a mind blank. Okay. When the Nazis entered Poland, they executed, um, okay, they executed a bunch of Polish intellectuals and things like that, in an effort to dismantle the Polish state. That's what the Soviets did too. I don't know what to tell you. They didn't kill as many people with the Nazis, but when they invaded the Poland, they rounded up a bunch of intellectuals, landowners, and things like that, and killed them in Katian Forest. And then later, they claimed that they did this because these were landowners and like counter-revolutionaries. No, they did it because these were the people who could offer resistance to Soviet imperialism. It had nothing to do with like ideological, we need to kill all the landowners. It was these people could resist our occupation, so we're going to execute them. Okay. I thought their lying claim was that the Nazis did it instead. Yes, they did. Weird Amorphous Blob. That was their lie. They lied and they said it was the Nazis, but it was the Soviets that did it. Okay. They hid the fact that they had done this mass execution, and which, not a good look. You're doing what the Nazis did, okay? And then you wonder why the Poles don't like you very much. Okay, well, maybe don't mass execute them when you invade. Okay, anyway. So Poland got like the shit end of the stick in like all of this, okay? All right. I'm not even sure how many people died in the Katian Forest massacre. Forest massacre. All right. Oof. Yeah, it was about I know this is I'm just looking at this to remind myself about 22,000 Polish military officers, police and intelligentsia was carried out by the Soviet secret police, the NKVD, okay, on Stalin's orders between April and May. That's the Nazis killed about 60,000 people, but okay. So you see my point. It's just frustrating to me. All right, you guys. What is this? Someone sent a link. What is this? Yeah, no, so this is, this is not who cares? I gotta tell you, this is nonsense, all right? So, there was a German-Soviet parade in Brest-Litovsk, okay? They did not like each other, though, all right? They really didn't like each other. I even read accounts of this parade where it was done for the cameras. It was an illusion because Hitler was already planning to invade the Soviet Union, so it was for the cameras, right? And, yeah, it didn't mean anything. It was just propaganda, okay? No, yes, Flubenga. Hey, I don't like Stalin either, Flubenga. Trust me. Do not think I am defending Stalin. I'm just saying this is complicated. This is a this relationship between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union is complicated because what was shown publicly by the Nazis and the Soviets a lot of the time is not what was going on behind the scenes. And I'm not excusing the crimes the Soviets did before the Nazis invaded them because they did do massive crimes. Okay, and they made this secret agreement with they made this secret agreement with the Soviets, etc. But they also they weren't going to get along. There are some historians who say that the Soviets did actually want an alliance with the Nazis. I have yet to see good evidence of that. It's possible they did, but like we don't have evidence of that. And it is true though that apparently Stalin was giddy about being able to take territory at the hands of the Nazis, and although he didn't completely trust the Nazis, he was kind of resting on his laurels because he was shocked when the Nazis invaded, which is interesting. So I don't fully buy the notion too that he didn't trust the Nazis because it's unclear. He might have actually because he didn't seem to be prepared for when they invaded. But anyway, this is debatable and the sources are kind of confusing on this. All right. No. Joe, yeah, JMac is fine. JMac is fine. JMac is fine. Don't worry. All right. Hilarious, JMac. JMac said you have a tattoo of Stalin and Mao on your ass. No, I do not. Okay. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, Weird Amorphous Blob. It's bizarre to me. Like everyone, yeah, okay. And Weird Amorphous Blob, as you said too, the Soviet Union had tried to. They actually. By the way, guys, I never mentioned this. When Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia, the Soviets offered to intervene and fight back against the Nazis on the condition, um, that like I think it was what Poland would open their borders so that the Soviets could get to Czechoslovakia to fight the Nazis, and both was it Hungary and Romania, whatever it was, said no. So they didn't intervene. And after trying to get involved in an alliance, the Soviets did, they were rejected by the West, and that's when they moved towards the non-aggression pact with Hitler. That doesn't excuse the added addendums to like do imperialism, but like there are some more complicated stuff here. Le Quavois, I'm sure that happened to Holocaust victims too, but I think it was done more against German women in the towns and cities that were conquered during the Allied push to Berlin. Yeah, yeah. There were mass assaults. The Soviet military assaulted women, especially. Like we'll talk more about this, but guys, I do want to point out though, I am bashing the Soviet Union in the lead up to World War II. The Soviets were absolutely the victims of World War II and the Nazis. That's indisputable. So we can critique some of the actions they took before the war, but when the war broke out, they were massively victims. They suffered some of the worst death and destruction at the hands of the Nazis of anyone. Without the Soviet Union, they are the main reason the Nazis were sort of stopped. That doesn't mean that the post-war situation was great. Okay, the occupation of Eastern Europe, of the Baltic countries, and things like that. Okay, I'm just saying we shouldn't. I don't want to demonize
Yeah, they absolutely were weird and Morris Blob, especially by the especially according to the Nazis, they were the main enemies. Okay. So all right. Um but even though yes, Weird Morris Blob, we can say that they were the main enemies before the war, but it is frustrating that they collaborated with the Nazis to cut up Eastern Europe. All right. Regardless, okay. What was the name of that one? I just want to remember what it is. Again, guys, this is I just trying to remember the name of it. Soviet Axis, Soviet Axis, bu- 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 Soviet Axis, talks. Soviet. Again, I'm just looking it up to remind myself, but I don't put much stock in this. All right. In 1940, they actually in 1940 they did hold talks with Nazi Germany in order to form a military alliance with them to join the Axis. Um, but I don't believe Ribbentrop. From I know this is Wikipedia. I haven't read much about new research into this, but I always got the impression that neither side was really involved in it or wasn't really truly interested in this. Okay. There was, in other words, no expectation by Hitler of a long term agreement with Russia. War was intended. Um, See, now this is interesting. What's this from? Okay, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look. There are some historians who say that the Soviets were willing to make concessions in order to gain this alliance with Nazi Germany. But I don't fully believe it. I'm going to need to see more evidence, and maybe it's out there now, but I won't deny it if it's true. Okay, but anyway, but I haven't seen the evidence. Um, all right. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The Soviet Union was a state, just like any other. It was imperial. I don't know what to tell. Yeah, so this had nothing to do with them being communist. By the way, they were they were acting in their own national self-interest. And Soviet propaganda often paints it as, oh, well, we're liberators or we're doing this like, or, we're actually the victims here or whatever. No, they're not. In a lot of these incidents, they absolutely were not. Okay. The cutting up of Europe with Hitler was an act of aggression. All right. And yeah, if they did try to actually have access talks with the Nazis, that's really fucked up. And if they were planning, but again, I don't know if that's true. I would need to look it up. I don't think they did, but have legitimate ones. Okay. Um. Uh. I. Heck of a thing how all the people who raised me to dislike and distrust the Russians are now praising the hell out of Putin. Oh, I know. Isn't that weird? Okay. Oxpecker, they would look at the anarchists they were fighting Nazis alongside with and get jealous of whatever equivalent of hot punk rocker make it. Um, that's funny, Oxpecker. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go. All right. Hey guys, don't worry in the chat. JMac is a mod. We're a very funny community. Everyone insults me all the time. Okay, as long as you don't get out of hand with it. JMac, I don't. JMac is fine. Okay, JMac can make jokes like this. We all jest on me all the time. It's okay. Now, if I don't know you or if you're saying things that are deeply inappropriate, yeah. But I thank you though, Orion Iron Hooves for looking out for me. I appreciate you. Um, there are some insults that I won't take, but people in my community, they generally know what that line is. Okay. All right. Um, okay, guys. So let's go on here. I'm babbling. I'm babbling. I'm babbling. Okay. All right, all right, all right. What am I doing now? Let's find out. Okay, so let's talk about something happier. I'm done. I'm done rambling about. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay, stop being mean to CR. How dare you, Jonas? Okay, thank you, Oz. Right? Yes, don't criticize the dear leader. All right. Uh, okay, let's go on here. Yeah, J-Mac is especially a degenerate. Okay. So let's go on here. There is some good news, folks, and that is in the realm of politics, weirdly enough, I guess. Okay. But it's better than the Nazi shit. Let's put it that way. So for those who don't know, Zoran Mamdani, not Zoran Mamdani, whoopsie. Did I just do a racism? Okay. We can't be mean to if we can't be mean to CR, I'm leaving. Hilarious. Okay. Uh what's his name? Abdul El Sayed. Abdul El Sayed won the election, and fuck all of you. Won the election. Hey guys, literally, it's not my fault. No, I'm not saying that. I fuck you. He's also a progressive. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you, okay? Anyway, so Abdul El Sayed won the election, okay? Won the primary. So he will be the candidate that goes up against what is it called? Will go up against the Republican during the general election, which I support that, which I support. Okay, which I support. In the meantime, by the way, there are some good things about this. It is generally the case, guys, that what is the percentage, folks? Does anyone know? Percentage of elections won by candidate with the most money. Okay. Yeah. So about 94% of House candidates and 85% of Senate candidates who raise the most money win. Now I'm just looking at the top number here. I think it's more like 92%. Okay, 92%. 92% of candidates who raise the most money are the ones who win. Okay. In this case, guys, and very rarely, the candidate that raises less money wins. And in this case, Abdul El Sayed was outspent by his opponent 9-1, and he won. Now, this is fantastic. Okay. He was massively outspent. Anyone watching the news could see that there was a massive, almost nationwide campaign of right wingers and moderate Dems pushing against him. APAC was massively funding opposition to his campaign. He won, and yet he still won. Okay. This gives me enormous hope in a lot of ways. There's still some autopsies happening about his victory here, but he won despite the odds. He won against APAC, and he really delivered the establishment a kick in the balls that I deeply appreciate. Okay. And he is not as left as we may like, obviously, but it is better to move left than not to move that way at all. Okay. So if he does, we can hope that he will win the general. Now, we should not get our hopes up too high yet, because likely there will be even more money spent against him in the general election, and APAC will come back with a vengeance. They're not going to want to allow this guy to humiliate them. Okay. There were reasons why he won, in my opinion. One of them, of course, is that his opponent was incompetent, unlikable, strange, had trouble answering questions, and was never able to answer when he talked about how corrupt she was. All right. He was extremely charismatic and sexy, and would always talk about her corruption, which really helped. He talked about what people wanted, what people needed. He got a lot of backing from different groups and things like that. Okay, the DSA assisted him quite a bit, even though he's not officially part of the DSA. He got a lot of help too on the ground. That was very good for this. So he won, and that's amazing. That's really fucking good. Now, what we're gonna see here is that what about his corruption? He was in the pocket of the nursing union. Oh my God, how terrible, Aquaba, right? I'm okay with like union funding, okay, these elections, to some extent. But yes, Most of he didn't really take corporate money, so let's put it that way. Anyway, so it was a great victory. Now I want to point out, guys, there's a lot of people voted for him because they were anti-Israel. Like, I just love this defeat of the Israeli lobby. Okay. I want to point out, though, that now we're already seeing signs of the moderate Dems going to war against the left. And I'm starting, yeah, exactly, LaQual. And I'm starting to get worried. I'm optimistic, but we are already seeing before the election, a bunch of moderate Dems are already coming out and threatening to leave the Democratic Party and demanding that the DSA leave the party. And now that he's won, there is practically outright panic amongst the Democratic Party and Corpo Dems. And even people like James Carville, who's a lunatic, was saying that he might not support these candidates and might turn to the other side. All right. Well, JMac, there's a lot of money there, and I don't care about that. Okay, I know LaQuavois. But my worry is, folks, is that we're seeing what always ends up happening in these scenarios. What ends up happening when there's fascists around, folks? Now, the center has already been against the left, but they might take even more drastic action here pretty soon. Yeah, I'm very happy about them being upset. Fetterman is so fucking pissed off. I love it so much. I love how pissed off Fetterman is. Okay, Fetterman is so upset. Hakeem Jeffries is really fucking upset. A bunch of big donors are really fucking upset. I'm so happy with how upset these folks are. Bill Mayer is really upset. I love it. But they're like panicking the fuck out, okay? And they are going to eventually probably side with the fascists against us. So we need to make sure that we help the left rise in this country, because they're not going to get any help from the establishment or from the media. The media was fucking upset that he won. Okay. So, all right. This is an article today from the New York Times. Moderate Democrats prepare for war against an ascendant left. Okay. One moderate group says the progressive wins are deeply troubling and is planning $15 million effort against democratic socialism. Oh, they're so upset. They're so upset. All right. Look at him. Oh, my God. What a man. Okay. The embattled establishment of the Democratic Party searched furiously for a political reset after Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's progressive victory in Michigan handed the party's long-dominant moderate wing its most painful defeat in years of the year. Some strategists urgently pressed to adopt a sharper edge to tap into the fury among Democratic voters that was felling its centrist candidates. Others wanted to attack democratic socialism, undercutting a budding movement now set to have far more than a toehold in the next Congress. Yet another young democratic socialist ousted an incumbent congressman in Detroit on Tuesday. Yeah, so we also had the guy who founded the Sunrise Movement, won his election too in Michigan. There were several big wins yesterday. We had a couple big losses too. Cori Bush did not win her election. Okay. We are preparing for the next war that is coming, said Jonathan Cohen, the president of Third Way. Great. A leading centrist Democratic group, revealing to the New York Times that a new $15 million effort between now and 2028 to discredit democratic socialism. Great. So the war is starting again. Yeah, fucking Third Way. All this money. All right. Dr. El-Sayed's win was not the blowout that some pre-election polls had predicted, but his narrow nomination in one of the country's signature swing states still represented a critical moment for the party's middle, which had previously sought to cast the far left's successes as contained within the country's most urban and liberal corridors. Okay? Their fear, Dr. El-Sayed was paving a path for progress to seize the party's presidential nomination in 2028 and then go on to lose the general election. Okay, yeah, then who the fuck cares? Okay. It is deeply troubling to see radical far-left candidates winning in places that are potentially presidential swing states, Mr. Cohen added. Oh, my God, they're so mad. Most party leaders, from Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan to Senator Chuck Schumer of New York to former Vice President Kamala Harris, quickly embraced Dr. El Sayed's Senate candidacy, given the stakes of the Michigan seat at play. But some moderates see the emerging left as a danger. Whew. Okay. The fact the Democrats recently put Michigan in the early lineup of presidential nominating states, okay, a race just 18 months away, only heightened the significance of Dr. El Sayed's victory. For now, the next big test is only a week away. In Wisconsin, Francesca Hahn, a Democratic socialist, oh my God, I hope she wins, and state assemblywoman representing the progressive hotbed of Madison. By the way, in academic circles, there are some academics who call the University of Wisconsin at Madison Red Madison because it's a very left-wing university. There's a lot of Marxist academics there. I love it. I love it. Okay. For now, the next big test is on the way. I actually applied to get my PhD there, but anyway, has emerged as the party's front runner for governor in another key battleground race. Oh, I love her. Mr. Cohen said the $15 million his group would spend through the 2028 was not directed at individual candidates. Instead, the group plans to target Democratic Socialists of America movement, which he believes poses a mortal danger to the Democrats. Okay. He said the effort would include opposition to, yeah, you do, Argentical. He said the effort would include opposition research into the DSA, polling, social media programs, and educating Democratic activists and leaders. It would target both proud Democratic socialists and those such as Dr. El Sayed, whom he derided as performing the DSA dodge. Okay. Right. DSA dodge. Flirting with Democratic socialists enough to get their organizing manpower and support while remaining distant enough to avoid the explicit label. I know, right, Dolly Boy? So fucking funny. All right. How this discrediting campaign will affect the current midterm cycle, potentially undercutting Democratic nominees in swing states and undermining the party's chances retaking Congress, remains unclear. So we don't need to go too much into this, but like, I just wanted to read up to that point. AIPAC is also very upset. And I want to point out, guys, this is actually good because more Democratic candidates might start thinking it's not good to sign with AIPAC. Okay. All right. Like, it's not good to sign with AIPAC. So they might be less willing to do it from now on. We'll see what happens. Okay. But I know, but the progressives are the problem for wanting to run against them. It's so fucking stupid, weird amorphous blob. Okay. But okay. Anyway. So, Han Fixar K-Bone, do you need a PhD just to work at Starbucks? Is that just a coincidence? Okay, well, you're cute. That's Sunny. You're so adorable. You're so adorable. Oh, you're so cute. Ooh, such a cute little troll. Okay, anyway. But see here, crazy how they go from that to actively. Of course they do, weird amorphous blob, right? It's almost like it was always nonsense, right? So, and likely, guys, this is why we cannot only rely on electoralism. Because it's very possible that they will crush any attempt from the left to gain seats through democratic means. Because who controls the system in the end, folks? Who controls the system in the end? The capitalists do. Capital does. This system works for them. So there is the illusion that we have a democracy, but we don't. And we're already starting to see the effects of that because capital is going to come out against the left. Okay. All right. Argentical, does the moderates realize they are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy? Yeah. They probably do, Argentical, but they don't care because all that matters to them is preserving capital and preserving the power of the elites. Whether it's the Republicans that do that or they that do that, that's what they prefer. They prefer it's themselves. But if it's between the left and between the fascists, they'll go with the fascist every single time. Okay, with next to no coffee aren't that bad. Yeah, sure, the coffee isn't that good, but the things they that is true. That is true. Weird amorphous blob. Okay. Okay. Oh, really, Han? You're so silly, Han Fixer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, don't worry. Don't ban this person yet because we'll keep them as a pet. All right. All right. Let's go on here. So, okay. I know. Herder, my useful idiots. Anyway, okay. So let's go on. Let's go on here. Oh, no, you're already boring. Yeah, if Han Fixer said, ooh, a pet. Well, until I get boring. You're already boring, my dear. Okay, I'm just saying. But it's fun to keep you around because it's... so I'm folks, to be clear, I am a jester, right? I am a jester. So I always appreciate another just like a clown coming in here. Okay, I always appreciate another clown coming in here. Okay, all right. So, all right. Um, yeah, right. Then we can have the ascendancy of the militant comrades, right? So, guys, we have to make sure that we don't have the we don't what's the term? Okay. We don't what's the term? Have oh yes, we need to not just rely on electoralism. We also need to massively organize because again, guys, it's not clear that electoralism will benefit us in the end. We'll see what happens, okay? But just to also keep trying to organize. So now that we've talked about that, I wanted to show you some stuff. Let's see here. Let me go here. So I wanted to show you guys some videos. You have Chairman Bart. Don't worry, Chairman Bart. I will let you do the honor. I will let you do the honor here in a second, okay? Or JMac. In a second here, I'll let you do the honor. But it's fun to play with our food just a little bit, folks. Just a little bit. Okay. So, all right. I want to show you some of the coping going on here. Some of the coping going on here. I know it's okay, Jamek. We'll keep him as a pet for now. So there is a lot of coping going on here in the center and on the right. I wanted to first show you guys Jewish Insider is a Zionist magazine. Okay, a Zionist magazine, and great left-wing outlet CBS had on this guy from Jewish Insider. Okay, that was complaining about the DSA. Exactly. There you go. Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, it's basically Pravda. Weird Amorphous Blob. Anyway, okay. So let's go on here. So this is, let's see what Jewish Insider is saying about their fear of like the anti-Israel people.
Between progressive candidates and Jewish voters has been a central focus this election cycle. Editor-in-chief of Jewish Insider, Josh Kraushaar, has a new piece titled "DSA's Achilles Heel Goes Beyond
CBS, formerly the Daily Worker."
Anti-Semitism. He argues, quote, "The reality is that these candidates are politically problematic to the overall public for reasons that go far beyond their views on Jews or Israel. The same Democratic Socialist of America platform that rejects a Jewish state and condones terrorism also is one that envisions abolishing prisons and defunding the police and backs open borders," unquote. Earlier,
so, right, that's what they care about. That I'm sure he really cares about those provisions. It's not that he's just super upset about the anti-Israel stuff, right?
We discussed the state of the Democratic Party, Jewish voters, as well as
Chairman
Abdul
Bart.
El-Sayed's Michigan Democratic Senate primary victory. Please take a listen. Josh, you've covered politics for a very long time, and you have recently, last 4 years or so, begun to specialize in politics in Jewish America. What's going on, and how do you look at what we saw in Michigan last night as an example?
Well, look, Major, Jews are the news all too often, frankly, if not for all the
right.
good
That's
reasons,
the issue. That's
lately.
the issue.
And look, the Michigan Senate race was one of the most heated.
Facts and logic. That's hilarious. Okay. So guys, this is what he's claiming. He's claiming that, look, oh, why are Jews? I don't blame you, Weird Amorphous Blob. I am too. I'm about to start laughing too. This is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna lose my this is hilarious to me. Facts and logic. Oh my fucking god, hilarious. Okay. So this is really funny how he's saying that Jews are like the big issue, right?
Of a part that indicated the divides with.
Okay, no one goes after the blob. Okay, no one goes after the blob. Sir Bart, exile him. Exile him. Thank you, Chairman Bart. Okay, thank you. All right. We're done with that. That was funny though, guys. I approved. Isn't that silly though? It is so by the way, never go after Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay? The blob is sacred, right? The blob rises above the rest of us. Okay? Anyway, so hilarious. Okay.
And the Democratic Party, you've seen it on the right. We saw that in recent elections. But now the Democratic Party is really facing
TWAB is the line. Thank you, Chairman Bart. Okay.
A reckoning of what ideological direction it wants to go in, and increasingly on issues relating to Israel Middle East policy, how to deal with anti-Semitism. Those debates and those arguments, and frankly, a tolerance of a more radical view was front and center last night in the Michigan Senate race. We're seeing it in a lot of Democratic primaries across the country.
And with Democratic Socialists of America, even though Abdul El-Sayed is not a member of that part of the Democratic Socialists of America, he has many policies that are somewhat similar, very critical of Israel. Is this trend line within the Democratic Party, from your perspective, Josh, about Israel, about Jews, or is it about Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, it starts with the fact that even though El-Sayed does not identify as a democratic socialist, some of his closest allies are that wing of the party. Bernie, I mean, even going back to when he first ran for statewide office, he ran against Governor Gretchen Whitmer unsuccessfully back in 2018. Bernie Sanders was his biggest champion. Sanders is a small d Democratic Socialist. We're now seeing the rise of a capital D party Democratic Socialist institution that is even further to the left. Hassan Piker, he's an influencer who
El-Sayed was with the day before the election?
Yeah, I would call him, there's a lot of stories written about his extremism, but he's anti-American, I would say. He supports totalitarian regimes, or said nice things about countries like China, Cuba.
Here we go. Everyone going after Hassan. Everyone, I know, it was so funny. Word Muslim. Facts do actually do enrage us, though. Reality is scary. No, you're totally right, elevator lady. I just love, because we all know, guys, fascists are all about irrationality. So that person was definitely about irrationality.
He has been very pro-Hamas, or said things that along the lines of, I would rather support Hamas.
Yeah, the totalitarian regime of Cuba.
For the state of Israel. So these are the kind of worldview.
Okay, I'm going back.
I would rather support Hamas over the state of Israel. So these are the
So there's some things I can't really say on stream, but let's put it this way. I definitely supported Nat Turner's uprising against the slave owners of the South. Okay, so I'm just saying.
The kind of worldview that someone like Piker represents, and he was campaigning with
and historically would have been shunned within Democratic circles.
This is the type of candidate, when I talk to strategists involved in the race, they were shocked, even in a Democratic primary, that someone like that would be embraced by a serious candidate for statewide office. But not only was he campaigning with El-Sayed early on, he was I would call him one of the leading surrogates, along with AOC and Bernie Sanders, in the closing weeks of the Michigan Senate primary.
So yeah, me too, LaQual. But I also supported the uprisings and the Warsaw Uprising. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I supported that too.
You sit, Josh, where do these things head in the future? Is this something that's going to be on a track that Democrats are going to have to continue to reckon with election cycle after election cycle?
We are in this very strange political moment. It's not just the Democratic Party. You're seeing this on the right as well, where there's an increased tolerance for extreme views, what was considered out of the mainstream, stuff you wouldn't say on the campaign trail.
On the right, it's Holocaust denialism.
Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and people.
I love your humor,
like that. That again, J.D. Vance, Vice President, was asked if he would condemn some of these figures, and he also kind of tiptoed in a very unusual line on those types of controversial figures. But the extreme is becoming closer to the mainstream, and the penalty that you would pay if you were a serious candidate for office, but in being aligned or embracing some of these very exotic views, is not what it used to be. And that's the test that Michigan is gonna really provide.
And Josh, you mentioned somewhat glibly off the top, the Jews are the news. But for Jews in America, it shows up in polling data all the time. They feel increasingly insecure about their safety and about their place in the American conversation. That's been a trend line since basically October 7th, 2023. What do you see in that space?
It'd be funny if this did turn into a Chris Hansen segment.
Voters, Jews have always overwhelmingly been Democratic, including in the most recent presidential election. About 65–70% of Jewish voters voted for Kamala Harris. Those Democratic voters, mainly moderate Democratic voters, are now experiencing increasingly politically homeless. They don't necessarily associate themselves with Trump and even
MAGA or
guys, oh my God, it's such a hard decision. Think about that. Think about what he's saying. they're homeless now. They don't want to vote for the fascists, but they also don't want to vote for the people who want universal health care, debt relief, end to genocide. Oh my God, that's such a hard decision. They're homeless. We either vote for the fascists or for the people who want dignity and like socialism. Oh my God, which choice do I make? Okay, that's kind of weird.
I agree with Trump's policies on Israel, but they don't feel comfortable associating themselves in Trump's Republican Party, but they are estranged increasingly from the Democratic Party that they once called home. I think moderates overall, like if you're a moderate, if you're a kind of a centrist Democrat, we call it the establishment leaders of the party.
He says he means pro-Israel is what he means.
Party are losing power, losing influence. Chuck Schumer, had very little say in the.
Good. That is a good sign. He's openly admitting that the establishment's losing power.
The trajectory of his.
Me too. We're the Morpheus blob.
But you're also seeing Jews caught in the middle because they tend to be more moderate, more mainstream, and this radical view towards Israel and towards the Middle East that's percolating within the party is kind of drawing the Jewish vote out of the equation.
You can listen to my.
By the way, the majority of Jews in New York don't support. In New York City specifically, don't support. What is it called? Don't support Netanyahu, etc. So like this, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. So I wanted to show you guys that there's a couple other videos I wanted to show you. So obviously, they're like, oh, we're losing, everything's going badly for us. Oh, what a shame! Isn't this depressing? All these poor people, right? What a horrible, horrible shame for them. Here we have James Carville, who did an interview with, was this Fox News? This was CNN. He also was on Fox News complaining and screaming and like being upset. So let's see what James Carville has to say, because he's losing his fucking mind now too and is like having a fit. So please, guys, I just want you to feel happy, okay? I know, which is a problem, Weird Amorphous Blob, for sure, right? So like, just wait till just make yourselves feel better by listening to him being upset.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there.
I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you.
LaCroix.
They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is
he's saying it out loud.
So poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place.
The only way forward under the partnership of the chairman. CRTM will join soon. Please say, praise Dollyboy in chat.
Fuck Dolly Boy. Fuck Dolly Boy. And if the chairman and Dolly Boy are to form an alliance, I'm going to have to up the suppression of this dissent. Oh, wow. You only got two. Only two people said praise Dolly Boy. How does that make you feel, Dolly Boy? Oh, no. Dolly Boy. Oh, no. It looks like you don't have... looks like the faith is drying up. The faith is drying up for poor little Dolly Boy. How unpredictable was that, Dolly Boy? Okay, we're good. We're done. We don't, okay, stop saying praise Dolly Boy. We all got it. No, stop. You're ruining it. You know what? Whatever. Fuck all of you. We're going to keep watching this.
Criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel?
Oh. Okay.
How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope.
Thank you, Oz.
But it's going to be massive. I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what do you mean by that?
I see challenges from the, quote, progressive left, unquote.
What does that mean, the quote progressive left? Thank you, RL. Look, I have my own people praising me. Thank you, RL. Okay. What does he mean? I will give you many gifts and benefits for praising the leader. What does he mean, the quote progressive left? Why did he say quote?
And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like
Right,
them.
they're not popular.
And, but if you get a skewed turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of, there's a...
Yeah, Lacroix, I agree. I don't think Hassan's endorsement really means much. His audience already knows his views on electoralism. Yeah, and I think he's really popular amongst young people, Lacroix Bois. So it's really stupid to go after him because they're going to alienate a lot of young people too, like, which is part of their base anyway.
Tone of contempt there.
Yeah. So you were very wise. Hope the camera.
Yeah, you're right. They're not popular except for every one of their policies. But I can read polls and post-election to read why people. Please, I would love that, Argenticle.
Was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition.
Yes. They don't win elections.
Really, J-Mac? Okay.
They never run against Republicans. They
win. What do you mean? Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't seen this. I just know he complains in it. What do you mean they don't win elections? Does the establishment win elections? Because we could say the same thing about the establishment. Kamala Harris lost. Biden, what is it? Did he lose he lost the well, no. Kamala Harris lost. Clinton lost. There's like people losing left and right, okay?
Run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay.
Okay, can I also just add something else here? Let's say that was their message, blow everything up. First of all, based, very based, because this society needs a little bit of demolition and reconstruction. This society needs a little bit of that, folks. But second of all, if that's what makes you win the election, then why not fucking say that? What do we think? How do we think MAGA won the election? They said they were going to blow everything up. Now they didn't, obviously. But their whole thing was, we need to good hit, Dolly Boy, right in the chest. You shot right on his chest, Dolly Boy. I hope you ran away giggling afterwards. So the other thing is, like, that's how MAGA won. Like, they were all about, like, we're gonna drain the swamp, said Trump, etc. Made it clear he wanted to, like, dismantle the way things are. That won. So do they want to fucking lose? Like, I don't understand this. They're such idiots.
Great. And they run for president. They never win.
Oh, I wonder why. Why did Bernie Sanders not win? Oh, I wonder why that was. I wonder why. Might it have to do with the fucking establishment? And then, okay, yeah, we are the keep everything the same party. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Huh?
Who's FDR?
Let's think of somebody.
Who is FDR? Or Franklin Delano Roosevelt, you mean, Argenticle?
Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Oh, for sure.
As opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far.
So, Oxpecker, okay, now let's not trip too hard on our own framing. Like, yeah, fuck all these geriatric Dixiecrat draughts in people's clothing, but droggers. Oh, I love that. Okay, what a lot of normie liberals are but a lot of normie liberals are misled into thinking that we're too wishy-washy and suggesting reckless utopian ideas. Okay, sure, they were manipulated into this mindset, but liberal voters are victims of liberal power. That is true. I will agree.
Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016.
Yeah, he was Argenticle. Yes, he did not do everything great, but he was probably one of the most progressive presidents we've had, FDR. And yes, guys, I know. We all know that he wasn't great. Okay, he did not do much for black people. He did mass deportations. He put Japanese people in concentration camps. But he was probably one of the most progressive presidents we had. Now he did it to save capitalism.
And Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly.
He's been wearing suits a lot recently, hasn't he?
Caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm like exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything.
No, you're absolutely right, Weirdomorphous Blob. I agree with you. Most of the progressive candidates are not looking to dismantle capitalism. If anything, it's just to relieve some of the stresses of it so that capitalism can keep going. But of course,
the more we move in that direction, it will start giving people more faith that they can change shit. And it might even cause more organizing and things like that. So I think it's good overall, but you're right. Okay. We need to actually, that's why we need more than just electoralism.
Think about it. There has to be a different alternative.
Mayflower Kid, you're going to have to start wearing clothes, CR. Mayflower Kid, if I could afford clothes, I would wear clothes. Okay.
And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets, they want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA, they see PSL, they see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge.
Exactly.
They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge.
And to be clear, so Lacroix says if capitalism wants to save itself, there's going to have to be a second New Deal eventually. Otherwise, there will be another breaking point sooner rather than later. Yeah. And to be clear, guys, I'm of two minds of thought in this. I would very much like capitalism to kind of fail, which would prompt more radical change. At the same time, I also care about people's well-being. And I want people, if we're not going to see a major change in our lives, I at least want people to not be suffering as much because, there are people massively suffering in our country because of this system. So you see what I mean? So I'm okay with, I very much want to improve material conditions, even if it doesn't mean the immediate end of capitalism. If we can't do that right now because there's no organization to do it, which is why we need to organize, then we can at least improve material conditions so that people aren't suffering as much. And then some other material condition will arise at some point that allows for more revolutionary change. Does that make sense? And my point is this is stuff I debate in my own head a lot of the time. I'm kind of stuck between these positions because unless we have the organization and the groundwork is laid for massive changes, we won't get there. So I don't know. Do you guys see what I mean? Because I know there's even people in here who can't afford their health care, who are suffering because of it. I would love, even if it means not ending capitalism immediately, if we have to, we can at the very least assuage that suffering by having universal health care and doing major progressive changes. Anyway, I think you guys get my point. No,
because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Blowhard.
A what?
A blowhard. Name me one Democrat in a tough election that wants Hassan Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election. Do you think that Talrico is going to invite Hassan Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't. You think Roy Cooper? No.
What's your point?
No. And
all of those candidates, by the way, are being bribed. None of those candidates are not uncorrupt. I was about to sneeze, but I didn't. Okay, anyway. Exactly. Yeah. Name an establishment Dem who wants. Now, obviously, Talarico is progressive, but he's also still corrupt. He accepts corrupt campaign finance and things like that. He's better than a lot of folks. So a lot of those folks don't want it because that'd piss off their donors. But I bet grassroots people who are running only on small contributions would be fine with Hassan Piker.
I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake. Because the reality is, not only do...
God, I'm so sorry, Argentical. Yeah, and that's my point, Argentical and Elevator Lady. I want to assuage that problem. If I were in power... Even if I can't end capitalism, I am gonna do reforms. But you guys know that in the end, I'm not a reform guy. I'm a revolution guy. But without, you guys see what I mean. Okay, so I completely support these progressive programs if they have an opportunity of improving people's living conditions and things like that. Yeah.
I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community, but also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel, that is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, "Oh, you're right, that this person is bad. Actually, this person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or align with him." Oglo could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, "No, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, you know." And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives, that's what
Dolly Boy, how dare you, you traitor!
Going to vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to
Elevator, I know. Who doesn't admire his beauty, okay?
An allegiance that a politician might have.
We all know he's attractive, but no one is allowed to compliment Hassan. No one in here. I am banning compliments of Hassan.
With a Twitch streamer, if the other side is saying, "I want to give people health care," it's not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate
agree,
about the
Oxbecker.
future
No,
of the
I
Democratic
agree with
Party.
you there, Oxbecker.
In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hassan Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the
Thank you, Dolly Boy. That's much better. I forgive you.
News to you because I happen to have hung around Southern black people all of my life. They ain't that liberal, okay? But that's that. Now, I'm.
By the way, that's also not true. Younger black people are progressive. He's being racist. He's putting all black people into a box and assuming they're all the same. If you talk about older black folks, yeah, a lot of them are more in line with the mainstream Democratic Party. That's all they've really ever known. Same thing with older white liberals. It's mainly the younger black folks are much more progressive. Okay, so he's full of shit.
Sure, what someone on the left would say.
I've hung around black people my whole life. Okay.
Right. We have to have another process. No, we don't.
Hung out with them on my family's plantation. That's what he wanted to say.
And what Hassan Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good, run, go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run. And I think that the judgment of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim...
Honestly, LaQuable, I don't know. I got to tell you, I don't know if we can. It's the same thing with white boomers, okay, who are liberals. They have this like deathly loyalty to the Democratic Party. Okay, I don't know how to fix it. I don't. I really don't. So, yeah.
That there's all of this energy and this activism, then okay, have at it. Mm-hmm. Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the democratic process.
I don't say I was right.
Of
course you are. I don't run for office.
I agree, LaQuable. I agree. I think that if they have to vote for if that's who the candidate is, if the candidate is a progressive, they'll vote for the progressive. I think. I'm pretty sure they will. It's the primaries that are the issue, right?
What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves Democrats?
Jonas, Jonas, oh my God, Jonas, that actually is true. You could try to link progressive politics with religion like Tallarico's doing. There are a lot of Black Baptists, older Black Baptists who are very religious. I suppose that could be an approach. I am not sure, to be honest. There's like a lot of, yeah. You say, J-Max, Jay Williams, my mom is like this. I love her, though, and she hates Trump. Yeah. Same thing with my parents somewhat. They're kind of like standard libs. You know, it's funny because they believe in a lot of the same stuff I believe, but they just don't translate that into voting that much, I've noticed. But anyway, at least not that I'm aware of. Maybe they do. Exactly, Oz. We need to eliminate the electoral college and the two-party system, but to do that, we need progressives. So, like, it gives us it's a problem, right? It might just need that we need to wait a little longer until there's a lot more young people voting and a lot fewer older people voting. Maybe I know that sounds dark. Okay.
Call yourself Democratic Socialist.
I'll look into it though, LaCroix. I am curious about how you do win over older black folks, and by the way, older white folks too. Older lots of folks.
Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do.
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be,
there's no place for criticism of the Israeli government in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. What are you fucking talking about? You can't even criticize the government of Israel. Is that what he said? Oh my God.
Anti-Semitic, go form your own party.
If you want to be anti-Semitic, go and form your own party. Fuck, I cannot stand Zionists. I cannot fucking stand Zionists.
That most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel.
Oh, I see. You're right. He is contradicting himself. Okay. Le Quabois, 80% of Democrats don't support Israel. Yeah. Like they are so detached. They are so detached from reality. The elites of the Democratic Party are so detached from the reality on the ground. It's so fucking insane to me. Like, they don't know what the average Democrat wants. They only care about donors. They only care about the wealthy and what they want. Because to them, it's all about donations. It's not about what Democratic voters wants. And there you go. Yeah, right. Weird Morvis Blum. Yeah, and he's not going to mention the genocide. By the way, guys, to be clear, I also don't like that. I've heard some liberals say that too. Oh, the issue, I don't like the current Israeli government. Right, because it's only been the current Israeli government that has been doing genocide and colonialism. No, it's the problem is Israel. Israel is the problem. Not this government, not that government, not this PM, not that PM. Yeah, Netanyahu is worse than a lot of the other PMs have been, but they're all cut from the same cloth. So it's also just weak sauce to say, I'm against Netanyahu or I'm against this government. You should be against Israel. Okay? That's.
Part of the closest set in history we've ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean.
Hey, Bricks Boy. Miss you, bro. Can you... Who are you, Bricks Boy? Forgive me.
I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state, fully recognized.
Yeah,
you have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state. And we got to have peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like him. They don't do that anymore. And I detest this.
He's saying it out loud. He's like, well, now, before they tried to hide the atrocities, but right now they're not even hiding it. And that's what pisses me off, the fact that they're not even hiding it. Okay, well, maybe you should hate them even if they're hiding it. Like, God damn it. Right, Peck on Bad? Yeah, I know, right? Weird Amorphous Blob. He's just a babbling piece of shit. Le Quabois. They only don't like the current government because the wool was pulled over our eyes when media coverage was more centralized. And that's true. But he just admitted, Lacroix, that Israel used to hide it, right? And that they're not hide. So he knows. At least that's what it seems like to me. Maybe I'm exaggerating. J-Mac, didn't they kill one of their PMs for trying to actually tone it down? I think they did, J-Mac. There was one of their PMs was assassinated. But yeah, he still wasn't great, but yeah.
Settlements, right? And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state.
Yeah, he is
two
awesome.
different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you at the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris. Mm-hmm. Will you endorse the 2028
I hate
candidate
this question.
if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like. I mean, if you ultimately...
Oh, no, you're totally right, Laquabwa. I agree. No, I agree, Laquabwa.
...are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all. Because, again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous, in the Democratic Party especially, that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll...
Wait, Fox Emblem, what did he say? This guy in Clinton? So someone else said something similar, but then I didn't get to see the full message. What was it? Someone made a comment here. This guy in Clinton literally said Obama was a boy who would have gotten us drinks not that long ago. Oh my fucking God. Are you serious? That is insane. I mean, I'm not surprised. He sounds like a slave owner. All right, Oxpecker. The problem is that whether due to exhaustion, lack of interest, understanding the turn of media online, or just old habits dying hard, boomers and Gen X folks are used to their cable box as tools for news and sometimes entertainment. And when your job is stressful enough, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right there, Oxpecker. I agree with you there. Oh, Stan Durko. I am so sorry to hear that. Stan Durko, I haven't seen you in a while, but I understand now. Stan Durko says, hey, everyone, I've been dealing with a bone infection. Oh, ow, that really fucking hurts, Stan Durko. I try to watch every day. I have not been commenting. Please, Stan Durko, get better, okay? Keep us updated. Let us know how you're doing. Bone infections are no joke. Those are extremely painful. Good luck to you, Stan Durko. Please keep us updated, okay? All right. His Southern twang doesn't help his case. Right, Dolly Boy?
See. Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing. It's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country,
yes,
seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time around.
I agree. I say that. I said it first. I said it first. Fuck Hassan. Any money he has made off saying that previously should be forwarded to me. Okay? I'm just saying that is copyrighted. That is copyrighted shit. Okay? That's what I say. He stole it. Anyway. Any fucking Hassan, I swear to God. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to start working out or something. I mean, I already do. I've already been working out. Maybe if I get buff or something, maybe suddenly people will, whatever, it's fine. Okay. Maybe if I don't know, whatever, it's fine. Shut up, Dolly Boy. I hate you so goddamn much. Okay. Anyway, I agree. I've never heard CR saying something as insightful. I hate you, J-Mac. Oh my God. Peck on Bad. I would be so mad. Why aren't you mad? I'm very mad, Peck on Bad. I should, Dion. I should torment him like he does his dog. Okay, I know everyone's going to be mad when I say that. Everyone's going to be... I'm not going to jog, Sir Bert! Okay, fine. Maybe I will. I'll jog a little bit, okay? I'll put up the fucking... All right. So that was that video, guys. I know... I hope this isn't too boring for everyone. I'm just, wanted to give you some insight about how upset people are. All right? How upset people are. Okay? Oh, gosh. Oh, God. Wait. It's leaving. It's getting too high for me. It's getting too high. Okay. I wanted to quickly show you guys this bit. Now, we are all going to hate this tremendously. But this man right here, I hate him. Okay? I hate him. Fine. I'll jog or whatever. Okay. I hate this man so much. Bill Maher is one of the worst people on the planet. Yeah, I hate him. But I wanted you to hear, the commentary, because he is,
there's one thing to be happy about, guys. He's so fucking pissed. He is so fucking pissed. And that should make us happy, right? Bill Maher is a horrific Islamophobe. He's massively condescending, elitist, classist. He's such a monster. He's just a horrible human being. He's one of the worst kind of people. So let's is that true, Fox Emblem? It's literally content ID'd. God damn it. I believe it. Maybe we can't watch it then. Okay, we won't watch it then. I don't want to get content ID'd. I don't want to get hit for that. So maybe we won't watch it. Then maybe at the end, guys, I'll switch over to just Twitch and we can watch it. We also the other thing I wanted to show you guys, this one is, and I know a lot of these folks are mainstream, so they're not as great, but Jon Stewart interviewed John. Yes, I will wait till the end of the stream to watch it only on Twitch, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Jon Stewart interviewed Fetterman. Okay, and why the fuck not? Okay, I'm sorry, Chairman Bart. You're right. Okay. So I wanted to show you, because Jon Stewart actually did a really good job interviewing him. I think he was a bit too nice in some ways, but he cornered him on a few issues. Yeah, he did, Lacroix. He was a good job at pushing back. So let's watch some of the interview with John Fetterman. We all know, honestly, guys, my opinion on John Fetterman is pretty clear in that I really think he's brain damaged. I really do think he's massively brain damaged. I've had students before who have had head trauma or have experienced brain matter death. And I'm not joking, but he acts like one of those students, okay? And I'm not saying that as an insult to anyone who's gone through that. But how he responds to things, you can tell he's parroting things that have been told him and that he really can't think that deeply. Like there's some kind of a fuzz there. There's some kind of like a fuzz in his head. And that's just my opinion. And it doesn't excuse him at all. Okay. It doesn't excuse what he says or does at all, but literally I think he does have brain damage from the stroke he had. Okay. So, but regardless, he's a horrible person and he's a massive traitor and he should be removed from office. And I never want to see him there again. Okay, yeah, he was Weird Amorphous Blob. He was probably pro-Israel before. I can't remember, but I believe you. Before, but like I think after the stroke, he became absolutely a lunatic. He's just completely lost any ability to think at all. Yeah, okay. So you'll see what I mean. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion, but I also hate him. I don't care that he has brain damage. I hate him. Okay, so let's see how this goes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Weekly Show podcast on this.
Also, I think Jon Stewart's kind of hot for an older guy.
Summer day, August 4th, Tuesday, primary.
I'll shut up.
Primary day, election day. Hear ye, hear ye. I voted. Sticker. That was my one-man.
What, Sir Bart?
Show called Primary Day, which happens in August, which, as you know, is great for turnout. We don't know, actually, what happened in those. We're taping. So, ladies,
I would, but no, yeah.
Look at him. He's an ogre.
Wearing a suit and tie. So,
yeah, this is not AI. It's not AI. If I could AI impose a suit, I would, but no, yeah, I'm in a suit, but yeah, normally I.
You have a job interview today?
I thought, wait, I'm already in it, so maybe I could just be a treat for everybody.
I feel terrible now. Yeah. I thought, well,
yeah, and I'm sorry if you dressed in honor, you might not a business casual like this.
So how are things going down there? Do you like being a senator? Is that something that that an enjoyable job, or is it just you sit around just fighting with everybody? What's the vibe down there?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a mixed thing. I mean, it's obviously an honor to be one of Pennsylvania's voice here in the United States Senate, and it's also some of it's professional wrestling, not really kind of important. Like I'm
going to go on here. I want to get to
and that's
the
just
good parts.
Not me. If you look at my voting record, I'm in 90% voting the Democrat line. And now how I differ is
that's a bad sign.
And that's become much more and more pronounced Israel, after 10/7, the gods of war, and as nobody really saw how things would continue. We wouldn't be part of it. Now here we have at the Iranian war now, and then in smaller other kinds of way, shutting our government down, countless kinds of vote to shut our government down. I would vote with the Republican side, not because I'm a Republican, but just the Democratic Party, we used to always be the party
Guys,
that says we must.
Little side note here. There is something called the congressional coat room, or congressional coat rooms, which are these rooms where Congress people, senators can hang out, okay? And they kind of are relaxed in there. So there's like a coat room for the Democrats and a coat room for the Republicans. And they're kind of like, I don't know, lounges. And they're kind of safe spaces for each political party where they can kind of relax, chat about things, and go when they don't have much to do. Yeah, they're kind of like the pubs in Parliament, okay? And for those who don't know, John Fetterman hangs out in the Republican coat room. That's where he hangs out. He hangs out in the Republican coat room, chilling with the Republicans. He doesn't go to the Democrat coat room anymore. I forgot where I heard this. This was a leak from inside the Congress, but that is very interesting, okay? Because that is like, yeah, okay, he hangs out with the Republican coat in the coat, which is very weird and kind of shows that he is aligning himself more with the Republicans. And apparently they're all, and because he doesn't like being near the Democrats because they're constantly critiquing him. Some of them are. And so he's hanging out with the Republicans, and insider reports are saying that, they're constantly whispering in his ear, like the guy from Lord of the Rings who whispers into King Theoden's ear, okay? Grima Wormtongue. They're constantly like whispering sweet nothings into his ear. So yeah, he's aligned with the fucking Republicans. He hangs out with them. He chills with them. All right. So yeah, he is a Republican. He just needs to switch the parties here. Alex Pecker, wow, faction-based teachers lounge, right, Alex Pecker? Okay.
Never shut our government down. That was part of what the Democratic Party really was. And
great,
I represent Pennsylvania, really the most purple state really in the country. And now I don't represent just Democrats. I represent all people here in Pennsylvania.
Yes,
so these views are...
Yeah, I agree, Weirdomorphous Blob. Can you hear it, Weirdomorphous Blob, in his... I mean, not Weirdomorphous Blob, I'm sorry. Fox Emblem. His sentences are so disconnected and grammatically wrong. Yeah, Fox Emblem. Like, a lot of people don't notice it, but after being a teacher, I notice it. Like, how he talks, there's something about it. It's robotic. I don't know how to frame it. Okay.
Firmly rooted in basic kinds of democratic values. But after the Trump re-election, that just kind of flipped some things on its head.
And do you attribute that to, what they call Trump derangement syndrome? Do you believe that the Democratic Party in those instances is suffering?
I agree. It is a real thing. And that makes it more difficult to try to call balls and strikes.
Apparently, the Democratic Party is too critical of Trump.
I'm aware that if I happen to disagree with like the party line, there's a price to pay. But I think it's more important to be, hey, I honestly think this is the right take, and I think what's appropriate. And no, I mean, there's a lot of stories of how I've become, increasingly more unpopular with Democrats in my state, and I'm aware of it. But these were all very specific choices because I think, this is the correct take. And now I would rather have people know what I happen to believe, because again, they're rooted in very democratic kinds of values.
Druzilla,
well, let me sort of, so let's tease that out a little bit, because
okay.
In America right now, the Republicans have the Senate, the House, the judiciary.
They have the trifecta.
Supreme Court, and they have the presidency.
Yeah.
Democrats represent, it's a pretty 50-50 country, wouldn't you say? I mean, we're, right now, at least, Democrats are represented by, millions and millions and millions of votes. but they don't really have the way that the Republicans have governed.
Yeah, LaQual, but see, that's the thing,
any
he doesn't
say
care.
in anything.
He doesn't give a fuck about his constituents. He keeps talking about what's best for Pennsylvania, but he doesn't give a shit. You can tell, it's almost like someone is telling him that this is what is best, but like he's not, I don't know. I hate him.
So wouldn't you say that trying to use any leverage that they possibly could have to get things like reforms
Nice hit, Oxpecker, right in the face. Okay.
To ICE agents that don't seem to be trained, that are creating violence in the streets of America, that aren't going after the worst of the worst, but are frightening hardworking immigrants into staying in their homes.
I'm sorry, Stan.
Don't you think that's a legitimate reason to try and leverage whatever opportunity they would have? TDS seems like a convenient excuse for a lot of legitimate concerns.
Yeah, well, the only actual tool and the only actual real leverage that Democrats have, that's the filibuster. 100%. And I just had an op-ed in the Washington Post, and I was trying to remind America and Democrats specifically that we, including me, we were so wrong about scrapping the filibuster back in the 2022 cycle.
Oh my fucking God, he's such a traitor. Okay, that's what we should have done. We should have scrapped the filibuster and actually got shit done. But Biden didn't actually want to raise the minimum wage or anything, so we didn't do it. So he's like, no. He's like doing Republican talking points. Okay.
Now, we all ran on that, and we all were committed to eliminate the filibuster. And if we were successful, we may have passed some things back in 22.
Exactly.
But 100% in January of 2024 or 2025, they would have been able to run the table, 100% run the table. And if anyone that's listening have been horrified or troubled by a lot of legislation being proposed, that would have been amateur hour compared to how they would have been.
For those who don't know, guys, the Democrats, what they do, they have this process of when they're in power, they say they're going to do all this shit. No, barely. They barely even say they're going to do shit. And when they get in there, and suddenly they just don't have enough votes to overcome the Republicans, especially in the Senate. They don't have enough votes to overcome the filibuster, which doesn't matter. If you have the majority in the Senate, you can overturn the filibuster and just do a majority vote. But they refuse to do that. And then they do this little song and dance where they're like, uh-oh, we just couldn't do it. Uh-oh, we just couldn't do it. We tried, but they didn't try. They don't do a fucking thing. And then they use the filibuster as an excuse for why they can't do a fucking thing. Okay. They could do something, they choose not to. And here is Fetterman being like, I'm glad we did nothing, because then the Republicans would be doing something if we didn't do nothing. No, the Republicans are going to do whatever they want, as they always do. They already have overturned the filibuster on a couple of occasions, in order to pass things. So, they always do this little cute song and dance. There's nothing we could do. Right? There totally is. And then they can escape blame for it. And by the way, Obama did the same thing, guys. Obama, Biden, I'm going to sneeze. They always do the same little song and dance, and then they barely push to actually get it passed. There is a way to push to get it passed. That is, yes, it might be for a president to push to get things passed through the Senate. And yeah, it might be kind of rude, I guess, but I don't give a fuck. That's called the bully pulpit. Why didn't Biden get in front of a fucking, lectern and start naming Democrats who are not going to vote for raising the minimum wage and saying, please put pressure on these Democrats. I want to pass this. I want to raise your wages. And these senators, name them, are not doing it. Put pressure on these senators for me. Now I'm not saying you call for violence. I'm just saying, call them out. You have the bully pulpit. And then bring them into your office and threaten them. Threaten to not support them during their re-elections. Threaten to, make their lives a living hell every single day they're in office. I know. Wow, I sound cruel. I don't give a fuck. That's how politics works. And if you want to get things done for people as the president, okay, that actually helps people, you need to use the bully pulpit. But of course, they never will because, that's not civil. Okay, the Republicans have no problem doing that shit. One of the things that Donald Trump does well, unfortunately, is he does intimidate the Republicans, okay, to get them to do shit, even if they don't want to. Not always, but he also does things that are illegal. I am not saying we'd do stuff that was illegal. I'm just saying use the fucking bully pulpit. There have been other presidents that have done that too, and it has worked. Okay. It's the exact same thing that Trump does, and eventually it works. Exactly, Dolly Boy. Biden was way too old. And guys, like, there are so many ways you could put pressure on members of Congress.
Able to remake our society because they would have had the trifecta. Trump was at the apex of his power, and they could have passed and done everything. And if the Senate was working on basic majority like the House, we would have rendered ourselves as essentially a smaller version of the House, and they would have been able to remake our society.
Wouldn't you say
they can? They don't want to. So listen, that's the other illusion. They thought that the Republicans aren't doing all of what Trump wants because but because of the filibuster, no. They don't want to do all of what Trump wants because a lot of what Trump wants is bad for their donors, okay? Because Trump is a bit of a loose cannon. So there's been a lot of things that Trump has recommended that has either been bad for Republican Party donors or for them getting reelected. So, like, cutting Medicare or Medicaid or whatever, they've not done that as much as he wants because that'll be very bad for their reelection chances. Okay, so, like, it's not that they are they're being stopped by the filibuster. They would overturn it immediately if they wanted to.
They have remade our society, by using gimmicks like reconciliation.
Yeah, Dion. And then it's like, oh no, the Republicans are on the rise again. Let's not challenge them or else we scare their voters. Yeah, Dion. Oh my God, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
They're not
gonna out Republican the Republicans. I hate this idea of like we need to try and appeal to Republicans. You're not gonna out Republican the Republicans.
Using executive power in ways that hadn't been used before. Haven't they done that already?
Yeah, well, a lot of those executive orders were just overturned or stopped by the courts. And now I know I kind of got whacked when I said, well, what is a real constitutional crisis? That's when the president is going to defy, court orders. And because it doesn't describe the solution in the Constitution, that's a crisis. And as far as I know, that the president hasn't defied a single court.
Come on. You have to be kidding me, right? Like, that is just hilariously stupid. He has defied multiple court orders. Okay, he has broken the law on multiple occasions. This is why, like, I don't know. Jesus, like, he's just like, I don't know, but that's why I think he literally seems to not just think critically at all. This is why I think he has brain damage, but okay. I mean, he's probably lying. But even other Democrats wouldn't say that. They'd be like, yeah, Donald Trump violates the law all the time. Even Corpo Dems say that.
Order. Now, a lot of noise, but he hasn't defied any specific ones. And that's the way the system's supposed to work.
Well, he has. I mean, he's defied court orders and congressional law. I mean, just even in the TikTok case, you guys voted that had to be divested, and he ignored that. He just didn't do it. And then he handed a pretty powerful social media tool to his friends, the Ellisons and other people. I guess that's my point is I understand you're saying there are certain norms or things that you don't want Democrats to do. But given the legitimate concerns that people have about executive overreach, these types of...
Absolutely, that's a real thing.
But of course.
Yeah, but I'd like to revisit this idea, the filibuster. The Democratic Party, and I am part of it, and I was definitely part of that, to limiting the filibuster.
It's funny that he has to remind us that he's part of the Democratic Party. He's like, I'm part of the Democratic Party. I'm part of the Democratic Party. I promise. Okay, well, by the way, not really anything to brag about to begin with, but
how dangerous that was if we were successful. And they would have been able to pass every single, wish list,
now if they want to.
on the Republican playbook. And now we would have been a whim of the political extremism, and they'd be able to pass everything. The only thing that we've ever stopped, Save America Act.
Yeah, that's the only thing the filibuster has actually done.
Yeah.
In fact, you've played kind of a role in, getting their nominees going. You've been kind of the contradictory vote from the Democrats to get him some pretty controversial appointees. I'm just curious, because the filibuster seems like it hasn't really stopped them from getting the people that they want, getting unqualified people into the cabinet, into the Department of Justice.
Yeah, I mean, and many of them I didn't vote for. And if you're going to bring up Blanche, I'm not going to vote for him as well too. There's some that I would vote for, and then there's many that I haven't, because that it's just I don't believe that's the kind of right person for the job. Overall, I really try to call balls and strikes. I do think, like, for example, Mayorkas, he did a terrible job. He was never should be impeached. He didn't break the law. Incompetence, is not, for impeachment. But overall, trying to describe an honest assessment that as a Democrat from Pennsylvania, that's been my role. And if you look at my voting record, I haven't changed these core things like pro-choice. I don't turn our back on the gay or trans community in America, and very, very pro-immigration, very, very pro-union. All of those kind of boilerplate kinds of Democratic issues that hasn't changed.
Right.
So that's where we're at. And now you talk about ICE. Absolutely.
It is, Dion. It is a problem that bad politics can't be punished. And I think they should have impeached Mayorkas like they should have, but they never will, because we don't have any accountability in our government.
Called for no, she has to go. And now we brought in a new leader now. I've said this, deport all of the criminals, 100% deport all of them.
Honestly, I don't know where Demorphous Blob. I believe he had his attack trans kids, but I haven't heard that possibly he could have.
I hope we could all agree on those things. We need to secure our border. We do need to secure our border. And then I've said, do not target otherwise hardworking, migrants that are a very important part of our economy.
Donald Trump is targeting other hardworking migrants. I don't want him to target any migrants, but okay.
Specifically, like in my state, in agriculture too, or tourism, or these other kinds of positions too, trying to find the right balance of secure our border, deport all the criminals, but
oh no, neither do I, Dion. I don't either.
Stop targeting otherwise.
I think most of us agree with you, Dion, that we don't really like the border enforcement shit. In the end, I would love there to be no borders, to be honest with you. Now, obviously, that'll take a lot of time, and we need to make a lot of changes. I know. The right wing and moderates will, is going to view me as a caricature. But yeah, I don't give a fuck. People can move across the borders, and I don't want to deport people. Okay, I just don't. So, okay.
There's innocent kinds of migrants here, including my family. My wife was a former dreamer. Yeah.
Right. But that's my point is, so they are targeting those people.
Yes.
And they are, there have been killings, and even Homan has admitted that the training on the killing in I can't remember if it was Maine or if it was the one in Minnesota, there's quite a few of them. So I guess my question to you is, you're agreeing with the majority, I think, of Democrats on that, but not agreeing.
Very clear vocally.
Yeah, ICE is basically
but not
the
agreeing
SS.
with their method of trying. How do Democrats influence that if the Trump administration is running roughshod over
funded through the big beautiful bill? The thing
I want to go
to
Israel.
I did not vote for that as well too. They had unlimited money.
Ground News app. And it helps you better understand, or even or scan the.
And in fact, she even said abolish prison.
Okay, here we go.
We're filming this, in Michigan, the person that's going to win is calling to abolish ICE. And then the governor race in Wisconsin.
Oh, this is what I wanted to get to. Him talking about.
And now you have my party, they're returning back to the worst impulses. Abolish ICE, abolish the border, and say these kinds of extreme things.
You're saying the Democratic Party is returning to abolish ICE and abolish borders?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people that are winning, like, when we're filming this, in in Michigan, the person that's going to win is calling to abolish ICE, and then the governor race in Wisconsin.
Are you here, Dion,
in fact, she even said abolish prisons as well.
We're going to watch
but
your
she
video
said that
here in a second.
she had said that previously, and she's walked that back in the same way that a lot of people in the heat of the George Floyd moment said defund the police, and then ultimately said, you know what, that was an emotional response, and I think that was the wrong policy. But aren't you elevating what seems to be I mean, how many people have, like, three DSA or 5? It seems like the Democratic Party is largely still just the Democratic Party, and there are some people that associate with either the DSA or social democracies that are gaining a foothold. But I don't imagine how many. What are we talking about? 3 or 4?
Well, it's actually many more. There's one in Colorado. There's many in New York. And now I just seen the recent poll. Over a third of Democrats identify themselves as socialists, or have sympathies in that kind of way. So it is a significant issue. You know,
oh my God, did we get a raid? Oh, hello, 12th Doctor 1212. Thank you, 12th Doctor. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you here. Okay, glad to see you here. Thank you for the raid. Okay, hope you're doing well. Right. So everyone check out 12th Doctor. Okay, so guys, this is hilarious to me. This idea that so this is actually good. A third of the Democratic Party supports socialism. That's amazing. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
We got wrecked in 24 because a lot of the extreme things that we were saying in 2020 now came back to haunt us, and that's why we found ourselves here in the minority. And I'm saying, hey, we can't go back to the same extreme views because we have to win actual battleground states. It's not echo chambers in Brooklyn or now. And here you see the people with these extreme views are breaking through in Michigan and in Wisconsin and places like in Colorado in there. So I'm saying, let's resist these extreme kinds of views to abolish everything. And now the DSA is an emerging factor here. Now, I'm not elevating him. I'm just describing what I'm witnessing that's coming as a regular Democrat. And now that's the reality.
Okay.
And I expect El Sayed will win by double digits.
So let me see if I can frame this in a slightly different way.
Yeah, he's annoying.
Why do you think it is that there is a kind of momentum behind these more, as you would call them, extremists, or I would say, they're a mix. There's a certain nuance to it.
Yeah.
But don't you think
some of the messaging is
happening
off? And I've said this,
reason?
guys. I do think that some of the messaging for the left has been off for like the Democratic Socialists. The fact that what people remember is the idea of like abolish prisons is not a good image to have in people's heads. I mean, it is for us, but we need to present it differently. We need to talk about the steps that takes. But I think in most cases, they're going to exaggerate it in any way. I would prefer if the DSA, parts of their platform, they didn't explicitly say it. And yeah, they used phrases like prison reform or like police reform. But we all know deep down what they actually mean. But because we know what that will end with, okay? But we need to reform so that we can start heading towards that. But like, yeah. They used to not have those. Yeah, they didn't, weird amorphous blob. They didn't used to have those in their platform. Then they added those, probably because of pressure, I'm guessing. But that doesn't mean we don't want to get rid of them. But it is true that we're not going to get rid of them like right away. We're going to have to, there's going to be steps that it takes. Yeah, reform is less scary. Okay. Exactly, LaQuable. And listen, I feel like bad nitpicking that, but it's just that I hear it over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe it's time to change tactics if that's like the point that is being used against you all the time. Okay, well, whatever. Maybe not. It's just a thought.
In other words, it's not happening. The same sort of impulses and energies that drove Donald Trump's rise economic populism, a dissatisfaction with the status quo. On the Democratic side, couldn't you say that this is happening because establishment Democrats, the party that you're
12th
talking
Doctor,
about,
what do you mean? I think we should have in every program abolish the police and replace it with a people's militia. Hey, Weirdomorphous Blob, I'd get behind that too, but maybe I'd frame it differently. Reform the police. And by reform, I mean abolish them and give it people's militia. Anyway, 12th Doctor, what were you streaming about before now? What were you streaming about? Okay.
Think is the more reasonable party.
Yeah, Argentical.
Hasn't delivered for people in the way that they think is appropriate. You know, these.
Oh, I got you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Well, I'm okay with like a people's militia, I guess. But if it were like a lefty militia, I don't know.
These moments don't happen out of thin air. These are conditions on the ground where people are dissatisfied with the status quo. And you have candidates that come up and they present economic proposals and other proposals that feel more urgent to the moment. In other words, why are you blaming them when in some ways
I know that would be crazy. I know you were joking about that.
Be blaming yourself and your colleagues.
Okay.
It's not, well, I'm not blaming.
Did you hear what he said, guys? Maybe people are just dissatisfied with what you're doing, and maybe you should blame yourself and your colleagues. Thank you, John Stewart. He's right.
I'm describing here where we at and what's happening now too. And I'm like, when we have people winning elections saying absurd kinds of positions that were absolutely toxic back in 2020 and saying, stop saying these kind of extreme things are not workable.
So, LaQual, you say, I think that's why so many on the left are against framing it as reforming the police, because the reform we've done doesn't work. So 2 things here. You're right. But the second thing is there actually hasn't been like any police reform. There's like been barely any. It has been an illusory police reform, right? It's been like a coat of paint. It's an illusion. It's not real police reform. The Democratic Party will say they reformed and they haven't. That being said, we do need to abolish eventually. So first we need to actually do real reform, okay, like police reform, because most Americans support police reform. As I recall, if you look at the polls say that most Americans support, if you use the word police reform, they support it. So like, okay, we'll reform the police towards abolishing them. Okay, so I don't know, but okay.
Real world overall. And don't we want to win? Do we want to be the people, leading the conversation instead of having another kinds of subordinate position like we are currently in and have been since in January of 2025? So
you think you lost in 2024?
Exactly, LaQual. Abolish and replace with a better institution. They abolish and replace with a better institution. That's exactly what I mean too, right? We need to get rid of the current police force and replace it with something better, because right now it's awful. Okay. I'm going to go back here. I'm sorry. I missed this part about Israel. I'm too caught up on the police topic here.
Another kinds of subordinate position like we are currently in and have been since
absolutely Argentical.
In January of 2025.
And as I've said, guys, real fast, on the police issue, there are so many issues with this. First, we need to fix material conditions to reduce any, which will help with what we perceive as crime, right? Fix material conditions, provide mental health care for people, do all these things. And also we need like major changes in the prison system. And we also need to make it so that there's fewer guns out there, which is that whole point I made before. We need fewer guns. We need major economic reforms, changes, etc. We need to deal with the police problem. Okay, that's my point here. Is if we can have that end goal with the police of like getting a new police force or having a new organization there. But we're not going to be able to do that anyway unless we achieve those first set of goals. And then, so if we focus on that we can say police reform, and then in our platforms, focus on the economic stuff we're going to do to repair society so that there isn't a need for that force anymore. Okay, let me put it this way. I'm not saying there is a need for it, but that people won't be so afraid of not having that force. Does that make sense? Okay, and later we can replace that force, because I think you'll always need some kind of policing force. I just do, except maybe like in the far, far future, you won't need it. Maybe in the far, far future, but you need something there. But it doesn't have to be a barbaric, racist thug organization. Okay. So anyway.
5.
So you think you lost in 2024 because of the extremism of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or the Joe Biden administration?
Yeah, I mean, I was on the, in fact, El Sayed, for example, he was a big leader in the uncommitted, saying, don't vote Democrat, don't vote for these people. And now, like, some things that I've never done,
exactly,
I drove thousands and thousands.
So real life Cat DJ, let me, kind of, Thelonious, actually kind of. That'd be cool if we had community type policing. Real life Cat DJ, I have a couple critiques of what you're saying, real life Cat DJ. You guys know, I always feel like when I talk about the police, people are going to misperceive what I'm saying here. Okay, I love that, Thelonious. Like, I'd love community policing. That'd be great. Real life Cat TJ says, CR, you're missing the point that the whole point of the police is to continue reinforcing the worsening of material conditions. So the whole point of police is to, first of all, that is an oversimplification. The primary purpose of police is to defend the owning class, is to defend property owners, is to defend the capital class. There are things the police do, though, that are good. Okay, see, this is going to sound bad, okay? There are some things that we make the current police force do that are necessary for protecting the working class. I don't know how to frame this, okay? So, like, that is why, so, for example, if someone's being raped, what are you going to do? Is that if the police come to assist in that and arrest someone for doing a sexual assault, is that them defending the capital class, right? It is partially, because if you let that happen too much, you're going to have a chaotic society that turns against you. Or what if again, the reason, guys, I say this is because I used to work in a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems. And there would be kids in that group home who were 14 years old and who were being sex trafficked by pimps. And the police would hunt them down and arrest them. Now, that is an economic issue largely, that those people exist, but there needs to be, like, that's why we need a force that does protect innocent people from other people who are doing them harm, that is not beholden to capital, but is beholden to the average person and is beholden to what's best for society. Okay, exactly, real life Catty J, which is why we need to get rid of the cops as they currently exist and replace them with something that works, because what they are now doesn't work. And they murder people and they do mass violence. Okay. Okay. Yes, weird amorphous blob. Exactly, weird amorphous blob. But would you agree, weird amorphous blob, that even in like a socialist society, if it's not perfect communism, there will still be some number of people that do things like that. And in order to defend that social order, you will need some kind of police force even then. But like, this is complicated. My point is, though, yes, they should be beholden to the communities they reside in. They shouldn't be beholden to some corporate interest or some wealthy person. Okay, exactly. Some institution that serves a policing function. But again, this is beside the point, guys. The current police force is wretched in a lot of ways. Okay, it's like so fucked up. But there are many reasons why that is. It's not as simple as just saying make them disappear on day one. But you guys know this. We need to change material conditions. We need to deal with the gun issue. Okay, there's just too many guns everywhere. We need to, there's a lot of shit we need to do. We mainly need to deal with material conditions. All right, right. Weird Morse blob. Okay, I know, JMac. But JMac, that's the problem, though. How do you reform the police unless you also change those other things? Or how do you get rid of them unless you change those other things? Or even reform them. There are ways to reform them, I suppose, where you could like do community policing and other things like that. But this is my issue, and I'm not an expert on this, but there seem to be, it's such a complex issue. It almost seems like there are multiple steps that need to happen for anything to work. Which is why I always kind of come up with all this nuance when I'm talking about it, because it's so complex.
The miles all across Pennsylvania to try to elect Vice President Harris, and I've done that. But on the ground, it's very clear we're going down, because the energy and a lot of the way that they've been positioned as people that are not in touch with people, and now we've lost the argument. And at no point did I had a strong feeling.
So real life cat. So literally, let's talk about this. Real life Cat TJ says we should stop hiring new officers and instead train social workers. You think social workers are going to be able to deal with people who have guns? Because I've heard that argument too. Let's just replace the police with social workers. You guys think that in a country where there are more guns than people, you can just send out social workers to deal with a rape or with some guy holding his children hostage with a gun, okay? And that's going to actually fix the problem, a social worker. I disagree. I think that is naive thinking. I do. Because unless you change the underlying material conditions, okay, that's going to be a big fucking problem. Okay, J-Mac, thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, J-Mac. I hate you, J-Mac. I'm just like, you see my problem. This is that's why I'm saying it's very complex. All right.
That we can win this. And anyone spent time in Pennsylvania there during that election, we all understood we have a serious challenge.
But don't you think this new sort of energy and economic
You think I'm a centrist, Real Life Cat TJ? I hate you so much.
Populism is a response to that.
Well, what is that? Is that socialism? And in more, it's communism. It's, that's not an economic model that has never worked in the history.
But that sounds like a caricature. El Sayed is running on, he wants to ban corporate money, wants to tax, I guess, higher taxes on billionaires for housing and education, Medicare for all. When you say that's communism, that feels like a caricature.
I agree. Never said that.
You're right, Thelonious. He's just a parrot. He's just a fucking parrot. All right, I know.
I call real communists
I hate you, Real Life Cat TJ. Okay.
That are cheering for communism. People like Hassan Piker, for example. He's a big influence, in the Democratic Party conversation, and he is a communist. He celebrates Mao and describes is going to be proud to visit Cuba and stand on.
Yeah, Hassan is a communist, but I don't know. Some communists would disagree with that. I don't know how to frame it. He does say he is, and he does praise Mao and stuff, but I don't care. That sounds lovely.
People on those sides. That's not a smear. That's just using the kinds of words and the positions that he has.
Yeah. By the way, it's also just not true. Maybe we'll watch a video sometime of people claiming that socialism never works. That is not how that works. Okay, that is not how that works.
Part of his platform.
So you're saying he says, I'm a communist and I want America to be communist.
No.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being okay with Cuba. I don't see the problem.
I'm saying that he has the kinds of views. Now, you were very, very instrumental in delivering aid for victims of 9/11.
Yeah, socialism works until capitalism decides to bomb it. Right. Yeah, I know. Right, guys. We have to be clear, socialism has never really had a chance to flourish to begin with. It really hasn't. The times that it has always been embargoed, it has always been isolated, mistreated, accosted, I don't know how to tell you, undermined. So yeah, and now I'm not saying that the early communist states were perfect. They were experiments that weren't perfect. But it's definitely hard to succeed in that regard if you're constantly under siege, right? I think we can agree with that. And you're not really able to function in any kind of way.
But you've been here and you've been very...
And by the way, Cuba actually did really fucking well for its position. Okay, to be clear, even then, Cuba was great.
Effective for do that. Mm-hmm. For an individual, it says that America, we deserve that.
Yeah, and the blockade, right? I've done presentations before, folks. I've done presentations before about how Castro cut child poverty by half, and he got every kid vaccinated, and he built dozens of schools just in the first few months that he was in power. He built roads all over Cuba. He massively improved the life of millions of Cubans. Okay. And no one ever talks about that. He did the land reform. He broke up big estates that were, including estates owned by relatives of his, broke it up and distributed it amongst poor peasants. I mean, come on, that's really fucking awesome. All right. But all you'll hear is, well, he killed some people. Yeah. You know, my two favorite communists generally are Ho Chi Minh and Castro. Regardless, Castro, he had these trials that he actually didn't necessarily want to have these trials, but there was massive public outrage, and the people were demanding that the former landowners and capitalists be held accountable. They were literally in the streets screaming for it. So he had these kind of kangaroo court trials, and yeah, people were executed. Not that many compared to Batista. And after every revolution and during every revolution in history, there's been mass death, including the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, mass death, mass death. Every revolution has violence. And compared to other revolutions, Castro's revolution was actually relatively small on the violence. Okay, so literally, if you look at the stats, am I saying I completely support it? No, but what do you expect to happen after abusing people for so long on an island, where, by the way, on Cuba were the first concentration camps, which were made by the Spanish. They were called the reconcentrados. They had been abused for hundreds of years. What do you expect to happen? Okay. Yeah, literally, Castro was the moderate voice, was the moderating voice. And then we can talk about Ho Chi Minh. We did a whole presentation on Ho Chi Minh. How they did massive land reform that was deeply popular. And there were mistakes made during this land redistribution but it was so, it was very successful. But even though there were only a few mistakes made where there were people killed who shouldn't have been killed and their land taken, and we're talking a few thousand, Ho Chi Minh stopped the land reform, got in front of a camera and cried on camera, begging forgiveness for the mistakes, okay? Even though, honestly, not that many people died at all in the land reforms if you compare other revolutions. And a lot of the people who did die were landowners who resisted having their land taken from them, okay? I know, it's so fucking stupid, LaQual, but CR, have you ever considered how Castro stole my grandma's ponies? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay. So, it's just, regardless, there are some, that's not to say every socialist project, there were some really big mistakes made that I can't excuse, to be clear. Mao made some horrible mistakes that resulted in the mass starvation of millions upon millions upon millions of people. Oopsie. You can't really oopsie that away. That doesn't excuse it. There was lots of starvation under Stalin. There was, to the point where you could argue he did some of it on purpose or didn't really care to fix it that fast. Pol Pot was horrific. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to go into this right now, but okay. And we've said before, guys, I've told you guys before, do you know who killed more people than communism ever has? Capitalism. If you look at the number of dead under capitalist regimes in history, from famines, from imperialist capital wars, capitalism goes far beyond communism and the number of deaths it's caused. Now, that is sort of a weak comparison because we don't know what it would have been like. We don't know what it would have been like if communists had been around that long, but I can pretty much guarantee you there wouldn't have been as many deaths, okay? Just by the nature of capitalism. Okay, we get my point here? All right.
I'm deeply offended by that. And I don't
one last thing. The nature of early socialist experiments have been improved upon since they were started. China isn't the same as it was under Mao. Vietnam isn't the same way it was at the very beginning of the Vietnamese People's Republic or whatever it's called, okay? They have changed and adapted their methods based off the experience that they've had. So we're not a socialist state today likely won't look like the Soviet Union, okay? Because the Soviet Union wasn't perfect, and like we learned a lot from how they did their economy. That there are probably better ways to do certain parts of it. That doesn't mean they were wrong. It just means that it was an experiment that we can learn from. So, we've talked about other kinds of socialism and kind of what modern socialist thinking is on these things. So anyway, but we can keep going here.
Support that, and I'm certainly not going to campaign with him, or I'm not going to explain that way.
Well, Bill Maher said that the 9/11 terrorists weren't cowards, and you went on his podcast and you talked to him all the time. So I guess what I'm saying is, aren't you cherry picking certain things and maybe losing the forest for the trees?
Two things are not the same. Making a statement.
Yeah, no, you're totally right, Argenticle. Science has improved. Also, technology has improved since then, which could make things easier, right?
Compared to saying that we deserve that, opposed to describing it in different terms. So that's just not
exactly where it was. Even the Bolsheviks knew that it wasn't perfect. Okay, like you're absolutely true.
The same.
But he's not running.
And Bill Maher is not a communist too. Bill Maher does not describe Hamas as 1,000% better than Israel.
So for you, it literally is. They've made statements in the past, or their economic policies are more sympathetic to socialism. So let me shift it a bit. You want capitalism to survive, yes?
Absolutely. I'm absolutely proud American capitalist, and
proud American capitalist. Yeehaw!
I do think, I'm much more concerned about our country losing to China in the AI race.
Right.
And now, for me, another unpopular view that I might have as a Democrat: data centers. Guys, if we ban them or we have a long-term moratorium.
Can I just say I'm really glad that here in this community, we all understand that, like, when someone praises capitalism, that I'm so glad that we're in a community where most people view them as lunatics when they do that. Okay. That makes me very happy. I just sat down. I'm not going to dance, Druzilla, so screw you. Okay. Like, I'm so glad I'm in a community where when you hear someone going, yeah, I love capitalism, most of us probably cringe, right? Who cringed when you heard that? I hope everyone did. Okay. Oh my God, right? Weird ones. He probably loved Ronald Reagan.
China
yes, it is Gwen. Hello, Gwen. Yes, this is what's his face? Fetterman.
Would be elated on that.
Yeah,
and
I don't
you
blame
have
you,
frontier models like Mythos and now the new AI version 1. They've been able to break out. And to hack and go attack other kinds of organizations. Thank God that they're American companies. The second the Chinese are able to have those frontier models.
He's such a fucking idiot. He's like defending American AI and then saying they break out. Oh God, wait till other countries do that. But first of all, can we point out that, like, I don't believe they broke out. I'm fairly certain that they were allowed to be broken out, because then those companies can excuse hacking into their competitors' computer systems. That's a little conspiracy theory of mine that has a little bit of evidence behind it. But anyway, maybe we should get our own. Like, okay, you know what? We'll see what he says.
And unleash them on there.
Yeah.
So now that's going to make these small potatoes in terms of the kind of economic damage that an AI model with those kind of capabilities like Mythos.
Yeah, in the Chinese, right? Am I Argenticle? I hoped I was. Okay.
Or say another one. That's what I'm really concerned about.
Yes. I'm not concerned about our own AI apparently breaking its bonds and attacking other companies. We have to be worried about other countries' AI. Okay.
For me.
But that's a case for stronger regulation, which we aren't doing, because the AI companies.
Well, we should have regulation.
Right, but we're not doing it because the AI companies are paying millions and millions of dollars into our government. But I want to get back to sort of what we're talking about. You're saying you're a capitalist. So this is, I just want to reframe the argument a little bit.
Some dumb beats, you say, does your brother make a living off his ownership of stuff, or is he just capitalist in the simp form?
What are you referring to there, some dumb beats?
Because Piker, I don't think is a
RAI
communist.
is
I think he said he's
patriotic,
socialist.
hilarious.
But the point.
No, me too, Argentical. I want Chinese EV cars. You're so right. I want China's EV cars. Why America is so annoying that they don't let us buy China's EV cars. They're so much cheaper and better than ours. I just want one of the Chinese cars. Sir Bart, can you, like, I don't know, FedEx me one?
Do you think capitalism isn't one of the reasons there's so much energy on the left now for
I got you, some dumb beats. I got you. Okay.
This type of populist rhetoric is that many.
That was so mean, Chairman Bart. You just said no, and that's it. That was mean. Why is Chairman Bart always mean to me? I'm always super nice to Chairman Bart.
People believe that capitalism, as we are practicing it, meaning a lot of corruption, crony capitalism, a lot of the playing field is tilted towards capital investment and away from labor. That capitalism, as it is being practiced.
It's almost like that's how the system is constructed to function. And if you have a system where there is an incentive for the owning class to do whatever it needs to do for profit, that'll ultimately be what happens. Okay, it's almost like it's kind of built into the system for that to happen, unless you have organized labor to push back on it, which we don't. Right? Maybe that's an issue with capitalism. Ever think of that?
Just in America is increasing inequality.
Yep.
And leaving too many people behind, and that this energy is not there necessarily to destroy it, but to reform it in a way that will rebalance the scale. This is, I guess what I'm asking is, don't you think this is coming from the lived experience of people under the way capitalism is being practiced in
America? I agree, Gwen. I hate Bill Maher.
America in this moment.
Let's see what he says about this. Have we heard about Israel much yet? Has he talked about Israel much yet?
I think I return it back to this idea that AI is transforming the world 100%, whether you have to like it or not. It's like if someone is going
Israel's
to win,
after this? Okay.
And for me, I want America to win that because we are the good guy, in this.
I'm sorry, I can't believe people still unironically say America's the good guy. Oh my fucking God. Whew, sorry. Oh my God, I almost popped a vein in my face laughing so hard. Forgive me. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. That was rude. I shall continue.
The second we hinder our own ability to develop these kind of tools, the Chinese will seize the lead, and then they would weaponize that in ways, and the kinds of damage they could inflict are untold trillions. And that's my real concern for a lot about that overall.
Yeah, and Argentical, join the book club. We're reading Jakarta Method, which is a great book.
No, I think I'm understanding sort of your position on AI. I'm talking about the broader conversation on you're being very critical of those on the left.
No, I'm not being critical. I'm just describing,
right.
and I'm saying, if anything, the left is very critical about as a Democrat.
I forgot about that,
for
Elevator.
me.
What time is that at? I forgot to advertise that for you. Elevator, what time is the meeting tonight? The book club meeting tonight? 9?
That because I have very strong views on Israel, and I think it's a wrong thing to shut our government down.
Understood. But I'm talking
9 p.m. Ohio time. Okay, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, folks. Join our Discord. We're having the book club meeting tonight. It is, if you guys don't mind, if you want to join the Discord, it's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Click on the Discord link, join it, and then we will, at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time in the book club channel, book club voice channel, we will have the meeting tonight. You don't have to have read the book. You don't have to even turn on your camera. You don't even have to speak. You can just sit there and chat with us, okay? But it's lovely. It's a lovely time. I recommend it.
About the broader,
that's true.
You're saying you don't like these people because they're socialists.
That's okay, Gwen. Really.
And communists.
No,
and that you're a capitalist.
I write Oxpecker. Why do I feel like there's an Israeli diplomat behind his camera holding flashcards? Right. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit here.
Being very critical of those on the left.
No, I'm not being critical. I'm just describing And I'm saying, if anything, the left is very critical about, as a Democrat, as for me, that because I have very strong views on Israel, and I think it's a wrong thing to shut our government down.
Understood. But I'm talking about the broader, you're saying you don't like these people because they're socialists and communists.
No,
and that you're a
it's
capitalist.
not a personal thing.
Oh.
It's not a personal thing.
Well,
It's
you've called them the dirtbag left, which is somewhat personal.
Yeah.
The dirtbag left. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is a term. That is a term. Absolutely.
I mean, it's somewhat derogatory, but
yeah. See what I mean? Word of
I guess I'm trying to
see it like that was his first response. Yeah, that was the like he can't even laugh. All right.
To get to the point, saying, do you think the way capitalism is working in this country is working the way that it should? And don't you think that your voters, and you described yourself as a progressive years ago, you don't do it anymore, but don't you think your voters are feeling the effects of a system that benefits capital and disadvantages labor?
Oh, yeah. Gwen, wish her good luck for us. I copy what Lacroix says. My daughter has her first professional interview tomorrow. That's where I was earlier supporting her. Amazing. Okay.
For me, this idea there, in terms of what is a progressive right now, but for increasingly, the defining issue within Democratic Party is Israel and the Gaza war overall. That has become like the defining issue right now in a lot of these elections, overall.
I'm gonna lose
and
my mind.
That's just my take more than anything else. My proud standing with Israel through everything after 10/7 has put me in odds more than anything, individual than anything else.
Israel is a foreign fucking country. Really? That's what like. Are you the senator from Israel? Of course he is. Of course, I don't know why I'm asking. Of course he is. Jesus Christ. I can't. I hate this. I can't.
Overall.
Hey everybody, if you know me, you know I like to cook. That's
okay, whatever.
I wouldn't be star US. So you're saying though,
here we go.
Just to be clear.
I know he does have an Israeli handler, of course.
You believe that capitalism is
10/7, right? Okay.
Is working very well, and that we really don't need.
What I'm saying, John, is that's a fair question.
Good
and
question,
I'll respond.
LaCroix.
Where is an example across the globe where it's working better?
I don't.
Socialism or communism have behaved in a better way that's more fair or equitable.
Well, social democracies
have raised the living of standard.
So here's what I'm trying to get at.
Let's talk about Israel.
Is that you're saying the argument is between capitalism the way it is, you get what you get. In the 20s and 30s, Norman basically incorporated a lot of those socialist, a more socialist or communist type you love.
What does that mean by working with them and our country? And we are the good guys. And there are people on the far left now. They're making it seem that America is the problem, or we are the aggressor, or we are behind many of the troubles here across the globe.
Huh. Guys, did you know, guys, that America is behind? I know this might be shocking. America is, in fact, behind most of the troubles that are going on around the globe. Now listen, okay? Like, I know that's shocking, but that is just a fact, okay? Making America seem like they're the bad guys. We are the bad guys. We are the fucking bad guys, okay? There you go, real life cat DJ. Uh-oh, anti-Semite alert. God. Yeah, the CIA is wrongly attacked, right? Weird Reformers blob. The poor innocent CIA and American empire. Oh, right. Oh, my God. Okay.
In other words, if El Sayed or AOC or Bernie Sanders has proposals that strengthen a social safety net or readjust corporate tax rates or change the way that, or here's just a simple one, tax capital gains in the same way you would.
Yeah, you're right, LaCroix. China raised 800 million people out of poverty in the past 40 years. 100%.
Tax salaries. Like, work is for suckers. Work is taxed at a higher level than investments. Doesn't that tilt the playing field to people who already have money? And if the progressive left is saying these are the types of things that we need to do, wouldn't that appeal to you?
Well, what appeals to me is eliminating unlimited money in politics, without a doubt.
And that's a position that they hold.
Well, it's not they don't own that. It's like I've been saying that. I mean, any
So
reasonable
what are you
person
doing?
realize that unlimited money is a poison in American democracy. I've been saying that from the
Yeah,
beginning.
but what have you done?
It's not something that they own or for that.
Yeah,
Now,
he hates them.
my race was $320 million in my race in 22. And then in the 24 cycle was $500 million for a Senate. And
Okay.
anything is the
I
accelerator
want to get to
from
Israel.
Ed, like, why call them pro-Hamas?
There we go. Okay, we'll
on
start
both
there.
sides, left or right, too. And I reject both the extremes.
1729 here. I know I'm jumping around, folks. It's just very long. I want to get to the part about Israel. 1729, welcome. You say, what did also China do in these past 40 years, though? A lot? What do you mean 1729? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Is that a trick question? Because they've done a lot. They're like the second biggest economy in the world. They are way ahead of us in a lot of technologies. I am not. There are things that I disagree with the Chinese government. They've also been kind of cruel to the Uyghurs. They've been cruel to the Uyghurs. And they've done some things I disagree with, but overall, they've been remarkably successful. Okay. They opened up their markets to the globe. So saying they lifted people out of poverty by themselves is underselling it. Oh no, they did do it by themselves. 1729. That's literally how that works. So 1729, if America opened itself up to the globe, and then that had raised people out of poverty, wouldn't that be America that opened themselves up to the globe? By the way, they didn't only open themselves up to the globe. They also had a giant government-owned sector of their economy working full-time too. It wasn't it was a combination of opening themselves up to the global economy, some government-owned industry and subsidy of industry. There's a lot more to it than just they open themselves up to the globe. Let's put it that way, okay? And now they're massively powerful, okay?
On either side.
But it seems like you're more comfortable angrily denigrating the extreme, or what you consider the extreme on the left, than the right. Like in the way that you talk to El Sayed, like,
yeah, Gwen,
why call them pro-Hamas if they just want to criticize?
Oh, because I said that because he's campaigning with people that are absolutely pro-Hamas.
Well, who you mean Hassan Piker? You say is pro-Hamas, and so you're basing this just on that.
He said he is.
So I mean, honestly, guys, how do I frame this? Let's put it this way: Hassan isn't the only one who's pro that. I don't know if I can say it on Twitch. Hassan isn't the only one. Let's put it that way. I also very much support slave uprisings. Let's put it that way. I very much support the ghetto, Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Okay, I've already said this today. You get it. Yeah, China's infrastructure is crazy. It's amazing how fast they've developed that shit. Okay. By the way, it's also funny to say, guys, to be clear, the Warsaw Ghetto was anti-Semitic. Hilarious. Okay, let's see here. 1729. Agreed. I just think they definitely embrace free market. No, you're absolutely right. 1720. They did. I agree with you. If that's all you're saying, I agree. Because what happens, guys, is that China, as I said previously in the stream, early socialist experiments, they had to adapt, right? They were trying out new things, okay? And so when they realized that the early ways of doing things in China weren't promoting growth as much as they would have liked, they had to adapt. So they did. They adapted. They opened up the market a bit. They did partially liberalize their economy, but under massive government regulation in an effort to generate more wealth for the economy while keeping a large chunk of their economy under state control. And yes, they literally, liberalize. You know what I mean, under private ownership. But
they are massively regulate those private industries that and they basically are controlled by the state. I mean, they're independently owned, but they're like massively regulated by the state, and they threaten those owners with imprisonment or death if they step out of line. So it's like very tightly controlled private industry. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, exactly where Moore's law, but like it's within certain limits. But like it's generally those companies can kind of sell, but under very tight regulation, which I guess isn't free market. Which I suppose I guess isn't free market. That is fair. Okay, but so it's yeah, but that is yeah. I don't know how to frame it, but that's how they got rich.
Oh, like if you campaign and proud to align yourself with very pro Hamas people, it's a reasonable person to conclude. It's like,
yeah, Lacroix, Chinese private industry is supposed to benefit the state ultimately too.
You know, I have a pro view for Hamas.
But I guess what I'm saying is I feel like you're caricaturing people's views if they're critical.
So 1729, you say pseudo-capitalism, exactly my point. So 1729, I think you have a misunderstanding of what communism or socialism is. Okay, so like you don't have to. So this is complicated. I would agree that there are parts of Chinese economy that aren't fully socialist, but in what I would want to see for socialism, but you could still argue it's more socialist than our economy, obviously. And they are much more socialist or communist than we are by far. Okay. And they massively regulate those private companies. This is complicated, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's pseudo. You said pseudo capitalism, not really. It's socialism, it's communism, but it utilizes some capitalist elements. Yeah, maybe I'm not sure how to frame this. I guess you could call it pseudo capitalism, but I do think they're a communist. They're definitely a socialist country. Okay.
Of Israel. If someone says, I think Hamas.
Yeah, one country, two systems, right? So it's kind of a mixed economy in that way. But the capitalist aspects of their economy are closely tied to the state. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix. I'm not sure how to frame this. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime on the Chinese economy. Lacroix says it isn't pseudo-capitalism if business is supposed to benefit the state. Correct, Lacroix. Now, one could say, no, that's okay. I'm actually enjoying it, 1729. Can I just throw some other thing? My definition, of course, of socialism has to start with ending the relationship between employer and employee. You need to have no class differentiation. You can't have owners and workers, okay? You need to have just workers. So in that way, I guess there are parts of the Chinese economy that are not, in my opinion, they have too much class separation between owners of companies and workers. Even those companies that do benefit the state ultimately, I think there's too much power in the capitalist class there. That being said, they do in the end benefit the state, which in theory benefits the people of China. So I guess that could be viewed as socialism. Whatever. Let's just keep watching this part about Hamas, etc.
And Israel are both criminal doing killing people for terrible reasons.
Yeah, that's fair.
How is that pro Hamas?
No, what I'm saying, it's like people that just says
fair, go ahead.
Hamas is 1,000% them are democratic, our ally Israel, then yeah, that's pro Hamas.
But saying they're less evil than Israel if they think Israel is evil is not the same as pro. I'll give you an example.
No, like okay. Piker said a lot of incredibly, very pro Hamas kind of thing. I'm not gonna. It's like if you support Hamas and campaign with people that support Hamas, then that identifies someone as pro Hamas.
Matt Saigai, he can't even say one coherent statement. Yeah, he's brain damaged.
I guess what I'm saying is I have not seen statements where these candidates say, I am pro Hamas. What I have seen is statements where they are very critical of Israel, the Israeli government, and the way that they have conducted themselves in Gaza.
Oh, 1729. Do you need a link to the Discord? Here, 1 second. While we're listening, I'll get it for you.
And by the way, they're not alone. The ICC and the UN and Human Rights Watch have all been unbelievably critical. And I guess I'm having trouble figuring out why. I feel like you're caricaturing it. Let me go at this a different way. You're pro gay rights. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming up on the 13th.
Great.
I'm on the pro 13th anniversary. I was the first person to solemnize a gay marriage. You know, when it was illegal in Pennsylvania. No. Yeah.
Beautiful. And you're someone who is pro trans rights or
I absolutely. I was the only Democrat that's saying, you know, when
there's the link to our Discord for anyone who wants it.
they were trying to ban
No, I'm not Matt Sai guy. He's such a piece of shit.
trans Americans from our military.
Great.
Very, you know.
I agree.
So
Weird amorphous blob.
what the right would say about that is that you're pro mutilation of children. That's what they would say.
Oh, this is a good point John is making. He's going to say it's just like them, you saying that they're pro-Hamas. Because I'm going to go get an ice cream treat because I'm a fatty. Give me a second. I need an ice cream treat to get through this. 1 second. All right, there we go. Let's continue.
That
No,
would be
that
would be their caricature of your position.
Yes.
Do you agree that that's what they would say?
What I would say is what I'm saying is right now, our party is starting to elect people that are going to struggle to win in the kinds of places that are going to define who's going to win in 28. That's a fact. And now a lot of these ideas and a lot of these extreme views are coming from the kind of people that have never won a real competitive election in state that holds both sides, you know.
Now one has.
And hold people accountable to explain a way forward when we live in a
the primary you won.
Very divided country right now. I think the responsibility is to police your own ranks, you know, and it's like there's plenty of people, as I've been criticizing some of the Republican views.
So Argentical, I know Weird Amorphous Blob answered you and did well. Weird Amorphous Blob gave you a great answer about queer washing, but it's something I face a lot because I'm gay, and the fact that I support Palestine, people will come in here or send me emails being like, how dare you? Do you know what Hamas does to gay people? And like shit like that. So queer washing, trying to defend Israel's genocide by saying, well, but they are but Hamas and Palestinians and Muslims are bad to gay people, which of course is hilarious. Because, you know, Israel, when they drop bombs on Gaza, is blowing up gay people. It is blowing them into tiny pieces. Regardless, Israel often uses the pinkwashing line in their own propaganda. Yeah, I'd rather be queer than dead. There was Benjamin Netanyahu even famously said saying queers for Palestine is like saying chickens for KFC. So like Refocus, hilarious. Refocus says terrorist gay people CR completely different. Exactly, right? So like I hate pinkwashing, and there are some gay folks that fall for it, especially cis white gay men, and it drives me insane. Any kind of queer washing, you see it all over the place. It's especially used against Muslims. Yeah, Gwen. Mm-hmm. Yep, and the British did impose it on Palestine, okay?
But overall, describing what garbage is garbage, like P. Hustle in Maine. You know, like I was, you know, like he was an absolute garbage.
Oh, Plattner.
Yeah. I mean, like, so that's not a caricature.
And you were saying that before the allegations of rape.
What I'm saying, it's like a Nazi tattoo on your chest means like, yeah, you probably have Nazi inclinations. And if you are accused of roughing up your ex-girlfriends,
I'm gonna lose my mind.
No, that's possible. We must. Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know that many white lesbians. I don't. I unfortunately, I haven't known many lesbians in my life. Weirdly enough, but that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Exactly, Argentical. Good for you. So, can I be clear, guys, that Israel is the Nazi state? To say that Graham Plattner having a Nazi tattoo is must be why he's anti-genocide in Gaza is just bullshit. He has a Nazi tattoo because he's an asshole and a fool, okay? But it's not because he's anti-genocide, okay? The Israelis are the ones acting like fucking Nazis, and we all have, guys. We have been doing a presentation now for over a month about Nazis and fascists. Is it not true? Do we all see at least now that Israel is a Nazi state and like how it behaves, what it does to people? Okay, and it's a bit more subtle, I guess, than the Nazis, but barely. Okay. So yeah, they are a Nazi state. Okay. So anyway, I'll say it.
That's a non-starter for me. And if you think an American hero, that's being shot by the Taliban is a dumb motherfucker that deserves to die, I think that disqualifying is too. I think Maine has a better person to represent, my party.
So there's just a couple things there, and I appreciate you having the conversation.
I too. You've been very fair here. Absolutely.
If your concern is winning elections,
I don't know
if you coming out and calling people pro-Hamas, which I think is a caricature of many of their positions, is that helpful to them? And second of all, you've been very, you called President Trump a jagoff.
That is fair, Gwen, and I understand that critique because it's kind of inflammatory to call it Nazis. I do it on purpose. Generally speaking, it probably is, that critique evokes a lot of emotion, which is why I do it. Okay. But there really isn't a good term because Zionist, genocide, like Nazis are an accurate comparison, if that makes sense.
In 2016,
yeah, absolutely. I put it on a shirt. I sold them.
You put it on a shirt, and now you've been very complimentary to him. And if you're concerned with Graham Plattner,
and also to be clear, Gwen, and it's okay, we can disagree on this, Gwen, but I know I use it specifically because I'm an expert on Nazis and I see the similarity. So yeah.
Is you didn't think he was very nice to women. You're ignoring an awful lot of evidence for the current president about his relationship with women. So my point is, there seems like there's a way to go about this that embraces, as you said,
Jonas, I think they have their good sides and their bad sides. Israel just needs to get rid of Bibi and all of the religious extremists. I know it's like 40% of the country, but that's not the important part. I don't know about that. I don't know. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Gwen. You're absolutely right about that. Okay. Matt Saigai, the Nazi comparison is valid and necessary. Yeah, but I agree with you, Matt Saigai. It's the comparison that people in the West understand. I could easily make the comparison to what the Hutu extremists did to Tutsis in Rwanda, but that comparison wouldn't fall as hard. I do often compare it. We could compare it to what happened to the Native Americans, but that also comparison doesn't fall that hard. But Nazi scares people. You know what I mean? I know, Matt Saigai. I'm copying what you said, Matt Saigai. Forgive me. But I see your point, Gwen. All right.
The 90% of things that you agree with and try and utilize that energy to reform a party that has a worse public.
No, you're actually partially white. Did you hear that, real life catchy? I said you're actually partially white. I'm sorry. I meant to say you're partially right. Okay. Yeah, the Rwanda comparison might not work as well. It does a little bit, but not great.
Image than herpes in terms of getting things done. This feels like it's playing into the hands of Republican caricatures.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't people on the Democratic Party finally figure out why Trump was so competitive and winning 2 out of the 3 last cycles?
Refocus.
Why is he still here? Why are we still doing it? Because we keep losing, and now we keep returning back to some of the extreme thing. That's not a caricature. That is a fair assessment of
No,
where
it's
we
not.
are
It's a
with
caricature.
these kind of thing.
But we didn't.
It's also depressing that has to be a caricature. I think it's pretty base to stand up for that organization. Okay, lies and populism. The people upset with material conditions. Yeah, are gentical. Okay, so and the system is rigged. Yep, it is. The system is massively rigged. All right.
Kamala Harris was not a progressive left candidate.
Yeah, Fetterman is awful.
She was not.
I hate Fetterman.
A Tim Wall, like they're. I guess.
Let me go back.
Said
I kind of missed what he said there because I was too busy talking about Israel.
That embraces, as you said, the 90% of things that you agree with, and try and utilize that energy to reform a party that has
that actually honestly, Druzilla, that could be a good one to call Israel fascist because they are. I suppose the word Nazi though more drives home the genocidal aspect of it and the Lebensraum aspect of it, because they're engaged. Zionism is like very similar to Hitler's idea of Lebensraum. It just is. I mean it like I know it sounds like I'm just trying to be inflammatory. There is partially true. I want it to be inflammatory to make a point, but it's also just a fact because the Nazis engaged in Lebensraum, colonization. They literally created a giant, Gaza is a giant concentration camp by all accounts. So, okay. No, he doesn't, Resident Union Thug.
Worse public image than herpes.
But you're right, though, Drizzle. Fascist also may work.
In terms of getting things done, this feels like it's playing into the hands of Republican caricatures.
Why can't people on the Democratic Party finally figure out why Trump was so competitive and winning 2 out of the 3 last cycles? Why is he still here? Why are we still doing it? Because we keep losing, and now we keep returning back to some of the extreme thing. That's not a caricature. That is a fair assessment of where we are with these kind of things.
But we didn't. Kamala Harris was not a progressive left candidate. She was not a Tim Wall. Like I guess everybody said Donald Trump couldn't win.
Yeah, I campaigned all across it that, and now all those signature kinds of Trump things. Big beautiful bill. I did not vote for that. And Save Act, I said will not vote for that. And some of these big signature ones. And when we vote for Blanche in this week when we're filmed, I won't for him either.
Right.
So what really matters is the votes and what's behind that. And what's really set me apart of most of the Democratic Party is Israel. And that's fair. It criticized John Fetterman on Israel without a doubt, 100%. So that's been primarily, and that's been driving our party.
So for you could agree with them 90%, but Israel is the red line.
Absolutely. Israel for me. Like I can't ever turn my back to Israel after.
Why? Like, I mean, we all know why, because he's a fucking Zionist, but he's also bribed. He's fucking bribed. Okay. I can't ever turn my back on Israel. What if they nuke the United States? Like what? I hate this so fucking much. I hate fucking this much. Jesus. Oh, God. Sir Bart, would you just do the honors? I think you know what I'm asking you to do because of someone in chat. Okay, I can't, with that person's name, I can't even deal with that. Okay, Fashmogger, what the fuck? What does that mean? What is Fashmogger? Like, does that mean anti-fascist or pro-fascist? Regardless, coming in here and saying, how can you support Ukraine is moronic, and I'm sick of it. Okay? Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my goodness.
After where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. You're saying that these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics.
Yeah, it sounds anti-fascist, but like, yeah, the Ukrainian flag's barely even visible back here. I also have the Palestinian flag, and I know. Yeah, you guys, it is true. The Ukrainian government, by the way, we're going to learn we are going to learn about one of the worst places that the Nazis did their behavior in. Okay, one of the worst places that the Nazis did their worst behavior in was Ukraine. Some of the worst slaughter they did there. Ukraine is a pretty Zionist country, I've got to tell you. There's a lot of history there. A lot of Jews have lived there historically. There's been a lot of fear of living in Ukraine and a desire to find a place to go. There is I know, refocus. There is, Ukraine has been Zionist. I can't deny that. That doesn't excuse invading Ukraine. So, yeah, post-Soviet countries are pretty Zionist. A lot of the Jews there experienced a lot of really bad shit under the Nazis. That doesn't excuse it. I'm just saying, we're not going to throw the country of Ukraine under the bus and be like, it's okay to do imperialism to Ukraine. All right? Okay. Anyway, so
they may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to.
Like we're saying it's not okay to attack Gaza and murder the people of Gaza. That's called being consistent.
Change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't.
Yeah, refocus. It literally, a lot of it has to do with a lot of Jewish folks in these regions have been really badly treated historically, which makes you more radical and makes you more inclined to radical, even genocidal ideologies. Okay. And there's more to it than this, but yeah, I'm not excusing it, but there is a lot of radicalism there for sure.
Agree with you on Israel. You don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name one. Flatner?
So in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party,
absolutely.
Run under your own banner. And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not, we have a two-party system. We don't, it's like the Freedom Caucus.
What did he just say? Forgive me.
The politics, they may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name one. Flatner?
So in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner.
The DSA is not a political party. It's a political organization. It's not a party, okay?
And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said,
oh, of course. He thinks Bill Maher is insightful. I'm sure he does.
The DSA are colonizing the Democratic.
I cannot believe these monsters, these fucking monsters who support a colonial genocidal ethno-state called Israel and then have the audacity to turn and say that that the DSA is colonizing. Hilarious. Oh my fucking God.
Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that.
Colonizing.
Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not, we have a two-party system. We don't, it's like the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. There are, there's Randy Fine and Ogles and all these nutbags that are also part of an area, and Republicans, I'm sure, may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things, but there is no other.
He must have a really good, what is it called? Suit cleaner? What are they called? Dry cleaner? Because he's gotten all the blood out of his white shirt, all the blood of the children and women and men who have been slaughtered by Israeli bombs and shit. He did a really good job cleaning up. We really ought to get the name of his dry cleaner. He also got the blood splatter off of his face. He really doesn't look traumatized at watching that child's skull crushed between two slabs of concrete after an Israeli bomb sent to it by the United States was sent there. He just loves killing children. That's who John Fetterman is. He loves the death of 40,000 and some children. He loves dead children. He loves bombing schools. He loves bombing hospitals. He loves bombing, daycare centers, whatever you want, he'll bomb it. As long as there's children there, especially brown children, especially Muslim children, it's fine. Okay, he'll give Israel whatever it needs to do to continue the slaughter, and he will definitely not support anyone. He will definitely not support anyone who is anti that, because that is his number one political goal, guys, is killing children in Gaza.
I guess you could try it, but my point is, if you don't disagree with him on a lot of things, why not use some of that energy? And even like Mamdani in New York is DSA, but there are things in the DSA platform that he disagrees with. And I'm assuming there's probably things in the Democratic platform that you might disagree with, but you don't disavow the entire thing. You're literally saying we can all have discussions, except when it comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well,
you know what's kind of funny, though? I also kind of disagree with John, because Israel is kind of America. Let's be honest, guys. We're also a settler colonial nation. So, I mean, I'm just saying it's kind it's just, interesting thought. I don't, maybe I should stop saying it's a foreign country. I mean, it is. But, like, we're not as different as John makes it sound, unfortunately. But, okay. I get that maybe right now we're not in an we kind of are, active colonial phase. I mean, we're supporting a colonial state, so I guess we kind of are. Whatever, it's fine. It's whatever.
I don't think that's weird. I think what history demonstrates is that when people or government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly, and it's a
right. Yeah, there you go. Once again, guys, Zionists always conflating Zionism with Judaism, and then complaining about anti-Semitism when they're the ones promoting anti-Semitism by claiming that Judaism equals Zionism. It's such a fucking clusterfuck.
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother.
Thank you. And John is Jewish. Okay,
they're not. That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey,
you see how defensive he is? Because I know a lot of anti-Zionist Jews. I think I told you all why, and like they get very defensive about this because they're like, no, we're getting flack because of the Zionists conflating us with Zionism. So, all right.
If I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran, I'm always
10/7. He doesn't even know the date okay. Oh my God, he keeps saying 10/7. He really is brain dead, isn't he?
I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran too.
Again, he really wants to make sure there's plenty of bombs to murder children. That's what he wants. I will let them bomb as many children as they want.
And the very left never said a peep after Iran executed 30 to 40,000 young people in there just for protesting for democracy.
What?
You think that the left is pro Iran, not the country, but the regime?
By the way, that's just not true. Okay, we don't have good numbers. It's very possible they probably did kill quite a few protesters. Okay, it should also be noted that it's well known that the CIA has been fomenting upheaval inside of Iran for a very long time. There were internal attempts by the CIA and probably Mossad to foment rebellion right before the attack that we carried out. Trump admitted to funneling arms alongside Israel to groups in the protests. You're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Like, we know for a fact that there were arms being funneled to them and that there was CIA support and things like that. And Iran, guys, again, I've said this before. I support Iran. Let me rephrase it this way. I support Iranian food. I don't want to get blacklisted or like kicked off Twitch or whatever. I do not support America's war of imperial aggression against Iran. Let's put it that way. Okay, I am against that, and I hope the United States loses the war. Because we are, okay? Luckily, we are losing the war, so I didn't have to do much to make us lose. The people of Iran deserve their sovereignty, and if we want to live in peace with Iran, maybe we should treat them like human beings and start working with them. And stop doing what Israel wants, okay? All right. No, I totally agree. Weird and Wonderful Blob. The thing is, Weird and Wonderful Blob, we don't really know, right? So I'm kind of couching my words in a way where I need to see documents and stuff. So we'll see what happens. But I got to tell you though, like I don't want to live in Iran. I got to tell you, and I've admitted this, guys. It's not like it's not great. As in, like, there's a lot of things I majorly disagree with their government. That doesn't mean they don't deserve to live and to not have the shit bombed out of them and to have sovereignty. And they're beautiful people. Iranians are great people. Okay. Even if I don't like parts of their government, which, by the way, they wouldn't have that government if it wasn't for the United States and Britain overthrowing their democratically elected Mossadegh and, installing a Shah, which was brutal. So, like, everything goes back to the United States and Britain. Okay. So, regardless, okay, whatever.
What I'm saying though is
there you go. Where was Blob? The highest credible opposition claims are 7,000. Yeah, like it's not nowhere near the number he listed. I agree, LaCroix. He's definitely got someone talking in his ear. Like he is just rattling off talking points. I'm telling you, he doesn't really know.
It's like if anyone in the Democratic Party is fine with Iran building a nuclear bomb, I disagree with that person.
I think most people are. Again, I think you're caricaturing.
Yeah, Fetty, that's an excellent point. Our own government is also killing and intimidating protesters, right? And by the way, guys, that doesn't justify, even if Iran did, you're right, even if Iran did kill a bunch of protesters, that doesn't justify invading them or attacking them. Okay, it doesn't fucking matter. And again, there's no evidence that they did do that to a massive degree. And then if you want to talk about America, we do the same thing. Another Swolitarian. He's surely wearing suits now to prepare for the party switch. Almost certainly another Swolitarian. That's a good point.
The issue, but I want to.
Yeah. Also, he doesn't. Iran, by the way, guys, has not been developing nukes. Okay, maybe they have. I don't fucking know. But let's put it this way: the last Ayatollah issued a fatwa doing a religious prohibition against the building of nuclear weapons. So, if we take the framing of the right wing here, is Iran a far right wing religious government? Not far right wing, but are they a right wing religious government that is like absolutely obsessed with Islam and like this fundamentalist interpretation of Islam, which is what the right claims? Or are they building a nuke? Because it can't be both. Like, otherwise, are they not listening to the fatwa, which is a religious mandate to not build a nuke? It'd be like if the Pope, I've said this before, it'd be like if the Pope publicly said condoms are bad, which they have before, by the way, while having a condom factory in the basement. Okay? It kind of doesn't make that much sense. So it is possible that they were, but that would certainly disprove the notion, and there's no evidence that they were. They have been enriching uranium for power plants. And to be honest with you folks, I wish if they were working on one, I certainly hope they were. I don't think they were. And I think they should have gotten one. Okay, I think they should have a nuke. And it's unfortunate they didn't get one sooner. Because that seems to be the only way that they're going to prevent being attacked by Israel and the United States. Okay, which is why Israel and the United States, by the way, Israel has been screaming since the 70s or 80s. Was it the 80s? You know Weird Amorphous Blob. Maybe you can tell me. They've been screaming since the 80s that Iran is like 2 months away from a nuke. Okay, that's funny. If you can actually find videos of Netanyahu back in the 80s saying that they're 2 weeks away from the nuke, 2 weeks away from a nuke, they're 2 weeks away from a nuke. Interesting. So that's why I don't think they have been building one, which if they haven't been, they should have been. Yeah, I'm going to be taken out of context. I think the last Ayatollah wasn't hard enough on the United States and Israel. Okay? I think he was a bit too moderate. And he enabled more bad actions towards Iran from Israel and the United States. Because he would often give in and be sort of too withdrawn and kind of too conciliatory, and it didn't work. Okay, POB. Sorry, I was cooking. Who had a fatwa? So the Ayatollah of Iran issued a fatwa saying that nuclear weapons are prohibited. That they can't have them. It's against Islamic teaching. Okay. You see what I mean? So, like, obviously, but again, I don't think they did have nukes. But it's just like I wish they did if they had, if they weren't. Okay. Yeah, POB, they did. I'm not joking, by the way. You guys can look it up. Yeah. Weird Amorphous Blob, Casual Revolt 1, 80s probably, though I wouldn't be surprised if it were the 70s too, right? Okay. Okay.
Anything you would criticize Israel about?
No,
right,
what
I
would say is that I have not a single Democrat that's willing to go on record saying, I'm cool. It's okay if.
Let's watch this. Thank you, Argentical. I've seen this before. Let's watch it together, guys. This is a clip of Netanyahu warning about nukes for 33 years.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testifies before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
Of course.
The invasion happens
By the way,
months.
is it a coincidence, folks, that all the countries he's called for war against are countries that challenge Israel's domination of the Middle East? That is why he's doing this, by the way. The countries that he keeps demanding we go after are countries that challenge Israeli hegemony over the Middle East. Okay? So, also, by the way, challenge American hegemony over the Middle East, which is why we're okay with doing with what he asks sometimes, okay? So, the reason he wants to do this isn't because he actually cares about stopping a threat to Israel. He cares about preventing these countries from having leverage over Israel so that he can run rampant all over the Middle East as the dominant power. Okay, that is what he wants, all right? So, that is what it's about. It's not, okay, anyway.
Later. No weapons of mass destruction are found in Iraq. This is a fragment of a 2009 U.S. State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
Of course.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage.
Right.
From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
Right. And now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel attacks Iran.
Yep.
And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
That's despite the U.S. direct.
So you guys get the idea here, right? Give me a final presentation project I didn't work on. I'm a former teacher, refocus. You do your presentations. Okay, just kidding. So let's go on here. Let's keep watching John Fetterman trying to excuse this nonsense.
If Iran built a nuclear bomb.
Oh, God,
and I supported last summer bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities. I think that was a necessary and important thing.
Yeah, any day now,
because Iran is becoming close to building a nuclear bomb, and that would create.
I think the case was not made by this administration that Iran was close. Netanyahu's been claiming they're 2 weeks away for the last 20 years.
May have been.
But my point is,
do you think, guys? That's funny, Pet Gone Bad. Do you think that was Netanyahu's first words out of the womb? Was Iran is building nukes? I bet that was.
Everything Israel is doing is for their own self-defense.
Just destroying its enemies. Yeah, that is destroying its enemies.
Or flattening a tiny area and pushing 2 million people into 30 to 35 to 40% of that territory and having a siege of that area. Is that in their self-defense?
No, what I'm saying, it's like people forget that Hamas were just rapists and they were terrorists.
So interesting thing here. Okay. I don't even like talking about this. Because someone is going to. Okay. I don't know if any rapes happened. I don't think any rapes probably did happen. Listen, on October 7th. October 6th, whatever the fuck it is. I'm confused now because he always says October 7th. Okay. So a few notes here about this. I've looked a lot into this. Okay. Hamas took hours upon hours of GoPro footage when they did the October 7th attack. We have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of footage from that day, from street cameras, from GoPro cams, from everything else. Okay. And after one expert went through literally thousands of hours of footage, there was not a single video found of any kind of sexual assault at all. Okay, not a single one. Even in all and there weren't moments where these things were being turned off either, by the way. Claims of sexual assault that had happened on October 7th include things like finding bodies that were naked. Well, fun fact there. The Nova Music Festival, which was the festival that was taking place near the Gazan border, was a free love festival, meaning that there were a bunch of naked people there. So, is it like maybe those naked bodies were literally naked people? Okay. Yes, but even then, that is possible, Weird Amorphous Blob, that the Palestinians that went across there were some Palestinians that were uncoordinated that went across the border too, but we don't have any evidence of that either. Now, let me point something else out, guys. This is why I know this sounds conspiratorial, but like, I need evidence. I don't see the evidence. The evidence we do have are verbal accounts, which are unreliable, and that Israel has not allowed independent sources to go in and verify these verbal accounts, these oral accounts that were told by women there. And can I also point out one other thing? This is not uncommon in apartheid states. What is the worst crime you can do to your pure women, your pure, racially pure women under an apartheid state? Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. Assaulting your women, these scary people of color raping your women, is like classic. Okay. And I want to point out something else too. So if you think of it that way, that is such a common trope when trying to excuse mass colonial violence, that like, oh, the blacks are attacking your white women. Oh, those black South Africans are attacking the white South Africans. Okay, they're trying to rape your women and trying to pollute the bloodline by producing, mongrel offspring kind of a deal. Okay, like that's the kind of gross thing, right? And so like that is very common. That is like the common trend. Okay, that's sort of that common idea. And think about this. why would the Israeli government then massively promote the idea of mass rape versus focusing on things like, you know, focusing on things like the mass murder of children and things like that, of like young people and stuff like that? Okay. Not necessarily children, but young people. Okay. Were there children killed? There may have been children killed. Regardless, why don't you focus on that? Well, that's not as racially based, right? A large chunk of Israel's population are far-right racial supremacist lunatics who would be much more offended by, the dirty intermixing of people. Okay, seriously. So you might want to say that. There's other reasons why you might do this too, but I am not convinced. And does that mean that there weren't maybe a few acts of this that happened? Well, maybe. I have not seen evidence of it, though. I have not seen evidence of it. So where the fuck is the evidence of this? Okay? Anyway, so just to be clear, and also, can I point something out? Well, we'll go on. It's rough to say things like this, guys, because, yeah, there were women who reported being sexually assaulted. But come on. We should not put it beyond Israel to make that shit up or exaggerate it for their own gain. Okay? And I haven't seen any evidence, so forgive me for not fully believing that.
Terrorizing and killing civilians. And then they stole 250 people from their families, and they kept them underground and brutalized them and raped them and starved them for over 2 years. And that's why they refused to give them back. And that's what forced Israel to engage in that Gaza war when they refused to send their people.
And there is nothing in the prosecution of that war that gives you pause.
What do you mean?
The killing of tens of thousands of children.
Absolutely awful. Absolutely.
Guys, and again. I heard Norman Finkelstein recently. He made an interesting point. I know Weirdomorphous Blah, Matt Sag, I know this, etc. Can I also add something else? The what was I going to say here? So during Nat Turner's rebellion, Nat Turner, there were a lot of abolitionists in the United States at the time. Okay, so in the United States, there was the Nat Turner Rebellion, which was the largest slave uprising in American history. I've told you about it. And Nat Turner and these slaves went house to house, and he ordered them to kill any white person he found. And he did. Women, children, men. Okay. So there were abolitionists at the time, radical abolitionists. Douglas, Stevens, radical white and black abolitionists in America at the time saw this event happened, and not a single one of them blamed the enslaved people for this. Okay. They did not praise the death of these people, but who did you think they blamed? Who do you think the radical abolitionists in the United States blamed for this uprising? Anyone? It's pretty easy. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty easy guess because it's true. They blamed the slave owners because what do you expect to happen? Yeah. If you read Frederick Douglass, he blamed the slave owners. If you read Stevens, blame the slave owners, obviously. Okay, because obviously they're the ones to blame, and there was not a single, extreme abolitionist, or I don't want to call it extreme, radical abolitionist they were called, who critiqued the enslaved people. Okay, I even looked this up after I found out about it, and it's true. None of them said, I condemn these enslaved people. Not one. They said, we condemn the slave owners that caused this to happen with their actions. All right? So when Fetterman starts screaming about what happened, how dare Hamas abduct these 250 civilians and put them underground, yeah, that's pretty awful that happened. You can blame the Zionists and you can blame the Israeli government and the colonists for doing that, for causing that to happen. Okay? If anyone's ever seen like people who mess with a tiger and then the tiger bites their arm off, what the fuck do you expect to happen? Or that one guy that went to live with a bunch of bears and he kept harassing them and eventually they killed him, what do you expect to happen? Okay? Human beings are animals. You abuse them enough, you treat them like shit, They're going to respond because they're human beings, right? So if you want to blame anyone for the deaths on October 7th, blame the Israeli government, blame the settlers, blame all of them, okay? Blame all of them. It is not, Hamas is doing what Hamas, and also to be clear, guys, we know Palestinians have tried everything else too. They tried the negotiation thing. They tried the nonviolent resistance. Every time they were rebuffed or slaughtered, okay, what is left? Anyway.
Hamas has embedded themselves, behind these people and using the Palestinians as human shields. Sinwar described the death of innocent Palestinians as a necessary sacrifice. That's how Hamas has designed that.
There are people in Netanyahu's cabinet who have said they would like to nuke the Palestinians.
Yep.
Not Hamas.
Yeah, exactly, Argenticle. How dare the person I put the boot on their neck fight back? Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, Chairman Barton. Guys, if you look at American history, we did something similar. Native Americans would sometimes violently resist our the U.S.'s violent expansion. And then all over American press, it would scream, look at these violent Indian savages attacking our settlements and resisting our genocide of their people. It wouldn't use those words, okay? And then we would use that as an even greater excuse to kill more of them and take more of their land, all right? No, they're doing resistance. If you want to, the reason they're doing resistance is your fault, okay? What the fuck do you expect to happen if you're going to slaughter them? Ethnically cleanse them, genocide them, steal their culture from them, All right.
Palestinians. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I don't understand why we can't criticize even someone that you think is an ally for actions that we deem to be morally reprehensible. Like, I don't understand how you can defend the settlements in the West Bank. Like, I don't understand how you have no criticisms over their actions, over their increasingly messianic, ultra right-wing government that seems to think.
Let's see if we can find that, LaQuabla. I'm curious really fast here since we're a history stream, kind of. Rocky Mountain News article. The Sand Creek Massacre. I've read this before. Sand Creek Massacre. Yeah. So this was, guys, this is a American. This is from 1864. This is a newspaper article. Thank you for sending this my way, LaQuabla. From the Rocky Mountain News in regards to the massacre of the Cheyenne by the 3rd Cavalry, who massacred a group of Cheyenne at what ended up being called the Sand Creek Massacre. This is what the news said at the time. The Battle of Sand Creek. Among the brilliant feats of arms and Indian warfare, the recent campaign of our Colorado volunteers will stand in history with few rivals and none to exceed in the final results. Exceed it in the final results. We are not prepared to write its history, which can only be done by someone who accompanied the expedition. But we have gathered from those who participated in it and from others who were in that part of the country some facts which will doubtless interest many of our readers. The people of Colorado are well aware of the situation occupied by the 3rd Regiment during that great snowstorm, which set in the last of October. I'm sorry, I'm going to go on here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to find here. As the battle progressed, the field of carnage widened until it extended over not less than 12 miles of territory. The forces had been, I'm sorry, let me go back here. At Fort Lyon, the force was strengthened by about 250 men of the 1st Regiment, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, the command set out for the Indian village. The course was due north, and their guide was the Polar Star. As daylight dawned, they came in sight of the Indian camp. At a forced midnight march of 42 miles in 8 hours across the rough, unbroken plain. But little time was required for preparation. The forces had been divided and arranged for battle on the march, and just as the sun rose, they dashed upon the enemy with yells that would put a Comanche army to blush. Although utterly surprised, the savages were not unprepared, and for a time their defense told terribly against our ranks. Their main force rallied and formed in one line of battle on the bluffs beyond the creek, where they were protected by rudely constructed rifle pits. We started dropping artillery shells on them when they scattered and fought each for himself in the general Indian fashion. As the battle progressed and the field widened, the field of carnage widened over 12 miles. The village consisted of 130 Cheyenne and 8 Arapaho lodges. These, with their contents, were totally destroyed. Among their effects were a large supply of flour, sugar, coffee, tea, and women's and children's clothing were found, and also books and many other articles which had been taken from captured trains or houses. One white man's scalp was found, which had evidently been taken a few days before. The chiefs fought with unparalleled bravery, falling in front of their men. One of them charged alone against a force of 300, and a ball pierced him bravely. Among the killed were all the Cheyenne chiefs. Oh. All acquitted themselves well, and the Colorado soldiers have again covered themselves with glory. All right. So again, and they literally go on to celebrate, in no single battle in North America, we believe, have so many Indians been justly slain. Okay, you get the idea. So like it was a glorious battle. These men wrapped themselves in victory. It was a massacre, folks. They were killing men, women, and children. Exactly, Le Quabois. It was false because they literally murdered hundreds of women and children. And the whole thing was painted as a glorious battle. Okay? And it's disturbing when you read that they found women's clothes and children's clothes because they were looting a place that had hundreds of women and children that they all just slaughtered. And then they make it appear like they're heroes who fought a just battle. No, they didn't. This was a genocidal act of violence. They slaughtered these people. They attacked them while they were still in their homes. They attacked the entire village and they killed everyone. So when we hear about the quote unquote war in Gaza, it's not a war. It's a genocide. Okay, just like this was a genocide, it wasn't a war. But it is always presented as like a battle. They're battling against Hamas. No, they're slaughtering Palestinians. Okay, and there's nothing glorious about it, and it's not, okay. You get my point? Same shit, different day. Yeah, An American Genocide is a great book on that.
Relentless war is that you can bomb people out of resistance. Have you ever seen a movie called Gatekeepers? It's people that have been in Shin Bet and ran the army in Israel. And they're talking about how the strategy that Israel has of disproportionate retaliation, even though they are by far the most powerful force in that region, is not a path.
And I don't know if I fully buy that either. They're pretty powerful, but okay.
Keep Israel safe.
I mean, they have nukes. Okay, we're gonna stop there, guys. You get the idea, right? I feel like I'm kind of sick of watching John Fetterman, but you guys get the idea here. He's full of shit, and John did a really good job. John Stewart did a good job of dismantling a lot of his points. Okay, so I wanted to watch, guys, a few other things that people sent. Generally, overall, guys, a lot of people are panicking. A lot of the establishment is panicking about stuff. So let's see here. Let me find. There was another video I wanted to watch that someone sent. Ooh, we should watch that too, Jay Williams. The one about the kid who was killed. Are you still here, Gwen? Are you still here, Gwen, or did you leave? Oh my fucking God. Let's watch this. Let's watch this first. Oh my God, that looks horrific. Okay, that is one I wanted to watch. And then there were some other guys. There's so many of these I want to watch. Are you here, Dion? Dion, are you still here, Dion? Are you still here, Dion? Are you still here, Dion? If you're not, that's okay. Okay, then we'll watch. If Dion isn't here, we'll watch what LaQuabois sent us first. So,
hello, Malcolm. I'm so excited.
Oh my fucking God, they look like lunatics. I don't even. Is this serious? Is this fucking serious? Maybe Drusilla. We'll see if we have time. Is this serious, LaQuois? Or please tell me, is this a joke? Or are they seriously talking about what you say they're talking about? Okay, so guys, we're gonna watch this video. We won't watch the whole thing. It's an hour long, but I was told to watch the beginning of it at least. We don't have to watch much of this. These people are crazy. Okay, good. So we'll watch a little bit. This is the gayest couple. Well, apparently these people are upset that there aren't enough teen pregnancies. So hello, Dolly Boy. I'm curious if that's the case. So you guys know I love religious people. I love conservatives. I think that, I mean, not religious people. I love Christian conservatives. All right. They're just like the epitome of morality, right? Okay. I'm an atheist and I hate these people. Okay. Right. POV. So let's see what they have to say. Okay. I'm just joking. Let's see if they are really going to argue. I shouldn't have said that, Jay Williams. Christian conservatives. Okay. Let's see if they really are going to argue making teen pregnancy great again. Why teen pregnancy is necessary to save America. I know a lot about teen pregnancy. I did research on teen pregnancy when I was becoming a teacher for like a research paper. So let's see what they say.
To be speaking with you today because today we are trying to make teen pregnancy.
He also, by the way, has a Roman helmet in the background, which is kind of disturbing, with a gladius, which is kind of disturbing. Okay.
Pregnancy great again.
My name is Victoria, and I'm 15 years old, and I don't care what my mama says, I'm gonna have a baby. I will do.
LaQuabois, they have another video I watched where they were complaining about how the West has destroyed child marriage by being anti-pedophilia. Oh my fucking God, what is wrong with this planet? Okay.
Whatever it takes to take care of my baby, if it has 10,000 prostitutes in my body, then so be it.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that demographic collapse is in part a product of a drop in teen pregnancy, which most people hail as a big, good development.
Yeah. It's good that there are less teen pregnancies. Okay.
I need to make a few notes here for people who don't know. In the United States, if you divide women out by age ranges, and people don't know, U.S. is going through a major fertility crash right now. Every age range of women is having the same or higher fertility rate than they have historically, except for women under 24.
Yeah, from 1990 to 2023, teen pregnancy dropped 78% in the USA.
That's
so
great.
The teen birth rate in 2023 was 13.1 per 1,000 teens.
And this isn't just in the U.S. Latin American demographers have said the majority of the crash in fertility rate in Latin America is coming from women. I think it was under 21.
Yeah, and it's and everywhere it's going down, and even still in the U.S. So just from 2007 to 2023. So this is in all of our recent memory, we're seeing about 6 to 8% year annual declines per year for teens. So I mean, you would have thought that maybe in the 90s this would have already completely crashed. The crash is continuing. It is absolutely still happening. So teen pregnancy is out, and
so Argentical, a lot of times people who love the Roman Empire are right wingers because they think that the Roman Empire is like the epitome of civilization and shit. So that's why he probably like the Roman Empire is, for a lot of far right people, is because, like, for example, Mussolini and Hitler, mainly Mussolini, wanted to return Italy to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is put on a pedestal by a lot of crazy right-wingers. Okay, so, all right.
Celebrate this as a huge win, but what if it's not? So
it is a huge win. I don't know what to tell you.
It might just be a product of our extended infantilization of youth, which, by the way, is not working well for youth today. In 2023, 20 to 22% of high school students.
I know, Refocus. Don't even get me started. Refocus. That's how they view it. I disagree, but yes.
Overall, seriously considered prematurely terminating their existence, with about 9.5% reported actually attempting said termination
on any given year.
Yeah.
Good.
And so what we're going to be arguing
This
here,
little,
Trump,
okay, I almost used the F word there, and I shouldn't. I was about to use the F word on this guy. I was going to be like, this little F word, but then I realized I shouldn't do that, even though it'd be justifiable. But anyway, as a gay man, I can say it. But okay, so listen. Let me explain. I know you all would have clipped it. Thank you, Real Life Cat DJ. You all would have clipped it, so I didn't say it. But listen, guys, listen. Can I just point out that there are many problems with teen pregnancy, okay? There are many problems with teen pregnancy. For example, teen pregnancy has horrible health effects for young girls, okay? It increases their blood pressure, their chance of developing mental health issues like anxiety or depression. It has really bad effects on their general health, generally. So it has a horrible effect on a young person's health to go through a pregnancy at that age. Second of all, it highly increases the chances that that girl will not complete high school, will not be able to sustain herself when she gets older, and will much more likely leave her in poverty. All right. It will limit it obviously, right? It increases girls who are pregnant as teens are more likely to have to raise the child as a single mother, thus not having much aid in raising the child later, because there is the damage. Yeah, it does. It does refocus. It does. Okay. And it also, for the child, it also has bad effects for the child. Okay. Now we could talk about all these other things. I'm mentioning a bunch of other things that are bad about teen pregnancy. It leaves young girls untaught. I used to teach a lot of teens who were pregnant. Okay. Because I worked in a school that was for people that hadn't graduated from high school, and a lot of them had been had been girls who had gotten pregnant in public school. Okay, so this is it. It really is hard on your life. It just is. It is not easy to raise a baby, especially as a young person. The biggest issue with teen pregnancy is the empowerment one. Having a bunch of pregnant young girls basically leaves women subservient. Now, I don't mean that overall, but it highly increases the likelihood that you're not going to be able to be self-sufficient when you're older. You're not going to be educated. You're not going to be self-sufficient. Men love that shit, okay? And it increases poverty in a society. As a matter of fact, one of the only ways to guarantee a reduction in poverty in a country is to empower women. Give them access to birth control. Give them access to condoms. That has been shown universally to raise the standard of living for a society, is if you empower women. And obviously, if we were to end capitalism, it'd probably also help. But even within capitalism, it benefits you. It raises the poverty level. If you, it lowers the poverty amount if you empower women. Okay. And young people don't know how to raise kids. I got to tell you, I don't know. This is something that I had to teach a lot of teenagers how to be better parents, and I wasn't a parent, and I'm not exactly qualified for that. So like I would have teenage girls and even some boys who were parents who would ask me how to do certain things because they didn't know. They were too young. They weren't expecting it. They were too young. A lot of teenagers aren't ready for that and don't have the focus to do it. And it can have bad effects on the child. They might not be raised in a household where they're actually being raised in the way they should be. Like having children raise children is not exactly the best thing. A Tater Tot, my mom was 19 when she gave birth with my sister and they almost died. Sepsis. Yeah, It's very bad for a woman's health a lot of the time, for the baby's health too. So, like, it is not a good thing. Okay, teenage pregnancy should be avoided, and teenage pregnancy is only good if you want to make women subservient to men, to weaken their economic power, to create more poverty amongst women and working class people. All right, so no, teen pregnancy is bad. Okay, so just to be clear, obviously, right? And the other issue too, guys, is we also need to get rid of the stigma attached to teen pregnancy. So this is a hard thing to do, because we want to make sure teens aren't getting pregnant, while also making sure that teens that do get pregnant aren't stigmatized, because that can cause a lot of problems also, because they need support. But anyway, so no, teen pregnancy bad. I want to see what their argument is.
Teen pregnancy isn't actually that bad, and we need to go back to a society which
it
enables
is.
and supports teen pregnancy,
which in turn accelerates
enables and supports it. They're pedophiles. I don't know what else to tell you.
adulthood, and maybe getting out of youth these days is kind of a get the hell out of Dodge situation. Like people, oh, this robs you of your child. Look at childhood right now.
It does rob you of your childhood. It does rob you of your childhood.
Right. And keep in mind also that, like, female students specifically report much higher rates of all this misery. Like, and women are the ones who are, going through the process of pregnancy. So also we should point out that delayed pregnancy leads to more health risks for both mothers and babies. But here's the thing, this is also very timely and newsly in terms of people who are looking at prenatalist initiatives, because in Russia, for example, cash payments are being issued to pregnant women actively enrolled as students who reach a certain age of gestation, and all of these
great
news outlets. I get all the
I'm sure they love
alerts,
Russia.
and like half of them for like the past month have been Putin gives out cash bonuses to pregnant schoolgirls. Like,
it might not help them much, folks. It might not help them much, because you're going to have to be doing schooling while raising a kid. No matter how much money you're given for that. I mean, there is a certain amount that would be helpful. That's a lot of time and effort. And if you don't have anyone to support you,
it's a whole thing. But let's explore how teen pregnancy got demonized in the first place.
Okay, I am curious to hear what they say.
This was an active campaign to make you think that you are low-life trash if you get pregnant while you're a teen.
Yeah.
That you're ruining your kid's life, that you're ruining your life.
Mm-hmm.
And I note here...
that is trashy. That's the biggest thing.
No, so admittedly, that is true. I think that teen pregnancies was approached in a really bad way early on. But what's funny is that this was a conservative campaign to approach it this way, which is what they are. They do realize that it was conservatives who were doing the abstinence-only shit, right? So the campaign here that conservatives love is only teach abstinence, and then and make sure to scare kids into not getting pregnant and to not having sex and things like that. That's not how you should approach it. You should empower teenagers to have access to birth control, teach them the risks, make sure that they're engaging in healthy practices, wearing condoms, doing things like that, okay? And then, tell them that, tell them about what'll happen if they do get pregnant, but don't scare them. Just empower them. Make sure that they have access to birth control and things like that, okay? So, but that's not what the conservatives want, all right? They want to, whatever. Okay, they're stupid. It's stupid.
No one really cares about how ruined or not ruined your life is. They care about how aspirational or trashy something is. Let's be honest.
No, that's true. But I will
let them have access to abortions. By the way, let women have access to abortions.
Note here: teen pregnancy works when it is full expectation that the parents are going to help raise the kids, i.e., your parents are going to help raise your kids.
And don't worry, have a child and then your parents can raise them.
My kids will be raised fully with that knowledge. If they get pregnant when they're teenagers, we will help with as much of the work.
I don't fucking know how she's dressed, but like she looks stupid.
We can in terms of child.
She's gonna start yodeling. She's gonna start doing a yodel.
To
I don't fucking know, Refocus. Hey, Hitler loved Bavaria. Maybe that's why.
Transition into that phase.
I'm super excited to be a grandmother.
No,
how old are you?
Pushing them, like, especially if you can no longer have kids at that age. When our first kid,
because I realized if we have the number of kids we want to have, I'm going to be pregnant at age 50. I'm like, I don't know, like, just in terms of the likelihood of me making it to that, I want to, But, you know, we have to be realistic. So
Jesus.
increasingly like grandchildren. I have a spreadsheet that like tells me what age our kids will be at different years. And I'm like, well, let's see, probably by this year I can start reasonably pushing for grandchildren. I have to figure out marriage first.
My dad had me when he was 42.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
We'll
I'm just
be
like
at
shocked.
Kid number, what is it, 6 or 7 when I'm that age?
Hold on. I have
6 or okay.
Like 8. Because you're
right,
number 5 now. Yeah. So where am I going to be?
Let's see. So we will have what child number what?
When I'm 42.
When you're 42, that's 2031 is when I would have our 8th child if we keep to our schedule. So, and this is assuming.
Wait, are they like a couple? Are they a couple? Is she his beard? Because he's a I'm not going to use that word, but listen, this is like they say they're a couple. So you're saying that they are married? Okay.
And that's when I'd be
I feel so bad for their kids.
completing the full round of kids that I intended to have. 8 was
No,
like
you wanted 7. 7 was your original
Yeah. But
and that would be when you're 42. Oh yeah, so gosh, yeah, when we would be doing when you would be 42 when we had
They probably have the most boring sex in the world. It's probably just like mechanical. They're probably like do it through a sheet with like the Bible open next to them. Like, you know, it's just like I got to spread the seed. Let me deposit the seed and then we're done, right? Let me watch the gay porn while I'm doing it and we'll get this over with. Anyway, this is you, Sam. If you were evil and straight, right? Okay, yeah, if he's straight, then I'm the tooth fairy. She's in America, though. Her risk of dying during childbirth. Yeah, except she's white, refocused. So that increases the chance that she won't die during childbirth. But if she were black, it would be even higher. But yes, you're right. Okay, anyway. Yeah, lights off, only for procreation. Anyway, like, how old are they? I don't even want to know. This is, like, disturbing to me. And we're going to not watch the rest of this. Because, wait.
Our 7th child.
He is 37? Okay.
And your dad was only... your dad had a daughter from a previous marriage, so there was that.
Yeah, and then he had one more kid after me.
Yeah. Yeah, people are getting...
So guys, you know what? This is really disturbing. By the way, guys, if you did have kids, if you're a woman in here and you had kids as a teenager, that's also not your fault. I want to point that out. Teenagers, sex is a normal thing. People have sexual instinct. They want to go have sex. Shocking. It feels kind of good. People like it. We have a natural drive to do it. Okay. The issue, of course, is like, I know, right? Refocus. The issue, of course, is that society should put things in place to help mitigate the negative effects that has on the people, on the girls who get pregnant and the boys also who now have a child. So like society should provide ways to deal with this, okay, including abortions, birth control, and things like that, and giving condoms and doing sex ed and things like that, okay? So let me just, this reminds me of something, since we're talking about not Nazis, the Lebensborn program. A lot of these conservatives are obsessed with birth rates, especially of white people. Lebensborn program. See if I can just find the Wikipedia article so that I don't have to. Anyway, okay. So yes, so the Lebensborn program was a secret SS state-sponsored organization in Nazi Germany. And the whole goal, guys, was to increase the number of Aryan children being born. So look at this. Isn't this cute? These little babies underneath the SS sign with a swastika in the background. Okay, and Lebensborn means like well-born or like life-born or, okay, or font of life type deal. All right. So they wanted to have more like racially pure babies in Germany. So this is really gross, but they would take teenagers, typically teenagers, and they would like teenage girls and teenage boys and they would literally put them in summer camps together and then push them to screw each other at these camps. They would like pair them up and then they would choose like perfect Aryan teenage boys and perfect Aryan teenage girls, have them copulate in the middle of the forest in a tent. And the baby that was born as a result of that would then be raised by an SS family who that baby didn't actually belong to. Does that make sense? So these teenagers would have sex. They would then take the baby from the girl after the baby was born, and then an SS man and his wife would raise the baby. Oftentimes, these children, after they were raised and became adults, they were never told that they were from the Lebensborn program, and they thought the whole time that those SS soldiers, that SS father and mother were their parents. And there was actually a documentary from Germany after the war where a historian went house to house. Okay, yeah, for surrogacy. The historian went to the houses of some people who were in the Lebensborn program, and a lot of them didn't even know they were in the Lebensborn program. Yeah, local nuns or churches would take the babies then. So they would breed babies. They were literally breeding babies. Okay, trying to find here. Many of these facilities were in homes taken by Jews. Obviously, they also times would be SS women who would be impregnated, I guess you could say. Yeah, Norway too. They did the same thing in other yeah. Ooh. So they would often take children who they viewed as racially acceptable, and then they would have them raised elsewhere, which is what I said before. Anyway, so you get the idea here. That is exactly what they did. They had the Lebensborn program, and it's very, yeah, like, and these women were basically brood mothers. Their whole job was to give birth to babies. So women in Nazi Germany were baby making machines. I'm not even joking about that. The Nazis would give out medals, which I've shown you guys, for the number of babies a woman had. The more babies you had, the more the award. The bigger the award you get. I even have one of the medals. I've shown it to you guys. I have one of the Nazi medals that they would give to women who had enough babies. So if there's anyone here, as Jay Williams just said, has ever read Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale, that's what that is. Okay, that's exactly what that is. So okay. Anyway, so it's not that strange that right-wingers today are like that idea, the idea of like teens having sex and then having as many babies as possible. To be clear, that is a burden put on the woman, right? That is a burden put on the woman, okay, to be a broodmare, essentially, for the seed of the nation, all right? Okay. So, okay. Why the fuck is Tulsi Gabbard on my screen? Why is Tulsi Gabbard on my screen? I'm going to jump out of a building. Okay. Yes, real life cat DJ, we can. So I'm going to find something lighthearted now, guys, since we just finished that, because it's been a hard day, right? We've been watching some really depressing shit. Let's find something lighthearted. What is this? So this is sent to us by Philly Cheese, who's currently in Scotland. What is this? Okay, I don't know what this is, but this is sent to us by Philly Cheese. It looks funny, so let's watch it. All right. Let's go here.
If you buy her one margarita.
No, elevator lady, I would rather put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger than watch any more of the Krispy Kreme Donut Man. I've seen all of them on the fucking Discord. I don't need to see them again. I don't need to see, I'm the jumbo hot dog and pancake man, or whatever it's so stupid. I don't know. I refuse.
She will spread her legs.
What? Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna start over. What?
If you buy her one margarita, she will spread her legs.
Don't do that. That's assault.
If you buy her 2 margaritas, she will pounce right on your penis. After 3 margaritas, she will grab your penis and put it in her mouth. 4 margaritas. 3, 4. She will grab your penis and ram it right up her anus.
What happens after that? 2, 3, 4, 5.
She will strap it on and peg you.
So, okay, a few things about that. So that's kind of funny, by the way. That is kind of funny. But also, please don't be having sex with people that have... guys, we gotta stop doing this for fear. These ladies are getting drinks for it. Well, yes. But like, wait, what? We gotta stop doing this for fear these ladies are getting drinks from it. Yeah. That's true. So like, exactly. I was gonna say, guys, can we be clear, guys, that like you really shouldn't do that if a woman has been drinking? Okay, I know I'm being a Debbie Downer here or whatever, but like that's kind of assault, all right? Please don't be doing that if the woman has, if you're with a lady and she's been drinking and that's not really consent. I'm just saying make sure there's consent. Make sure there's consent. That sounded a little bit sexual assaulty to me. All right. And obviously, it's okay, men, to get pegged. Because if there's one thing that audience of a bunch of frat boys didn't like was when she mentioned pegging, right? All those guys stopped cheering. It's like, my dear boys, okay? Try pegging. Trust me, you'll be fine. Okay. Anyway, but yes, just make sure there's consent involved. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Jesus. Okay. God. There is also... yeah. Can I also point out that I am, Jonas? I am. Can I also point out that there's also a lot of pressure? I think this is what you were saying. I think Elevator Lady, you were saying this. There also shouldn't be... Women shouldn't feel pressured by having drinks bought for them to suddenly put out sexually. Okay, right? So like there's also the notion here that paying for sex by buying drinks for a woman, that's not... I mean, unless she's a sex worker and she wants that, but like even then she has alcohol in her system. Anyway, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it. I had trouble finding it funny. Let's put it that way, because more often than not, that's going to be a sexual assault. Sexual assault thing going on there, okay? Thank you, POB. Hello, Splendinavia. How are you doing, Splendinavia? How are you doing, Splendinavia? How are you doing? All right, okay. Just make sure you have consent, folks. And remember, you can't give consent unless you're, like, not completely drunk. All right. Yeah, great patriarchy video. Great. Let's go on to another one. All right. I think that is probably why Philly Cheese sent it, because Philly Cheese isn't into that, is a smart guy. Anyway. All right. Pokemon is evil. What?
Pokemon. Pocket Monster. The spiral. And it stands for what? Male fertility. It's supposed to be able to mesmerize and hypnotize its enemies. This character over here is...
Thank you. Philly Cheese is a feminist. So I'm knowing that it was Philly Cheese, I'm sure he sent that because he knew I would say that, to be clear. Okay.
Called Mewtwo. Every time that you see Mewtwo, he's in this pose. 3 fingers. It means Hail Satan.
You know what's funny about that? The idea that this is Hail Satan. This is also a Christian symbol. Okay, having your 3 fingers, you can, if you do it like this or do it like this, that is a Christian symbol that symbolizes the Holy Trinity. You see it? Let me show you. Okay, my point is he's cherry picking. Jesus. I'm sure I can find a Jesus portrait that has him doing that. Portrait, Middle Ages. Let's see if I can find one. I'm sure I can, because it was very common to have images with him holding his finger. There you go. Look, you see how his hand is? Okay, like this to symbolize the Holy Trinity. We can find other ones here, I'm sure, the same. There he is. He's doing it again right there. See how he's holding his fingers like this to symbolize the Holy Trinity? Okay, I can show you more here. I'll give another one here just so you know I'm not fucking with you. Okay, I think you get the idea generally. There he's doing it there. He's doing it all like on a lot of these. So for this guy to say that Mewtwo's 3 fingers is symbolizing, yeah, exactly, is symbolizing the devil, is kind of nitpicking or is kind of cherry picking, because you could easily also say that means it's the Trinity. I think Mewtwo is holy. Okay, I think Mewtwo is holy, all right, and is actually promoting the Trinity.
Cute little one. Everybody, okay, everybody go, oh, come on. His tail.
Oh, look how cute he is.
It's a lightning bolt.
Aww.
And it's a Satanic Z. The Pokemon trading card game is a new collectible card game that is made and distributed by Wizards of the Coast. What is a wizard? Male practitioner of black magic. Cute little Pokemon. Can we agree on that? Yes. Oh, I know, he's cute, isn't he? Little satanic tail. Let the camera get a view of that. These pocket monsters are creatures that inhabit
Argenticle. Oh no, you're fine, Argenticle. I didn't see what you said, but it's okay.
The world with humans. Got to catch them all. You don't need mom. You don't need dad. You don't need grandparents. You don't need aunts and uncles. You don't need school, and you probably don't even need a church.
Oh no, that is true though. You don't need a church, folks. You don't. I actually recommend you don't go to one.
Because you're a
kind of a waste of your time.
Master. This rap song that's played over again. And it says, I will travel across the land searching far and wide each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. And then it's enchanted to them. Gotta catch them all. Here's the next character. This is Misty. Look at this. If this was actually clear, you'd see that that's a halter top. It stops right there.
So?
And she's got short shorts on. She's headstrong and stubborn, constantly arguing with Ash.
Oh no, she's an independent woman. How satanic, right? Literally, that's what he's saying.
Typical woman.
Oh my fucking God. These people are so predictable. They're so fucking predictable. He's not even hiding it. He's just saying it out loud. Jesus Christ.
God forgive me. All right. Jesse, and the other one's called James. And listen what it says about them. It says, prepare for trouble, make it double. Jesse and James are an evil gang looking to steal rare Pokemon. In the program, they're also prone to cross-dressing. No. And look here. This is Mew over here, M-E-U. He's kind of cute. And this is Mewtwo over here, complete with his satanic salute. And if you notice, that pose is always given
we love James, our queer idol.
With the left hand. 618 children had suffered convulsions, vomiting, irritated eyes, and other symptoms after watching Pokemon. There's something unusual about that. They don't know.
Maybe the lights were I don't know. I don't know
why it happened. But remember I said that they get their energy
I just don't care.
Through energy balls. Cute little
energy
Pikachu,
balls.
and he's being energized by an energy ball.
Oh, look at Pikachu.
And now you notice he's not quite so cute anymore, and his little satanic tail.
We should do smash or pass for Pokemon. Let's, at one point, guys, let's do, let me go through all 150 of the original all 151 of the original Pokemon, and I'll say smash or pass. That'll be kind of fun.
Is really erect. They actually show the energy balls that is used to make these monsters bigger and better. Look at the yellow. What do you see? Lightning bolt.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking for, Laquaz. Epilepsy.
Bolt.
It's a lightning bolt.
Look
so
here.
What?
All-seeing eye. Up here is the clenched fist, symbol for rebellion, anarchy. Powerful witchcraft symbol where my finger is. Down here is another powerful witchcraft symbol, and down at the bottom.
Anything is a fucking witchcraft symbol.
Here, this blue ball down in here is the symbol for energy of water. Earth, wind, and fire, the 3 basic elements of all witchcraft. There's a war going on right now for the children because Satan wants them really bad. Got to catch them all. Got to get them while they're young. Got to induct satanic doctrine. For me and my family, we are going to serve the Lord. Not in the ways of these Pokemon, not in the ways of witchcraft or Satan worship.
Oh, look at Pikachu. He's so cute. He's so angry.
Look at this. Pokemon psychic surprise. Look at this.
Ooh.
This
Gengar. Gengar is one of my favorites, if not my favorite. I love Gengar.
creature right here is called Haunter. Little Pikachu down here, he's crying his eyes out.
Aw.
He's not cute, and even Ash doesn't look cute anymore.
But you just said he's cute. Pikachu is cute.
Those energy balls represent that the Pokemon get their power by supernatural occult ability. Abracadabra. The Kadabra character has a pentagram
Gengar
on his
Dream
forehead.
Eater. Hypnosis and then Dream Eater.
And he has SSS across his chest. Satan's solemn servant. The Kadabra character is always pictured on the card with his left hand giving the satanic salute.
Really, Argentical?
Look at this.
Right, POB?
Quebec teen stabbed at school over Pokemon cards. This was in Montreal. Look at this.
You know how many people are killed over Christianity? Okay.
The woman teacher noticed that they were paying more attention to Pokemon than they were her. So she waited for the deck to get back to this young man, and then she walked over and grabbed that deck out of his hand. He got up and struck her dead in the face with his fists. This stuff is...
Yeah, that happens to teachers all the time. A lot of teachers get assaulted by their students. That's not because of Pokemon. It's because they're kids. Okay?
Nothing more than unadulterated witchcraft. And I have to wonder sometime...
Yeah, interesting. Notice how earlier he talked about how that's just how women are. What do you think is more likely to influence your audience? Saying that women are often assholes? Might that lead to a woman getting hit in the face? Or is it Pokemon? Okay, so anyway.
When a grade school child is going to do what the Weeping Bell Razor Leaf Pokemon card says, it says this. It spits out poison powder to immobilize the enemy and then finishes the enemy with a spray of acid.
Amazing.
Remember that the whole goal in all of these role-playing games, and especially in Pokemon, is to become the master.
Sporadic laughter, right? I mean, some sporadic clapping.
Hail
that's cute.
Pokemon.
Hail Pokemon. Okay, that's really fucking stupid. Okay, thank you, Argentical. Oh my God, there's actually a smash. There's actually a Pokemon smash or pass. We're not gonna play this right now. That'd be kind of funny, but I feel like that would be. I will save it for later. Maybe sometime. Maybe tomorrow on Friday I can do smash or pass for Pokemon. Though I'd feel like I'd feel disgusting if I did that. Okay. How does it handle? How does it feel? How are you supposed to handle it, and what happens after? So, real life cat DJ. If a teacher gets hit, you're not allowed to hit back. You're not allowed to hit back really until your life is directly in danger of ending. Generally speaking. Okay, now you can act in self-defense if you're being openly assaulted, but it's very hard to be excused if you hit back unless you feel like you're about to die. So typically, if you get hit, you're going to call down to the main office and you're going to call for help from another teacher, and then you're going to call down to the admin to come up. And you're likely going to, and if you can't remove the kid from the classroom, you're going to have the rest of the students leave the classroom for a little bit at least while you deal with that student, okay? But you can't hit back. As a matter of fact, I can tell you guys a story real fast. Now, a group home is a little bit different, but not by much. What was I about to say? Oh, yes. When I worked at a group home, there is, yeah, I believe it, Matt Saigai, because some teachers use corporal punishment, okay, which in the United States, teachers aren't supposed to do that, and they don't. For the most part, teachers don't use corporal punishment. There are some states that still allow it, but practically no teacher does it anymore, okay, that I'm aware of. It's illegal. You would be, like, in so much fucking trouble, and I'm glad, because we shouldn't allow that here. But anyway, so when I was in a group home, you could not, like, a lot of the children in the group home were very violent. Okay, like, that was pretty common. That's why they're in the group home, is because they have something going on that, makes it hard for them to exist safely around themselves or other people. So there was one worker who had the same position I did. There was a kid who was a sociopath. I'm not even joking, like, had antisocial personality disorder. And had recently been acting a lot better and hadn't been doing nearly as many bad things, I guess you could say. So they had started to give this kid more privileges around the house. And one day, a worker he turned his back on this kid while walking away, and the kid jumped on his back and tried to choke him to death. Literally wrapped his arms around this worker's neck and was choking him to where he couldn't breathe anymore. And this worker tried everything to get him off his back. He kind of tried to swing him around to throw him off. He tried to hit on things to get people's attention, and couldn't get anyone's attention. And he knew that if he did anything to hurt this kid, he might lose his job and everything. So eventually he fell to his knees, about to pass out from having no air. And it was at that point that he reached back and started punching the kid in the face as hard as he could with his fist. And the kid got knocked out and fell off. And after an investigation, he was found not guilty. But his name was thrown through the mud, I'll tell you what. But he was found not guilty of committing a crime, and they're very strict about it. And there were cameras that showed it and stuff. But yeah, so, okay, don't sully the good name of group homes, right? Jesus. So he got that would be a case where you could assault a child if you're about to die. Okay, like literally. Yeah. So, and the kid ended up being fine. Was taken to a different group home, obviously, because if you're going to be trying to kill members of the staff, you're going to have issues. But anyway, so yeah. Yeah. So, but regardless, it's similar with teachers. If you are assaulted, unless you feel that like you're about to die, you kind of just need to put up your arms and defend yourself without striking back. Okay. Yeah, there's always one, right? Splendinavia. I mean, a lot of group homes aren't that great, I got to tell you. Anyway, there we go. And actually, it's good. It honestly is good, guys, because that's rare. It's very rare that a child is trying to kill someone. So, it should be rare to use violence against children, obviously. So, okay. All right. Okay. Let's see what else we have here, guys. I have a few minutes left here. Let's find something else. Of course, real life Catty J. Let's see. Defend yourself with a cane. Let's watch one of Let's watch one of Jay Williams, since we haven't done that yet, and I know you all love it. Oh, wait a minute. Dolly Boy sent us one. Are you still here, Dolly Boy? The Wolf of Bannanock? Let's watch that.
This is Dunkeld Cathedral.
Okay, so let's watch this. This was sent to us by... Are you still here, Dolly Boy? Are you still here, Dolly Boy? Are you still here, Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy left. God damn it. Oh, no, he's still there. You lied to me. You lied to me, Matt Psy guy. Okay, we'll watch this one. Dolly Boy never sends us stuff, so we'll watch it. This is called The Wolf of Badenoch. I don't know. I can't say that in a Scottish accent. Scotland's most evil man? Question mark. Let's see what this is about. I have no idea. It looks medieval, though. Whatever it is, it's going to be medieval. Everyone ready? Let's watch it. We'll learn some history. Let's see what this is about.
This is Dunkeld Cathedral.
You're racist, Sir Bart.
Final resting place of Alexander Stewart, Earl of Buchan. The most evil man in Scottish history.
Who?
A man so bad.
Who? What's his name?
Cathedral. Final resting place.
So this, oh my God, I know too much about architecture. Never mind.
Of Alexander Stewart.
Alexander Stewart. Oh, he's a Stewart? Interesting.
Earl of Buchan. The most evil man in Scottish history. A man so bad he was excommunicated and died after losing a game of chess with the devil. Maybe. Or maybe he's just misunderstood. Welcome to Scotland Unplugged, a very windy Loch and Dorb, and the story of the Wolf of Badenoch.
Badenoch. Okay.
I had to get up pretty early to make this.
I just love art, like from different eras, like these cool. These look cool, right? Wouldn't you like to be buried with like a thing like that looks like you with an armor and shit? That'd be kind of cool, right?
Badenoch. I had to get up pretty early to make this one, but I got to drive through some of my favourite bits of the country. So
beautiful.
Worth it. This is Loch and Dorb. And on an island out there in the middle is Loch and Dorb Castle. It was built by the Cummins and heavily upgraded with 4 corner towers
That's
and a
very
curtain
honest.
wall when Edward I of England stayed here during his campaign in the First War of Independence in 1303.
Okay.
It's said to have been one of the wolf's favourite lairs, one of the places he rode out from.
That's a great position for a castle. You can block the
and
waterway.
you can see why. But as far as we know, he was never actually called the wolf in his lifetime. In charters, he's listed as Alexander Senescali, Latin for Alexander Stewart. And in contemporary Gallic society, he was known as Alistair More Macon Rye, Great Alexander, the king's son. He was born around 1343.
13. Oh my God, what a terrible time to be alive. I mean, especially if you're a peasant, but Jesus.
Surviving son of the future Robert II.
Oh, okay.
But he wasn't content to be a spare. He'd go on to become Justiciar of Scotia and hold vast lands here in the north. But his path to getting all that was a bit iffy. His father was Robert Stewart. The Stewarts were the High Stewards of Scotland, looking after.
You can tell when this was drawn because this guy is not in an outfit that matches the 1300s. So that's kind of funny that this was clearly drawn in a later era and was inaccurate.
The royal household. But Robert's father, Walter, the 6th High Steward, had married Robert the Bruce's daughter, Marjorie. Jackpot. Robert didn't get on well with his uncle, David II, who quite rightly thought he had designs on the throne. So Uncle David's parliament made Robert and all his sons swear an oath.
I literally did cover Abdul al-Sayed, Matt Saigai, and you just weren't here, so.
Requiring them to keep their followers in check. It may be that they broke their oaths, as Robert and possibly Alexander ended up imprisoned on Loch Leven Island.
What'd they do?
Eventually, though, their fortunes changed. Robert became the first Stuart king, founding a dynasty. But new dynasties are precarious things, with a lot of reordering. He needed someone he could trust in the north, so he made Alexander Lord of Badenoch. But the wolf was still hungry for power and land.
See, this is the fun. Guys, literally feudalism, it contains the word feud. I don't know if you know that, but the word feudalism contains the word feud. Because it was like a bunch of fucking feuds, or like, so interesting thing here. Like, Middle Ages is interesting. It's really hard to to kind of intuitively understand it because we live in such a different era. But like under feudalism, basically the most foundational unit is families, okay, who are basically family gains who control large swaths of land that they personally own. There isn't so much of an idea of a nation. Nationalism came later. So society was built around oaths of loyalty and like contracts with these families who ruled that vast swaths of land, okay? And so that was sort of the fundamental unit. Who is your liege? Who is the family that you're obedient to? Okay? So it's so fucked up. And so these families were constantly feuding with each other, okay? Literally feuding with each other, getting into fights with each other over land, trying to kill each other, assassinate each other. Okay.
In 1371, he leased the lands of Urquhart from his half-brother. In 1372, he got his hands on more land and became Royal Justiciar in the Appin of Dull in Perthshire. That title gave him crown authority from Perthshire to the Pentland Firth. But that wasn't enough.
Of course not.
His next move was to marry
unlike, this is actually interesting. Unlike, the clans, right? The different clans, Dolly Boy. Unlike capitalism, right? This is actually interesting because we can talk Marxist kind of things here a little bit, okay? Unlike under capitalism, right? You're trying to increase your profits and things like that. Under feudalism, you need the more land you have, the more agricultural production you're able to produce, okay? Because wealth in this time was based off agricultural production. How much land do you have to grow things, which then you can sell and trade and feed troops with, okay? So every king, every noble wanted more and more land, because then more agricultural production, more wealth, more troops, more power, okay? So there was sort of a desire for more land, right? And there are different ways to get land, whether it be inheriting it from someone else or literally taking it by force.
Countess of Ross. That made him Earl of Ross, and extended his influence as far as Lewis and Skye. But none of that land grabbing made him very popular with the locals, and Alexander Burr, the Bishop of Moray, really wasn't happy.
Bishops were also landowners, okay? Like even bishops, clerics were often very wealthy and powerful and owned large swaths of land. What's wrong, Dolly boy? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you being mean? I didn't do anything.
Magnificent beast is Elgin Cathedral, the bishop's pride and joy. It was completed in 1248, and it was the second biggest cathedral in the country in its day, second only to St Andrews. It was known as the Lantern of the North. The bishop himself called it the ornament of the realm, the glory of the kingdom. The bishop had kind of a free hand up here in the northeast.
Yeah.
In 1370, he'd entered into a protection agreement with Alexander. The wolf used hired hands, caterans, bands of mercenaries to keep order. Or at least...
So if you notice, they love having these ornamental graves. There's a reason for that. The oil barrel I show you guys, the neo-Marxist oil barrel, applies to feudalism too. You wanted to establish like a bloodline and show that this land is yours because, you know, there's not like a police force. You have to like, so having graves with like your ancestors that have similar names to you and stuff really reinforces your claim to certain tracts of land, which can then be used later if you need to ensure your continued control over certain swaths of land. All right?
His kind of order. And when Alexander became Lord of Badenoch, his caterans were on church lands. Meanwhile, down south, there was trouble brewing. Alexander's brothers, John, Earl of Carrick, and Robert, Duke of Albany, were pretty power-hungry themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The king wasn't in the best of health, and the brothers vied for control. John effectively ran things, and other local landowners tried to reassert their authority, but Alexander held on. By 1387, he'd extended his influence to become justiciar north of the Forth. That's a fairly big chunk of land. But things were only getting more complicated. In 1388, it was clear that the Earl of Carrick was making a mess of things, so his younger brother, the Duke of Albany, took over. And one of his first moves was to install his son Murdoch as justiciar north of the Forth. Things weren't great at home either.
So,
in fact,
was
Alexander wasn't.
Do you know, Dolly Boy? Was this gavel kind? Was this primogeniture or gavel kind? Did they actually, as in, was the oldest son going to inherit everything, or did he divide up his land amongst all of his sons? I'm having trouble following him a little bit.
At home. Euphemia and Alexander's marriage hadn't produced an heir. Alexander had left his wife behind and was living with his mistress, Mairid, with whom he had several children. It's thought he might have had as many as 40 children in his lifetime. The Bishop of Moray might not have had complete control of his lands anymore.
This is beautiful, though. Look at this. I love the architecture and
but
stuff.
He was still the boss when it came to all things spiritual. This is where the bishop would have sat, right next to the altar. He commanded Alexander to return to his wife immediately. And when Alexander agreed, but didn't follow through, he encouraged Euphemia to divorce him. Robert II died on the 19th of April, 1390.
This is going to cause a civil war.
John, Earl of Carrick, would be crowned Robert III, but not until the following August, leaving a gap and a lot of uncertainty. His brother, Robert, was retained as Guardian of Scotland. the Bishop of Murray decided...
Yeah, it looks like it, Dolly Boy. That's what it sounded like. Because I guess they
no longer required Alexander's protection and entered into an agreement with Thomas Dunbar, the Sheriff of Inverness and son of the Earl of Murray, one of Alexander's rivals. With his father's protection gone, a brother stepping on his toes, and a bishop interfering in his marriage, consorting with his rivals and trying to take away his wife and her lands, the wolf was under pressure and made the move that would come to define his reputation.
Uh-oh, what did he do?
In May, he destroyed the town of Forres and Blascarden Abbey. In June, he came here with his wild, wicked Hieland men, and he burned the Lantern of the North and everything in it. He was excommunicated for his crimes and forced to attend Blackfriars in Perth in the presence of his brothers, the King and the Earl of Fife, and the Council General. He was made to repent, wearing sackcloth.
So excommunication, guys, is where you're expelled from the Catholic Church. You're expelled from it. You're no longer. It also prohibits you from entering heaven. The ideological justification for rulership at the time was that God chose you to be that ruler. Okay, so if you were a king or a queen, you were there because God chose you to be there. And excommunication effectively removed that ideological reason for being a king. So if the Pope or a bishop or whatever would literally excommunicate you, that opened you up to other people trying to take your titles. So it basically gave a casus belli for any of your rivals to try and kill you or attack your holdings. It was not good to be excommunicated because then they could justify it and be like, well, you don't rightfully hold this position. You've been excommunicated. Yeah, and if you did, and you had to do a lot to be let back in if you were excommunicated from the church. Thank you, Lacroix, for the 200 bits. Really, thank you.
And then the Bishop of St Andrews absolved him, proving once and for all that it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah, so he got pardoned,
Alexander
apparently.
died in 1394 or 1405. These are the remains of Ruthven Barracks.
Exactly, Kroll. If you lose your Assassin's Guild membership, it's open season, correct.
18th century British government buildings on the site of a much earlier castle. Legend has it that Alexander was here in Ruthven Castle on a stormy night when a tall stranger dressed in black appeared at the door. The stranger challenged him to a game of chess, and the wolf, unable to resist a challenge, agreed. The storm got crazier and the thunder boomed louder and louder as the game went on, and the stranger called check, then checkmate. In the morning, the wolf and all his servants were found dead. There wasn't a mark on his body, but the nails had been pulled from his boots. The darkly dressed stranger had been Old Nick, the devil himself. But does the wolf deserve his title? Is he really the most evil man in Scottish history? It's probably worth mentioning that a lot of his reputation comes from the writings of the church, and he wasn't too popular with them.
See, this is a problem with the Middle Ages. One of the things I deeply respect historians of the Middle Ages because it is not fucking easy to be a historian of the Middle Ages. These sources are all extremely biased. There's very few good sources a lot of the time. So yeah, I was going to ask what were the sources on this because oftentimes if someone has a negative moniker, it's because whoever wrote the history didn't like them. So yeah, if the church wrote his history and he had been excommunicated and they didn't like him because he burned down an abbey, of course they're going to write that he was evil and that he okay. So okay.
And while Alexander might have burned down a church, his great-grandfather, Robert the Bruce, murdered a rival in a church.
Yes, he did. Robert the Bruce did kill a rival in a church. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime on that.
He wasn't even the only one to have a go at Elgin Cathedral. 12 years later, in 1402, the Lord of the Isles burned everything around it. I think he was more just a man of his time. And let's face it, everyone loves an anti-hero.
Yeah. Interesting. Give me a second, guys. I think I'll come back. I'll keep streaming for a bit. I just want to see. I think there's food ready. Yeah, I'm going to go grab some food. I'll be right back, guys. Stay here. I have to pee anyway. So I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Happy. Thank you, Peck on Bad.
trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on
Hello, folks. Hello. How's everyone doing? Okay. So, 1 second here. One second. Sorry. Right. Okay. So, what are we going to do? We just watched that. What did I want to do? I wanted to briefly talk about feudalism, perhaps. Let me just show you. Let me just talk a little bit about feudalism. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, we'll see. We could do some fucking feudalism. So, okay, you know, it might as well. Let me just show you here. I know. So you guys, I can't help to do a little bit of an educational thing. This won't be as dark as the earlier education. Let's put it that way. But let me just show you here. So, like, imagine in the feudal system, okay? King, right. Feudalism's great, right? So at the top, you have the monarch. In this case, it was most of the time a king. So I'm going to put king, okay? Now, where's my face? Boop. All right. Feudalism's super interesting. It's much more complex than I'm going to let on, but for the sake of simplicity here, imagine you have a please do, Dolly Boy, do it. Imagine you have a lot of fucking land, okay? And at this time period, like a king would typically, you can imagine, it depends on the system, right? In some systems, the king controlled all the land underneath his reign, but he's not going to be able to actually control that land, right? It's going to be really hard to monitor all that land, make sure and collect the taxes from all that land. That's a lot of territory to administer, right? So you need some lords, right? You need someone who can monitor that land for you and still provide you what you need for it to be the king. So what these kings would do, and this was different in different countries, to be clear, depending on the historical circumstances. You would hand out some land to your vassals, your lords, okay? Lords. So you might, and this would be sort of a contract. So a lord, there's different kinds of lords. There's dukes, well, mainly dukes. Let's talk dukes right now, okay? So you would hand a chunk of land, a chunk of your kingdom to a duke in exchange for being given that land and providing, given that land to farm on. The duke would be required to outfit and provide the king with troops when the king requested them, okay, to go fight for the king, okay? So the king hands out land to a bunch of lords. So, for example, in England, the English crown handed out, they had the Duke of Lancaster, the Duke of York. Some of these titles still exist today, okay? There were duchies, a duchy which is kind of right under a kingdom. There was also archduchies in some other places, but a duchy is underneath the side. So a king is like has a kingdom, right? Kingdom. And then you have a lord, and one of those is a duke. And then depending, the lords would then have knights. Okay, kings would have knights too. This is complicated. So the lord would then, the king also had knights. Again, it's confusing. So, or barons or whatever the case. Knights would be small landowners who would be granted chunks of land from lords or the king in exchange for outfitting themselves with weaponry and going to the lord when called to war, or going to the king when called to war. Okay, so it was sort of a contractual arrangement. Now, this is complicated. This isn't even that great because technically knights could be a kind of lord too. It was much more complicated than this. Let me give you an example. So let's say you have a king. I don't know. Let's call it King, I don't know, King CR, okay? So imagine I'm a king. King CR. King CR will probably have some land that he directly owns still. So it's not like there isn't some land he won't own. He may even have some knights that he directly owns, okay? So there might be some knights directly underneath him that aren't underneath a lord, okay? There might be a duke, a couple dukes, right? There might be dukes underneath him. And then underneath those dukes, there might be barons, okay? Because baron was a smaller land title than a duke, okay? And then that duke might also have a knight or two that they give out chunks of land to fight for them. And then the baron might have a knight or two that they give out chunks of land to fight. So it's a complicated web of these relationships. Do you see what I mean, guys? So like, it isn't like exactly an vertical structure. It's not exactly a vertical structure. There was also a lot of variation. So you have dukes, barons. Each of these have their own knights to some extent that they've handed out chunks of land to. Okay, there you go. And beneath all of these nobles, okay, or all of these lords, etc., are the peasantry or the serfs. Peasantry or serfs. So underneath these guys whether it be any of these guys, are commoners or serfs. So it's not even, so if we were to go back up here, okay, and we were to have like the nobility, which are any of the things I just mentioned, okay, the nobility, which would be kings, dukes, barons. If you're in Scandinavia, they're jarls, okay? Underneath the nobility then are the fucking serfs. And the serfs are the peasants. They are the ones who are required to work the land that the nobles own. Now, this is a problem. Well, let me explain this way. The theory here is that this is a contractual relationship where the serf provides for the nobles, these nobles, including knights, barons, dukes, etc., in exchange for their protection. That's not really how it'll work because the serfs didn't really have a choice in this. Serfs were linked to the land. What does that mean? If you were a serf, you were stuck on the piece of land that you were required to work, regardless of who owned it. So let's say a king dies and his land goes to a different noble. You go with that land, okay? You are stuck on that land. You are part of the land. And the value of the land is you are calculated into the value of the land, okay? Correct, weird amorphous blob. And that's the main difference with slavery, under slavery, slaves are movable property. They are not stuck to the land. They go with you. They are movable property. Serfs are not movable property. They are bound to the land that they're on. Okay? So, which isn't much better than slavery, to be honest, but it's, I guess, a little bit, maybe, who knows. So you would have kind of Real Life Cat DJ. And guys, on a side note here, so the more serfs you had, the more land you had, the farm, the more wealth you had, and the more farming you could do. And by the way, so the serfs would be required to provide a certain percentage of what they grew to the nobles above them, and then they were allowed to keep the rest for their own consumption. And usually, it was a very high percentage of what they produced that they had to provide. The nobles would then take what was produced and feed themselves, and then they would take the excess of they needed to feed themselves and use that to feed soldiers, okay? Or maybe not soldiers, but use that to buy things and like to go to merchants and purchase shit, okay? So kings would have a lot of fucking agricultural shit heading their way, going all the way up this triangle that they could use to buy things. They could even use it to fund mercenaries, get lots of wealth because they had a lot of surplus agriculture that they controlled. All right. Even though they didn't really produce any of it, it was always the people beneath them. And when war broke out, the king would do something called raising the levies. Okay. Raise the levies or raise the banners. Okay. Raise the levies, which is where a messenger would go out and call for help from all the lords who had a contractual relationship to the king. Okay, so if your lord is the king and he's granted you land, remember that means you have to serve him when he calls you to battle. Okay, so you would then have to, using the agricultural surplus your farms have produced, equip yourself with a suit of armor that you have bought or created using your own wealth, and go serve the king. All right. And if you don't, well, you're gonna be fucked. Okay, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. And this is where we can talk about how in systems like these, under capitalism, we have different ways of viewing the world that reinforce this system. Okay. Yes, Real Life Cat DJ, yes. Okay. So honestly, void production, basically, yes. Okay. Now there is some nuance there, but it could be, yes. So Real Life Cat DJ, what is the difference between knights and regular soldiers? So regular soldiers were typically peasants or serfs, okay, who were conscripted up to fight for whatever reason. Uh, so you could conscript also peasants, but they often weren't very skilled at combat. All right. Um, so anyway, they had ideologies. Okay. Who, real life Cat DJ, who would be loyal? So yeah, exactly. Or very loyal at all, right? Okay. Typically, that's why you would have peasantry mainly do this shit. So you would have these ideologies at the time that reinforce the structure, just like you see today. So there was the knightly code of honor that you had to be loyal to your lord, right? That was an ideological way of ensuring that if you're called up to fight, you're actually going to go fight, because the king didn't have power if the people he called up to fight didn't come to fight for him. Otherwise, who's going to fight for him, right? And in exchange, then the land nobility would be loyal, and they would, and he was relied on them for military service, and they relied on him for the land he gave them. Okay, so and if in order to reinforce the king's and all these nobles' position at the top of all this, the notion of the divine right of kings came in. So if anyone questioned, well, why the fuck do you get to rule over us and not have to actually farm, and we have to farm and get you rich? It would be, well, God put me here. That's why I'm here. Okay. And the Catholic Church reinforced this. Okay. There was a lot of, and this is more complicated than I'm letting on, but there were all these ideologies baked into this to reinforce this system. We have this idea of like knights being like very honorable and things like that. They were not. A lot of the times they were not. That was an archetype. Of how knights were supposed to be. It was an ideology, just like we have this ideology in America of American troops being innocent and fight and honorable, and they don't kill civilians, and they're always victims. The American military and police never do anything bad, right? There's only a few bad apples. It was the same thing with knights. They're always presented as these honorable, manly men who always were loyal to their lords. They were often very brutal and would slaughter vast numbers of people, okay? But of course, the ideology, would be supported by this notion of knights being awesome, etc. Okay, so that's basically how it went. You would raise the levies. This also caused problems, guys, because if you called up your nobles to fight too many times or too long, they might start getting upset or start going home without your permission, because it costs a lot of money to get out in the field of battle and away from your feuds, away from, your fiefs, your pieces of land. So they would oftentimes be like, okay, we've been out fighting for like 2 years now. We're going to go back. Fuck you. Okay, so like kings, they would try to limit how long wars were fought for. Often it didn't work. Yeah, ACAB, totally low tier. So they would try to limit it, but, this also caused lots of other gut problems, folks. So imagine you have a king, and he has a bunch of sons. Now, so he has a bunch of sons, princes, right? Let's say there are like 3 princes. So prince, prince. So early on in feudalism, this is really bad. You can tell it's prince. Early on in feudalism, something was practiced called gavelkind. Oh God, I know you can't even read this. My handwriting's terrible when I'm doing this. Okay. We're not today, Weirdomorphous Blob, but you're right. This and the towns and the burghers developed parallel to these things. So did guilds, which ended up somewhat evolving into capitalism later. So I'm just talking about the agricultural aspect of this. Void productions. Was there class mobility propaganda in this time? Like, if you work hard enough, you can become a knight? No. There was no class mobility propaganda except for within the aristocracy, the nobles. There was some of that in there, but not elsewhere. Not as much, because like the idea was there was something called the great chain of being. Everyone had a sense that they have their own place in the world. And your job in life, it was like a caste system. Like if you're a serf, that's what God wants you to be, and you need to loyally serve as a serf, or you will go to hell. Okay, if you're a king, that's because that's where God wants you to be. You get my point, right? So, gavel kind succession, which was common at early on, after a king died, his land would be divided amongst all of his male heirs. So, which is not great. So like a king might have united a massive realm, but when he died, suddenly you had 3 separate realms ruled by 3 separate people. Oftentimes the king would be like, you all 3 of you will rule this land together. You have to work together to rule this land. Well, if the 3 of you have equal amounts of land, that gives you equal amounts of power. You're going to fight each other, okay? Because naturally, you're going to fight because there's going to be conflicts. So this would almost, yeah, exactly, LaQualbois. They're going to be fighting the shit out of each other, okay? And there would be these bloody, violent wars between the heirs to these gavel-kind kingdoms early on. And so what ends up happening in an effort to kind of crack down on this, kings started doing things like started doing primogeniture succession. Primogeniture, which meant that the eldest male heir would inherit everything. Okay, would inherit everything. Now, this is also problematic. So instead of having, okay, all these systems are insane, by the way. There's a reason later we got away from them for other reasons too. The king, so you have a bunch of sons. So son, let's say there's like 3 sons. Son, if you could have a son. This is why it gets complicated because there weren't always sons around. So everything would go to the eldest son, and these sons would be kind of left out. Now, this causes a problem because these sons are going to want more. Now, these sons probably do have tracts of land themselves. So if you've given too much to these 2 sons, they might unite together and then overthrow the eldest son and then fight amongst each other to become the real king. Another problem here was that, if this guy is standing in your way, you might, just try to off your brother, okay? And oftentimes they would kill the brother, which would then pass the succession on to the next son. And so there was kind of an incentive to try to off your eldest sibling. So what often would happen is that the eldest sibling, as soon as they got into power, they would often kill all their other siblings or banish them or imprison them. Whether they were loyal or not, these 2 will be a threat to you in the future. So it was constant violence, constant political violence to ensure that your crown was being held. Okay, it's free real estate. Whisper me. Yes, exactly, Zach. Okay, so like it was fucking crazy all the time, like all the backstabbing and like good luck. What if a king? Listen, what would happen if a king didn't have a male heir, or if a king died while their eldest son was still a child? Uh-oh. Okay, like lots of fucking problems would pop up because of this. And it's not exactly, you'd have a succession crisis, which was very bloody and often would result in the destruction of the state. So, this was not a very efficient way of doing things. Okay. Yeah, regency councils are some of the worst. One of the worst things you can do for your kingdom is to is for a child to inherit the throne, because then you'll get a regent who is in charge of the child and makes decisions for the child, and that regent will suddenly have a lot of power and might be able to take over if they're good enough at doing it. Lucy Rossi, hello, how are you doing? So glad you're here. Anyway, it's very interesting. I'll talk more about it sometime. This is much more complicated than I'm letting on, but feudalism's super interesting. Okay. I know, right, Zach? But now freezing sperm or whatever is a thing, right? God. By the way, guys, like we still have some kind. What Zach App said kind of reminds me of this. We still kind of have some degree of like noble inheritance. Okay, not based off blood, but it is sometimes, right? Like if you're a rich person, you can basically pass on your estate and all your wealth to your son or your daughter or whoever, which is deeply unjust. And oftentimes, in extremely wealthy families, there is conflict between elder siblings over who gets the most of the inheritance. Okay, so like we haven't completely gotten away from our feudal roots, have we? Jonas, the Duke of Westminster. Yeah, the Duke of Westminster, which is a title. I can also give you another example here. By the way, there was similar things that happened in Japan. Japan had a very similar feudal structure, but there's also the bishops. So bishops were basically lords also. They were basically feudal lords too. Wait, you didn't get a chateau? I haven't, Zach. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I did not inherit a chateau. Did you? So bishops, there were bishops who controlled bishoprics and archbishops who controlled archbishoprics. And they basically had fucking feudal power too. And they had land and they had serfs and they had people that worked for them. They were elites just like feudal lords. One of the differences here is that if you were a Catholic bishop, you had to have a degree of loyalty to the Pope more than just the king, depending on where you are, the time period, and things like that. So there were also bishops who controlled large chunks of land, intermixed with these feudal lords. Okay, these nobles. All right. So it was a mess. Okay, and these people were always fighting. Yeah, Henry VIII, right? Real life cat DJ. Henry VIII in Britain, at least, attempted to. I mean, removed England from the Catholic Church and then seized all those lands that had been owned by Catholic bishops, monasteries, and things like that. It did, Weird Amorphous Blob. So the bishops, that's what the bishops were. And it gets more complicated if we talk about the Pope, who in theory was higher than kings, but really wasn't. Because the Pope could excommunicate rulers and things like that, which would reduce their legitimacy and make it more likely that people would go to war with them. But like they didn't have as much power as a lot of kings did. It's complicated. So anyway, maybe I'll talk more about this sometime. I shouldn't be ranting too much about this right now. We're near the end of the stream. Okay, so this was a fucking mess. And alongside of this, maybe we'll talk about some time where the growth of the burghers, okay, the merchants and the towns, which would later become the kind of growth pool for capitalism. Okay, so capitalism and feudalism did not work well together. They kind of had to be kept somewhat separate in a way because they were completely different modes of production and they didn't get along too well. So the noble lords and stuff would often turn to the merchants to get goods, but a lot of times they didn't overlap in terms of spheres of authority because they had a different system. Yeah, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Peasant revolts, there were some of them, but they often were not revolutionary. Weird Amorphous Blob. They would often be, when the peasants revolted, it would often be in favor of the king, okay? The peasants would like revolt and go to the king's palace and say, we know you're being misled by the other nobles. We know that you actually are there for that God put you there and you're being misled. So they would sometimes revolt and then because of something the king did, but then they wouldn't blame the king for it. Yeah, I'm not even joking. It was kind of funny. They would go to the king and be like, we know you're being misled, that you wouldn't actually do this to us. And sometimes the king would lie and be like, you're right, I'm being misled. Here, I'll change my policy. But, oftentimes he wouldn't. So they often weren't revolutionary when they did revolt. Okay. Dolly Boy, yeah, and no one would criticize the king. They would say his advisors were wrong and misled him. Yeah. And yeah, that would often be, yes, rule us correctly, King Charles. So it was kind of interesting. If you read documents at the time, some of the biggest revolutionary ones, it was weird amorphous blob. I'll cover it sometime. The 1524 one was proto-communist. Even some of the most revolutionary peasant movements would frame it as we're helping the king, because there was this ideological belief in, the king being there for the sake of, God put them there. Okay. So anyway, was Cromwell like this? Yes. No, no, he was not. That was a lot later. Okay. Yeah, Dolly Boy. That was a lot later. He was a bit different, okay? He basically became a king himself, kind of. Not really. I mean, he kind of acted like a king later. Yeah, he was more, though, on parliamentary, okay. Lord Corrector, there you go, refocus. So this was a crazy system. And, I mean, it made sense, like, the technology at the time and stuff, but it was pretty convoluted. I'll talk about it better sometime. I feel like I'm doing a really bad job explaining it. This hierarchy of landowners. And to be clear, guys, there was no sense of nation state. It was all landowners and subjects, okay? You had someone who was your lord that you were loyal to. There was not necessarily a sense of loyalty to a national identity, okay? That developed later, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, on a side note, the peasantry, yeah, you're right, Wilmer's Bob, and I should frame that better. It was necessary and rational for the mode of production that existed. But from our eyes, it seems pretty crazy, right? But I see exactly what you mean, Weird Morpheus Blob. Okay. Yeah, all right. So can I also, the peasantry, by the way, guys, on a side note, do you know that the peasantry, it is in most places in Europe actually worked less? I mean, the serfs probably worked fewer days a year than we do. Yeah, they did. So a lot of serfs in Europe actually worked fewer days a year than we do, had many more days off. I know. Now I am not saying that means, yeah, they got a lot of holidays. Let me see if I can find an example. Average number of days off for the serfs. Yeah, they had about 150. Let's see here. Now, I would have to find this is the Adam Smith Institute. I'm going to kill myself. Okay. You know what? I don't trust that site. I want to find like the good. Yeah, they would, a 13th century laborer would on average have about about 3 days a week. They would work about 3 days a week. And there were lots of holidays and things like that. Now, I want to point out, guys, that they would work for their lord about 3 days a week. That does not mean they weren't doing labor, okay? Because it was really hard to live at this time. You would have to do all kinds of other labor as well. Cooking food, preparing food, doing, building houses, etc. Yeah, exactly. They didn't need to work the fields because you don't need to work the fields all year long. There's only certain seasons, etc. This was different in Asia because rice was much more work intensive. But in Europe, at least, there was a lot of time where the peasantry could get days off and not work. The fuck is that sound? The fuck is that? Oh, okay, anyway. So now I don't want to make it seem like it was easy to live as a serf or a peasant. It was not. And you did have to do a lot of fucking labor even then, okay? But it was like they got more days off than we do. All right. But this also, guys, this is all oversimplified because it depends on where you are in Europe as well. It depends on where you are in Europe. Don't you dare laugh at me, Dolly Boy Rosilla. Okay. All right. So, folks, I'm going to stop there, I believe. Yeah. Weird amorphous blob. Is Nazi time over? This is really interesting. When is Nazi time over? Oh, hopefully soon, Refocus. I've been talking too much about the Nazis. I will talk more about. How about this? I will do a themed week on feudalism sometime. Okay, or a themed month on feudalism. Okay, we're almost getting to the end of the Nazi unit. Refocus. What was the last unit I did before the Nazi? Oh, that's right. We did the Vietnam War before the fascist movement. We did the Vietnam War before. Yeah, we'll watch it another time, Dolly Boy. We can do the Vietnam War. We did the Vietnam War unit before this one. Now we're doing the fascism unit. And then maybe I'll try to figure out what the next unit will be. We could do feudalism. We could do other stuff. Okay, is everyone sick of the Nazi stuff? We're almost done with it. We're almost done with the fascism stuff. We could stop now if you want to. How's everyone feeling? Do you want me to finish up the fascism stuff? Or do you want to hold off on it? I just want to get people's feedback. Okay. You like both? Okay. You're enjoying it? Oh, finalize it? Okay. I'll finish it up then. That's okay. So I will finish it up. It shouldn't take much more, guys. I'll just finish up the Holocaust and the death of Hitler, etc. Okay. All right. Hilarious. J. Williams, you disgust me. Jay Williams says it actually fascinates me. I hate you so much. Okay. All right. I'm going to put my face up. And then we'll move on to something else, folks. When we finish the fascist movement. Don't laugh at Jay Williams. Don't enable him. Don't enable Jay Williams and his terrible humor. All right. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna go. It is 6:45. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I love you all very much. I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, which means it's gonna be Friday Fun Day in theory. Though maybe I might actually. I hate you, Weird. I'd fash mogs you. Tomorrow might actually I might actually finish up the Holocaust stuff tomorrow just to get it over with. So it might not be that fun of a Friday, but we'll find out. Okay, we'll find out. I'm gonna take another bite. Okay, let me find someone to send you all to. Goodbye, Void. Hey, that's okay, Void. Please send us the videos in the Discord, and maybe we'll watch them on stream. All right. I hate you, Dolly Boy. Okay, let me find someone to send you guys to. Who can I send you guys to? I'll send you guys. Who's Ancom? Ancom? Oh, that guy? That guy? Stop. I don't want to see my face. I'll send you guys to Audra Rains.
The crimes of white South Africaners when it came to the apartheid movement. And
that looks good. I'll send you to Audra Rains. Okay. Audra Rains. All right, guys. You know what I'm about to say, don't you? I hate you, Drusilla. I know what you're about. You know what I'm about to say, right? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Because what the fuck am I saying? I'm losing my goddamn mind. Free Palestine, free Ukraine, free the Congo, free Cuba, free Iran. Free everyone, everywhere, all at once. Okay, please, free everyone. Never stop resisting. Think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. We're living in a fascist moment in this country, which thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their institutions because of economic concerns. So they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them. Okay, do not let them. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, including ending the Nazi menace, which we discussed some of the horrors of the Holocaust today, some of the very traumatizing horrors of the Holocaust. Our ancestors, some of them died ending that, whether it be the Soviet troops who ended up marching into Berlin and crushing the Reich once and for all, whether it be the American troops who attacked it from the other side, whether it be like Canadians. Okay. Some average Germans who resisted, the Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. There are many groups that resisted. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. And always, always, always fight for a better future. All right. And on that note, you all, there you go. Whether it be the partisans, okay, in Germany, Italy, France, okay, there were resistors all over the place. Okay. And on that note, folks, you have a good rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Please join the Discord if you haven't already. Link to the top of the chat, and I'll be talking there. So I'm going to send you guys, if you're on Twitch, there you go. Sending you to Audra Reigns. Go off to Audra Reigns. Go off to Audra Reigns. All right. Everyone ready? I'm going to send you off. Later, Gator. Bye, Dolly Boy. Bye, Druzilla. Oh, bye, Peck on Bad. Love you. Okay, guys. See you later.